The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 20, Darkness and Light Part 2. They walked through the silent mansion that held no presence of anything living. The narrow corridor that was illuminated by the emitted holy light looked very eerie. The aura of darkness had gotten a whole lot stronger. The mansion was filled with chokingly dark miasma that could render an unfamiliar person immobile. Horace Carmen was up to something. Senri could not decide if it was feudal resistance or something he had been preparing for a very long time. Nevertheless, the opponent was a crafty necromancer. The evil mage who had managed to survive all these years must certainly possess an ace or two up his sleeve. The miasma that cloaked the entire mansion slowly whittled away at the blessing around their bodies. It was not strong enough to invade their bodies, but they realized the current situation was no different from being inside the enemy's belly. There was an illusion that the whole world had become enshrouded in darkness. Senri's senses were no longer functioning as they should. She could sense that there were undead nearby and could vaguely sense the direction they were in, but not exactly how far they were. Usually, she would be able to pinpoint their locations, but now, she felt as if she had been blindfolded and her ears plugged. Only the five senses could be relied on in such circumstances. They proceeded towards the intense darkness. There were several rooms, but they felt empty with no human presence. Horace Carmen was the first priority right now. They reckoned he awaited them in the deepest part of the mansion. Humph, Master Ape was right. This is one troublesome necromancer. By any chance, you think he created at least a vampire? I don't think so. It's unlikely for a cautious necromancer to keep a vampire under their control. A lesser vampire, maybe. I was kidding. Just kidding. Senri, you're too serious. Neville frowned with an exasperated look on his face. But, if by any chance, we do come across a vampire, it might be better for us to retreat. A vampire is a special kind of undead. Although it has a lot of weaknesses, it possesses very different kinds of abilities compared to an undead of lower rank. Immense physical strength, super regeneration skills that can restore a vampire to its original state even if a better part of its body is damaged or gone. Intelligence that surpasses humans, however, what places it in a league of its own is its high resistance to magic. And thus, a clever necromancer would never personally create a vampire. Vampires have a strong resistance to magic which includes necromancy as well. There have been instances when a vampire raised by a necromancer has ended up murdering its own creator. Since they are superior, they patronize mankind, and since they possess weaknesses that mankind do not, they envy them. It is said even absolute orders are not effective on a vampire with abundant death energy. That kind of monster is naturally not something mankind is capable of controlling. Vampires are said to be the evilest of necromancers' curses. Hence, the cleverer the necromancer, the more unlikely they are to create a vampire. The only ones who create a vampire are foolish third-class necromancers who do not realize that vampires are beyond one's power to control, or first-class necromancers who are confident of keeping one under control. A vampire is a monster capable of slaying a third-class knight by itself. If it was to appear during the battle against a necromancer, it is recommended to temporarily retreat and amend the battle plan. Nevertheless, there was no need for such a concern now. If he could control a vampire, then he would be more on the offensive. Because it is really important to choose the right time to use the undead that is weakest to sunlight. Suddenly, Senri's ears picked up the sound of light footsteps. She came to a stop, raised her head, and fixed a bright pair of eyes towards the direction of light. It was not her imagination. Wait, we're coming. Similarly, Wuxia and the others had also come to a halt. They could hear several pairs of footsteps now. Also, the noise of something hard, scraping against metal. The sounds gave her an image of the approaching enemy. She gripped her sword. They showed up at the other end of the corridor. Wuxia quietly clicked his tongue. Crimson Skeleton Knights, huh? There are too many. Skeletons stained red screeched as they rushed toward us. There were so many that they completely filled the narrow corridor. Crimson Skeleton Knight is a special kind of undead that is clad in the blessing of darkness bestowed by the necromancer. The reinforced skeletons can resist the power of blessing and are truly dreadful beings that do not stop attacking even as they are purified. Nevertheless, the power of light is mighty. Soul Release, when unleashed with all of one's might, is capable of piercing through their armor of darkness and purifying them. However, we would be playing right into the enemy's hands as their aim is to exhaust us. Neville had his eyes fixed on the rushing Crimson Knights and spoke almost threateningly. "Hey, Senri. Don't do it. I know." The Skeleton Knights were not the enemy's trump card. In order to dispel the troop of undead before them along with the blessing of darkness they were clad in, it would take a lot out of even Senri, who possessed the most power amongst them. If they intend to conserve their energy, they have no other choice but to defeat them one by one. Just then, they heard the sound of a door open behind them. They heard the sound of several pairs of feet coming from behind. Thelma remarked astutely. "Ah! We are trapped. I didn't sense them," was a barrier used to conceal their aura. Innumerable Crimson Skeleton Knights poured out of the rooms they had just passed by. They were clad in metal armor and gauntlets, equipped with a sword and shield. They were most likely skeletons of soldiers who excelled in sword fighting. It was evident from their careful and calculated footwork that showed considerable skill. Thelma's arrow that was aimed at the head of a skeleton knight was easily deflected by its sword. There are sure to be soldiers of varying degrees of skill, but to think that he was able to gather so many skeletons of soldiers, Be careful. Who do you think you're talking to? Here we go. Even if they were clad in armor and were made stronger due to the blessing of darkness, they were still the undead. They can be defeated by weapons imbued with the blessing of light. The Death Knights promptly took their positions upon Senri's word. Senri entrusted the rear attack to her comrades and pointed her shining sword at the skeleton knights that charged at her. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The mace broke through armor and hit the body, breaking it into pieces, and the blessed arrows found their way through the chinks in the armor and purified the undead. The Death Knights were specialized in hunting down the beings of darkness, but that does not mean their short-range combat skills were weak. They had the upper hand in the battle so far. The Crimson Skeleton Knights were powerful and armed, but they do not understand the concept of retreat. It was their disadvantage, which was the result of being under the Necromancer's control. None of the Death Knights were wounded and more than 20 Skeleton Knights had already been purged. The armors and swords of the purged Skeleton Knights were scattered on the floor. Damn it! There are too many. They just keep pouring in. Shut up and get rid of them. However, no matter how many they defeated, the enemy numbers did not seem to dwindle. The Skeleton Knights still attacked them with full vigor. They trampled on the armor of their fallen comrades, crushing them under their feet. The Death Knights, even with their strengthened bodies, would not be able to escape unscathed, a direct blow from them. The miasma was gradually eating away at the blessing. Fatigue began to show on their faces and small conflicts started popping up. They began to wonder if it would be better to retreat and leave the mansion to get a clearer picture of the number of soldier skeletons the necromancer had under his command. The opponents, on the other hand, knew not the concept of apprehension. Don't be hasty. Hey! Senri, who was going to use Soul Release just then, bit down on her lips upon hearing Lufri. She meets the opponent's sword with her own silver blade and uses all her strength enhanced by blessing to push the blade. The blade pierces the armor and the skeleton turns to dust and crumbles to the ground. The situation was gradually growing worse. The power of blessing is not unlimited, nor is stamina. The 5 of us were putting up a good fight, but even if one of us were to fall, it would put us at even more of a disadvantage. There was no time to contemplate. Crimson Skeleton Knights are different from the undead we faced in the woods. If I were to use Soul Release now to purge all the Skeleton Knights, How many times more will be able to use it later? Twice. Thrice? I'm fine. I still have power left. Lufri and the others held their silence. There was no other way. Although it was annoying to meet the enemy's expectations, it was impossible for a third-class knight to defeat this many undead with the power of blessing they possessed. The moment Senri had resolved to release the power, something unexpected entered Senri's line of sight. There, trying to slip into the troop of skeleton knights, was a human girl. She had a black collar around her neck, which pointed to the fact that she was a slave. She looked in our direction, her face pale. It only took a moment to come to a decision. I gathered all the power I could into the sword and outpoured the holy light. Soul release. Intense sadness washed over me and my hands trembled. The abundant power packed into the sword became a blindingly brilliant light and washed over the narrow corridor. The crimson skeleton knights that came in contact with the light were turned to dust in an instant. The blessing of darkness could not protect them from the storm of light that swept over. The light dissipated. The corridor echoed with the sounds of armor and other equipment dropping to the floor. I felt my legs give away, but I persevered and kept on my feet. A pair of purple eyes assessed the situation shrewdly. Not one of the shockingly countless crimson skeleton knights from a moment ago remained. In the corridors scattered with empty armor, standing alone rooted to the spot, was the girl that Senri had seen right before she blasted the corridor with holy light. On her right hand was a small dagger that looked pitifully weak next to the weapons that the crimson skeleton knights had carried. Soul release was an anti-undead skill. No matter how powerful it is, it will not hurt humans. Although I was aware of it, I could not help but heave a sigh of relief upon seeing her unharmed. Thank goodness. Her hair was black and she was pale. Maybe it was because she had not had a proper meal in forever that one would not tell her that she looked healthy even out of courtesy. Considering we found her among the skeleton knights, she must be Horus Carmen's slave. Moreover, I recognized the girl's face. I remember noticing her in town just a few days back and using recovery magic on her since she looked unwell. She seemed to be in a daze and kept glancing around her. Senri relaxed a little, took deep heavy breaths and collected herself. The aura of darkness had yet to disappear. However, it would seem that we had seen the last of crimson skeleton knights. Her whole body felt heavy and weary. But not to the extent that would render her unable to fight. If I am not mistaken, was her name Ru? You idiot. Senri, how could you, such a huge amount of power at that? I'm fine now. Ru staggered closer, unsteady on her feet. Luckily, she seemed unhurt. I held open my arms intending to catch her. The moment I came in contact with the bony arm, the small dagger dangling on her right arm, shot out suddenly. The dull, dark gray blade seemed to be aimed at Senri. It was too clumsy an attack. It was slow and the hands that held the dagger were trembling. It goes without saying that Senri was perfectly capable of handling such an attack even in her current state of complete exhaustion. Her mind went blank for a moment, but soon she regained composure. Senri, who had subjugated countless beings of darkness until now, was free to decide whether she wanted to evade or accept such an amateurish attack. Even if she were to directly receive the attack, it was unlikely that her body that was strengthened with the power of blessing would ever sustain any major damage. She turned her head and shifted her body away from the trajectory of the dagger. It passes right by her. And, right before Senri, Ru went flying into the air. Outstretched arms clasped at air. The sound of something soft landing with a thud was heard. Ru lay on the floor, eyes wide open. Her chest had been pierced with a single silver arrow. It was Thelma's. Blood and spittle started spilling out of her pale lips. Her arms and legs convulsed lightly. Senri blanked out for a split second, but then regained her senses and rushed over to Ru. However, it was evident that the blow had been fatal. Her life was fading away. All Senri could do was watch. Thelma uttered in a voice mixed with anger and sadness. I understand how you feel, but why would you not strike back when an underling of a necromancer was attacking you? Are you out of your mind? Ah. Thelma's right. Even if it was just a slave, you don't know what she's been trained to do. And I know you are well aware. The story about the Death Knight, who saved a necromancer's slave only to be devoured later when the slave turned into a monster. Lufri words went in one ear and out the other. I understood the words, but could not make sense of them. I carried her bony body that had nary any excessive ounce of flesh on it. Her body was too light to be human. I am well aware. Necromancers are beings that have strayed from the right path and bring forth calamities. Senri, as a Death Knight, had seen many such tragedies unfold. There were too many people that she had not been able to save. Neville cast an inhumane look towards the dying Rue. It's not our job to save people. Our job is to destroy. And to stop calamities from happening. The Death Knights are merciless. Kindness could at times be an obstruction to the Death Knights who fight evil. It is likely that even if Epei, who was much more of a skilled fighter than her, had been here, things would have played out exactly the same way. Rue's lips that had been firmly shut, open ever so little. All that could be heard were the sounds of her breathing faintly. Tears started flowing from her eyes. And, she gave a small smile, closed her lids, and her body went limp. Hands trembling, I laid her still warm body on the ground. I bit down on my tongue, controlling my emotions as I unsteadily got to my feet. I gripped my sword, hard that my knuckles went white. No one went near Senri. A question was directed at her, calmly. Can you fight? After defeating Horus. I'll bury her. Whispered Senri, grit her teeth and looked forward, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The necromancer awaited the Death Knights in the wide open hall. There were no other forces of opposition after the Crimson Skeleton Knights. However, it was evident that that was not the end of it. Horus Carmen was an old man. He stood calmly with two skeleton knights behind him holding something unknown. He was wrinkled, his hair white. However, his glinting eyes were brimming with life. His small body was wrapped in a dark robe and he held a small staff in his right hand. Our master Epei's age was unknown due to the enormous amount of positive energy he possessed, but the age of this man was unknown due to very different reasons. If one looked deep into those cloudy eyes, it felt as if one was peering into abyssal depths of darkness. A strange magic circle was drawn in blood in the carpet laid out on the floor. The Death Knights gulped at the evil aura it emanated. Finally, you're here. The Death Knights. Truly fearsome you are, considering you were able to uproot my entire base to get here. Horus Carmen. I, Senri Silvis, in the name of Death Knights, shall kill you. Humph, apparently, Rue was of no use. He showed no signs of discomposure upon hearing Senri, a Death Knight, his archenemy's words. It is impossible to change his mind. We could tell him about how Rue died and drill him with questions, but that will not work either. The man before us, unlike Rue, chose to walk this path himself, he is absolute evil. Nobody moved an inch. Not because they were scared. But because they were unsure of Horus Carmen's trump card would be. Horus may appear defenseless at a glance. However, it would be a mistake to come to that conclusion. The entire hall was engulfed in hitherto never felt negative aura. Horus Carmen bellowed. Nevertheless, my spell is already complete. You are, in the underworld now. You people, who want to get in between me and my lifelong wish, witness my death power, sear it into your brain before you die. The ground and the very air shook. The skeleton knights crumbled and black object they had held in their arms fell into the magic circle, and it suddenly looked clearer. Senri could see it. It was a fawn. Two giant fangs. Lufri and the others grew pale and fell back a step. They probably realized the nature of the ritual. Darkness gathered around the fangs. Arms with sharp talons, gigantic wings that could blot out the sun, fangs that could shatter anything to pieces, and glinting eyes began to take shape. Horace Carmen laughed shrilly. Kekekek. Look. This is, the secret art of necromancy. That's absurd. With merely 2 fangs. The usually laid-back Neville gripped his mace tight and he was trembling. Undoubtedly, it was the peak of any necromancy Senri had witnessed so far. Originally, when an undead is created from a corpse, it is necessary that most of the corpse remains intact. Either way, Senri had never heard of anyone creating an undead out of just 2 fangs. It was an evil black dragon. Wings. Fangs. Talons. Huge tail. Smooth skin all over which made the veins underneath stand out. The missing flesh and blood had been replaced with pure darkness. It was tall enough to not be able to fit into the mansion. Its head had easily torn through the ceiling and sunlight shone upon its dark body. The evil dragon roared. As if to declare war against the sun. Horace Carmen bellowed out orders. Go on, kill. O guardian of death. O gatekeeper of hell. What an evil necromancer. Just how long did he conduct research on the undead and necromancy? The negative energy that the dark being was made of far surpassed a vampire Senri had once fought. It opened its mouth wide and gathered destructive energy. It took but a moment. Pure black energy swirled in its mouth which looked like a rift in the atmosphere. And it spewed out the flames. Black flames formed a beam and engulfed the Death Knights. It was an imitation of the dragon's power called breath, and dragons are one of the strongest mythical beasts that ever existed. However, Senri remained calm. She focused her mind, gazed at impending doom and gathered all her power into her sword. And then she wielded her blade. Photon delete. The power that emanated from the sword turned into a meteor and engulfed the flames of darkness. It kept its pace and completely overpowered the flames, scattered it, pushed forward and blasted away half of the evil dragon. She felt weak. Her head hurt from exhaustion. She felt like she was going to collapse. However, her eyes were very clear and glared at Horace Carmen. Photon delete. It was a skill her master Ape had created. An enormous amount of blessing is gathered instantly and released. The skill was simple but had the potential to vanquish any and all kinds of beings of darkness. It is a skill that takes a lot of power. And thus, a skill that was the most compatible with Senri. The exhausted power will soon be replenished. That was her body's nature. Her master Ape had called her constitution, the enormous amount of power she possessed, as the soul that would continue to reach new heights. The power that the gods had blessed her with, the power that she had been blessed with in order to become a Death Knight. She did not possess enough energy for the return trip, but she had enough left to destroy the necromancer. Senri had never run out of energy in the midst of battle before. It can't be. You still had that kind of power. Sorry, but you're going to have to die. You. Don't tell me you're a first-class knight. I will become one soon. She was not trying to avenge Rue. Nor was she venting her emotions. It was simply the duty of a Death Knight and Senri Silva's destiny that gods had bestowed upon her. The evil dragon that had lost half its body regained it with the help of Horus power. Senri advanced towards it, gathered power into her sword once again, and wielded it much more ruthlessly than ever before. S11, goddamn. This chapter is long. It's twice the usual chapter length and a little bit more. We'll skip next week since it was this long. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 21, The Weak. Intense light that could blot out even the sun, shined several times. The dreadful, furious roars of the dragon echoed through the woods. The light blew the mansion apart, the dark energy from the dragon poured out of the wreckage and infringed upon the world. It was truly a battle of the legends that people would talk about in awe for ages to come. I observed the situation from the woods behind the mansion, hidden atop a low-lying tree. Necromancers are capable of sensing the location of the undead under their control. Albeit not very precisely. The Lord might notice my absence if I got too far, so I could not put too much distance between us. That is, until the Lord perishes. The Lord had brought a gigantic black dragon into being. I reckon those fangs acted as the catalyst. Its body was a personification of darkness itself, and stripes that ran all over its body were reminiscent of veins. Its tail stretched out like a shadow and easily destroyed the mansion, and the black flames it spewed burned down everything in the vicinity. The monster was in a totally different league compared to all the other undead that I have ever seen the Lord control. Its soul was ablaze, and its abyss was deep enough to engulf light itself. It was in a class of its own. Had I known that the Lord had possessed such a secret weapon, would have been a little more prudent with my plans. Nevertheless, the gigantic black dragon was easily blown away by a fearfully enormous amount of light. I would probably die 100 times over if that light were to even simply graze me. That was the impression I got from the tremendous amount of positive energy that overpowered the breath of darkness, burned down the majority of the gigantic dragon, engulfed the Lord who stood behind it, and yet did not cease its onslaught as it passed through the trees a few meters beside me. And the one who accomplished that is a petite girl, all by herself. Senri. The second-class knight stood unwaveringly in front of the dragon that was big enough to swallow the world itself, and wielded her sword. The protective layer of positive energy around Senri got thinner with every projection, but returned to its original state as if it was being replenished. The Lord is exceptionally powerful, but so is Senri. If a second-class knight was as powerful as this, I wonder how much more powerful of a being a first-class knight would be. The dragon, the majority of whose body was blown away, regenerated its lost body in an instant. Similarly, the Lord who was supposed to have disappeared in the light, stood in the same place, looking unperturbed. The sound of the Lord yelling in anger and the cries of the other death knights clashed with each other. Who was superior and who was inferior, I could not come to a conclusion. I am weak. Unbelievably weakest amongst the people in this place now. Be it a blow from the dragon's tail, or exposure to the holy light, I would probably crumble and reduce to dust. Neither the regeneration skills nor the enhanced physical abilities that I gained upon becoming a ghoul would be of any use. Nevertheless, I calmly witnessed the battle. I perfectly understand where I stand. This was all I could do. I had made the right decision. It was an uphill battle even with it being a sudden one. Had the Lord been given more time to prepare, he may have easily defeated Senri. The Death Knights are invincible. That was my belief from what I read of their accomplishments in stories over and over as I lay sick in bed. According to my plan, the Death Knights were supposed to defeat the Lord easily. Even though the Lord possessed 120 lives, the Death Knights must have experienced fighting such necromancers. I tugged the overcoat closer and clasped the shadow amulet tightly. I had not staked everything on the Lord, but on Senri. I decided that it would be easier to escape from the Death Knights rather than the cunning Lord. The Lord, who on top of the right to give out absolute orders, enjoyed several other privileges. I believe that, as a ghoul, as someone who can move around even in daylight, as someone who is sentient, as someone who can conceal his presence with the shadow amulet, I would be able to shake off the Death Knights. I had gambled everything. If the Lord wins the battle by any chance, he would find it odd that I had not returned right away as per his orders. Before he realizes that I can violate his order, I need to trust that his lives are sufficiently depleted and start attacking him. The sounds of battle never ceased. The mansion that I had stayed in for almost a year ever since I became an undead was collapsing. At the hands of fire, light, sword. It was getting destroyed a little bit more with every attack from the dragon. I simply observed the event silently as I reminisced about Rue, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The sun was overhead. And finally, the time had come. A voice echoed through the woods where I had concealed myself. Hey ah! Senri yelled out for the first time. Another beam of light from the silver sword, reminiscent of the sun, thoroughly burned down the particularly huge evil dragon. It was a miracle. The voice had soul. It was not possible for Senri to release that much energy given that she had been doing it non-stop for some time. However, Senri had done it. Maybe the dragon had tried to protect the Lord, for its wings were spread wide. It was a futile attempt however as it quietly crumbled to dust. The light dissipated. The ones left in the mountain of rubble were Senri on her knees and her worn-out comrades. Impossible. Why, are you able to, such power? Impossible. The Lord groaned with his face stiff. It did not seem like the evil dragon was going to revive. The Lord's body started to crumble from his feet. I reckon he had exhausted his 120 lives. His staff dropped from his hand and he stared blankly at his own hand that was disappearing into nothing. His face displayed no fear. He did not wail nor did he make a fuss. The Lord did not betray the image I had of a necromancer till the very end. Senri breathed heavily as she fixed a pair of astute eyes on the slowly disappearing enemy. Her silver hair was stuck to her sweaty forehead. I suppose she had used up all her energy as one would expect, for I could not sense any positive energy from her. This is the end. Frustrating. If only my lifelong wish had been fulfilled, someone like you, if only the sun wasn't up. Ah. And thus, the Lord, unable to even curse the one who had felled him, unable to even properly see the face of the one who had felled him, disappeared surprisingly easily. Nothing of him remained as if he had been but an illusion. His robe along with his body crumbled to dust with only his staff left behind as the sole proof of his existence. I won. The risk paid off. The Lord was my savior as well as my archenemy. He was a mighty enemy who I would never have been able to defeat. I felt no sense of accomplishment. I bore no grudge against him. Maybe that is why, I felt relieved and yet a little sad at the same time. I survived. There is nothing that binds me anymore. The Death Knights are all exhausted. However, I do not intend to attack them. I wonder if Senri had exhausted herself too much, for she collapsed as if the thread that held her up had snapped. One of her friends supported her and let out an exasperated laugh. The presence of friends. I suppose that was the big difference between Senri and the Lord. The Lord had many subordinates but not a single friend. In case the Lord had had friends, I wonder how the battle would have turned out. No, I will not speak about that. The Lord did his best, stood by his beliefs and lost the battle. One of the Death Knights picked up the Lord's staff and did not hesitate before snapping it into two and burning it with light. Supported by her friends, Senri and the others left the site where the mansion once stood. My eyes followed them leaving, not once stirring from my hiding spot. All the way, until I could not feel their presence anymore, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I made sure that no one was around before jumping off the tree. It felt like my body had grown stiff, since I had stayed still on the tree for a few hours. I stretched as I headed towards what was left over of the mansion. The mansion has been completely destroyed. The roof and the walls had been reduced to debris and I did not feel the presence of any undead or living being. Even if the mansion had not been destroyed by any chance, I could not have stayed here forever. This is a necromancer's base. The Death Knights have pulled back for now, but once they recover their strength, I believe they will return to finish things up here. The hideout of a necromancer was usually set on fire in the stories. Well then, I should think about what I should do from now on. I am a ghoul. I know no luxury in any lifestyle is better than how I lived my previous life, so as long as I have fresh meat, I believe I can survive. I do not intend to attack humans unlike the conventional undead. However, I do need to live my life making sure I do not attract the attention of humans. The first thing I need to do is leave the woods right away. The Death Knights are not exactly known for their forgiving nature. If I were to be discovered, I would not be able to escape death. Nevertheless, there is something I must do before that. I have a promise to keep. Rue's corpse was buried under the rubble of what was once the corridor. She was miraculously in one piece. The holy silver arrow pierced in her heart must have been the cause of death. I shall do her the favor of wiping off the blood that spilled out of her mouth. She looked peaceful, as if she was just asleep. I wonder if she ever wore such a peaceful expression when she was alive. At the very least, all she showed me was her angry or fearful expressions. The corpse emitted a very sweet odor that stirred my appetite. Human meat is a delicacy for a ghoul. But I do not intend to feast upon her. I have never eaten a human before. I am a man of my word, however unreliable I may appear. You don't need to worry. I grabbed onto the silver arrow. White smoke arose from my hand, and I felt the twinges of pain that I had seldom experienced after I became an undead. However, I forced the arrow out and carried Rue's corpse in my arms. Her body was very light. I am not sure if that was because she no longer possessed what made her human or because I had gotten stronger. I doubt her soul is around anymore. She was destined to die. She had also predicted as much, and even if she had not died here she may have just as easily died elsewhere. She had nothing to live for. However, she had no courage to end her life either. She was simply too weak. So, I could understand what she would wish for. She shed a tear upon hearing my proposition. She called me a monster for being able to guess her hidden wish. I gave her the option. I did propose the idea of setting her free, and there may have been a way using which she could have been saved. But the Lord had kept her close till the very end, so there was not much that could be done. However, she could have just nodded when I presented her the option of me escorting her into town. But she did not possess even that sliver of courage. I, who have once experienced death, yearned for life so much that I came back from the dead, and yet she, who was alive, did not possess the willpower to continue living. Oh, just how beyond our control are our lives in this world. I spoke with the expired Rue, whose expression made me believe that she was peaceful elsewhere. As promised, I shall give you a proper burial. And I shall also pray that you rest in peace. Aren't you glad it was me you made a deal with? Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Regrettably, I did not have the luxury of time to search for an ideal place to bury her. The best I could do was choose a spot outside the fence surrounding the mansion. Well, the place of burial was not included in the promise, so I suppose this should do. I am certain Rue was aware that I would not be mindful of where I chose to make her grave. I understood the mind of the weak, but by no means did I sympathize with her. Outside of the fence. At the very least, I shall choose a spot with a lot of sun and start digging there. It was fortunate that Rue was not that big. I used a plank of wood from the debris, dug a hole with enough room to comfortably fit her and placed her corpse in it. I placed a flower I found nearby in her unclasped hands on her chest. Forgive me, but I do not have the time to cremate you. Well, the evil necromancer is no more, so I suppose she need not worry about being turned into an undead. Sorry. I don't know the proper rituals, although I have been buried before myself, not that I remember. I carefully threw earth over her body as I made my excuses. Well, I suppose this is better than being put to work by the necromancer even after death. Her legs, then her body were covered and only her face remained exposed. I was at a loss as to how to say my farewells and eventually decided to speak as usual. You are more fortunate than the Lord, Rue. Because you get to be buried. Well, I think the Lord got what he deserved though. After properly covering her face, I packed the mud on her grave. I got to my feet, but it felt a little lonesome to leave it at that. Above all else, in the future for some reason, it suddenly strikes me to visit her grave, I would not be able to locate it as it is. I know I am supposed to leave this place quickly, but I felt like the dead Rue would get angry with me, saying that I had not made a proper grave. I would not be able to look her in the eye if she accused me of breaking the promise after I went through all this trouble. I was perplexed for a while but soon remembered something that would be perfect for this occasion and returned to the site of the mansion. It was the silver arrow. I bore with the pain as I carried the arrow that I had pulled out a while back and thrust it into the ground where I had buried her. I have heard that silver is capable of keeping evil away. It was not a cross, but if I made a cross, and in future it gets added to my list of weaknesses after evolution, it is likely that I would not be able to visit the grave. I brought over a fairly neat fragment of rock from the debris and used my claws to carve Rue's name on it. Her name looked a little lonesome by itself, but I was not aware of her surname. So I added the surname from my previous life. I figured it was better than making it Carmen. I was not sure as to whether I got the spelling of her name right, but oh well, I asked for her understanding on the matter. After I was finally satisfied with my handiwork, I brought my palms together and prayed. I am sure she is the first person in the whole world to have had an undead pray for them. I pray that she rests in peace. What are you doing? At that moment, from behind me, I heard a voice that I should not have heard. I ended my prayer and slowly got to my feet. The tips of my fingers were quivering. I felt as if a knife had been thrust in my throat. This time, it was not for Rue, but for me that I prayed to God as I turned around. Standing there was Senri, who was supposed to have left with her comrades, looking at me with a shrewd pair of eyes. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 22, The Merciful Grim Reaper. The situation was totally outside of my range of expectations. I, as an undead, am capable of sensing positive energy. However, it is by no means perfect as I cannot detect trace amounts. Just as how it is possible to miss sounds that are so faint that one would have to cock an ear to listen, it is possible for me to fail to sense trace amounts, if I am preoccupied with something else. I let my guard down. Senri had collapsed. How was I supposed to predict she would return when not even half a day has passed? Even if they were to return to sort things out, I had thought I would have at least a night of respite. A pair of bewitching purple eyes was looking at me. Her expression was blank but terrifying enough to stop my heart, if I had one. You are. The gears started turning in my head right away. The first thing I ascertained was whether Senri had been accompanied by her comrades. The 4 Death Knights were nowhere to be found. That was good news. Next, I checked the difference in our strengths. Senri is exhausted from the battle with the Lord. However, the positive energy in her had already been a little replenished and more than what I sensed from her before she had left my line of sight. Although she was still too far from completely recovering all of her energy, she is a true monster. She looked a little filthy but otherwise fairly unhurt. Considering the perseverance she showed during the battle against the Lord, she would probably stay on her feet in the midst of battle even if she were on the verge of death. Even in the stories I used to read, necromancers were fated to meet their demise in a similar manner. Finally, I wondered how she perceived me. I have already been seen together with Rue in town. I am almost certain that Rue was killed by one of the Death Knights. So, it would be extremely reasonable for her to think that I am an enemy. Senri stared at me fixedly. However, I noticed she diverted her attention to the sun in the sky for a split second. Only undead of the lowest level are capable of being out in the open during the day. She seemed puzzled as to whether she should take me for an undead, for even though I did not seem affected by the sunlight, I was not instinctively attacking her either. Since the amulet conceals my negative energy, I should not look like an undead at a glance. Probably. I clenched my right hand into a fist when I felt a jolt of pain shoot from the badly scorched palm. Blessed arrows are effective against a ghoul as well, as it is the universal weakness of all undead. The effect is mild, as in non-fatal when not on the list of weaknesses that a particular class of undead possesses. However, it hinders the process of regeneration. Hence the wound stays unhealed, and as it is happening now, white smoke arises from the festering wound. It is of no use to hide it at this point. There is no way Senri has not noticed it. Well, even if not for that, even if I were human, I would need to be put down considering I have been associated with the Lord. The Death Knights are all, kill first, ask questions later, kind of people. To the extent that even in the stories that were aimed at children, there were scenes where the Death Knights would mercilessly kill any of the townsfolk who were manipulated by necromancers. I have no idea why Senri decided to return alone. Nevertheless, I will be killed if I try to escape. And the same goes if I try to attack. Making a Death Knight draw their sword would not end well for me. In that case, I can do nothing but choose the path of persuasion. I would not let me escape if I were her, but she is not me. When I met her in town, I realized that she possessed something that the other third-class Death Knights did not. That was, compassion. Maybe she operated under the assumption that I and Rue were both human, nevertheless, she tried to help us. I shall be honest with her. If any of the other third-class Death Knights had returned instead of Senri, I dare say I would be dead by now. Be it a third or second-class knight, they are all Grim Reapers, neither of whom I am not capable of defeating. If anything, it may be my good fortune that it was Senri who I came across. She is, different. Compared to the stern Death Knights that appear in stories, she is humane. And that can be taken advantage of. I did my best to maintain my composure, put on my best possible grieving face and looked at Rue's grave. When she was alive, Rue requested me to build her a grave. I was praying for her to rest in peace. I see. Her words were curt, but I could see sorrow flash across her eyes for an instant. I suppose she is mirroring me by not using formal speech. Although I cannot let down my guard yet, it does not seem like she intends to put an end to me right away. I shall be friendly with her. Show her my human side. I have yet to display any qualities of an undead in front of her. Was your name Senri? What brings you here? Senri silently looked at the grave for a while before replying curtly. Her silver hair was swaying in the soft breeze. I came to collect her body. Thought I'd make her a grave in town. I was completely taken aback by her words. I regret it from the bottom of my heart. Had I not buried Rue, I would have made it out of here before Senri had arrived. And Rue would certainly be happier to be sleeping in a neater grave than in a woods of this sort. I had to do it since I had given her my word, but I did not consider the Death Knights to be such an admirable lot. I held my silence so as to not show my annoyance, when Senri closed the distance between us and stood beside me as she looked down at the grave. A pale, soft nape. Her body emitted a scent so sweet that it stirred my appetite intensely. If I were to extend my arm, it would take but a second to sink my claws into her. However, I cannot choose that path. I cannot give her an excuse to attack me, although me being an undead already gives her plenty of excuse. Was she, your friend? Friend? The word might invoke anger in Rue. We were not friends. We simply cooperated with each other towards the end. If anything, I would say we were enemies from the beginning till the very end. I exercised control over my emotions and tried to sound as sorrowful as Senri did. No, she was family. Appeal to her heart. Arouse sympathy in the merciful Grim Reaper Senri. This should work. I have not been killed yet. I can do it. I can stoop as low as possible. Luckily, I do not need to gloss over anything. I was a pitiful person my whole life, if I may say so myself. Rue was finally able to rest in peace. She had no future if she continued to be Horus' slave. Her unconscious wish was to die. You saved her. That is, not true. Replied Senri in a subdued tone, not even the tiniest bit surprised by my flattery. She wore a blank expression, so it was hard to get a read on her, but there is no doubt that she is compassionate. I went out on a limb. Time is not on my side. If Senri does not return for too long, the other Death Knights may come searching for her. I point at my own eyes and sigh deeply. It's really inconvenient, being an undead at times like these. Because I feel so sad but I can't cry. So, I was right. Her face showed conviction and she quickly put some distance between us. It was the appropriate distance to strike. She was still yet to draw her sword, but I am on the precipice of death. I will not get flustered. I will be cautious. To show that I felt no hostility towards her, I tried my best and smiled, raised both my arms, up high. Ah! I am a ghoul. However, as fate would have it, I retained the memories from when I was human. That caused a change in Senri's face that had been mostly expressionless until now. Her eyes opened wide and she looked at me with hostility in her eyes. Horace Carmen believed till the very end that I had no memories from my past life. And judging from her expression, I seemed to be a very rare case. I had one. It was an arrow that killed Rue. However, Senri's choice of a weapon is a sword. She cannot kill pitiful human beings. Even though my body may be that of a monster's, she cannot kill someone who possesses human qualities such as intelligence and reason. Even if no one would reproach her for not being so, she was simply too sympathetic towards her fellow human. It is the kind of naivety that could be suicidal for a Death Knight. She may be exceptionally good at combat but she was simply too humane. I shall not embellish my story. I shall narrate it as it was. I ostentatiously took in an unnecessary deep breath and began to recount the story of the unfortunate end, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Senri quietly listened to my story with her face betraying no emotions. However, I could see waves of unrest in her amethyst eyes from beginning to end. I felt no resentment. All I felt was pain and despair in my past life. No amount of effort could have made my condition better. All I left behind at the end of my short-lived life was my attachment towards life. It was nothing short of a miracle that I was able to open my eyes once again, and also that I retained the memories of my past life. I do not know the reason. It was not by my design to reawaken as an undead. I was glad nonetheless. I was happy that I could stand on my own 2 feet once more and run around the woods. I wonder what really is the difference between an undead that will not and has no need to attack humans and a normal human. I ask my own heart. I weave the story as I recall an anecdote from a comedy about a merry crook I once read about. I see. The letter. Rue helped me out. Horace Carmen was preparing to carry out some sort of dreadful ritual. Had he been alive, he may have ordered me to attack humans. I wanted to avoid that no matter what. I was fortunate that you, the Death Knights, arrived at the town nearby. Thanks to you, I can still live as a human. I chose my words carefully and stacked one pardonable excuse on top of another. Senri cast her eyes to the ground. I did not utter a single lie. I have never attacked humans. Because I have hardly been allowed to leave the woods. I do not wish to attack humans. Because I do not want to make enemies out of the Death Knights. However, should my survival depend upon it, I am sure I would become a monster that would not hesitate to attack humans. I am rational. I am a monster with human sense and intelligence. Looking at it objectively, that would make me one terrifying monster. If I were them, I would never let myself live. It is pretty ironic in a sense that I am more suited to be a Death Knight rather than Senri, who has abundant talent. Luckily, there are no humans in these woods. I intend to keep watch over Rue's grave and quietly live here. I can hunt the beasts for food. That's how I've lived so far. I see. Can't I continue to do so? Before I realized it, the sun had begun to set, bathing Rue's simple grave in pretty vermilion sunlight. I awaited her response. The wound from touching the holy arrow had already disappeared. The night is mine, it is the hour of the undead. Ghoul is a low-level undead and hence its strength is not that enhanced at night, but it still becomes much stronger than during the day. Senri was in a state of dilemma. Every passing second felt like a minute or even 10 minutes. I had a smile on my face as I patiently awaited her response. Or should I say, I had no other choice but to do so. Should I take off right now, Senri will chase after me. And I do not believe the legs of a low-level undead like mine can outrun someone who easily blew away a dragon and killed the Lord a little shy of 120 times. That fact would remain the same even in the nighttime. Senri may not realize it herself, but this was no different from being cornered with a sword to the throat. Finally, Senri raised her head. I could see she had reached a decision from the look in her eyes. Her eyes were clear and she did not sound particularly emotional, but compassionate nonetheless. Fine. Although I've never met an undead that had retained the memories from the past life, I can see that you are rational. So, it shouldn't be a problem. I think. Her last words were not very certain. However, I could see that she was resolute. She probably intends to persuade her comrades. She is simply too righteous, too kind. I heaved a sigh of relief and looked down at the grave. Thank goodness. Rue would probably be happy to hear that too. Tomorrow. I'll come by again. Tell me if you need anything. I'll get it for you. Oh, I wouldn't dare. But, I guess it would be nice if you could bring some flowers to offer Rue. Barely any flowers bloom in these woods you see. Got it. I'll make sure to bring them. Senri nodded vigorously. What a dazzling human. She has the purest soul I have ever seen in both my lives. She believes in people. No one who has led a normal life could be that way. She is a little different from the image of death knights I admired, nevertheless she would appear noble even from an objective point of view. That is why, to deceive someone so pure, hurts my heart. The sky turned dimmer. Senri closed her eyes and paid her respects to Rue, after which she walked off towards the exit of the woods. I doubt we will ever cross paths again. Since, I plan to take off once Senri leaves these woods. Senri's silver hair was swaying in the wind. I called out to her one last time. I needed to ask her something. Considering her expertise in exterminating undead, she might know the answer to my question. Senri. Come to think of it, I heard Horace Carmen say something about creating the king of the undead. Well, it might not matter anymore, but do you know what that means? Senri stopped in her tracks, without turning around, she spoke in an indifferent tone. The king of the undead is born when a first-class necromancer transforms oneself into a special kind of undead using forbidden methods. Horace Carmen was human. And I put an end to his life. It doesn't matter, anymore. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I put my plan to action once I cannot feel Senri's presence anymore. I need to hurry. Senri chose to let me live. She accepted it when I proposed to stay put in these woods forever. I am certain she was speaking the truth. I have only known her for a very short time, but it is clear that she is not a liar. Nevertheless, I am afraid she would not be able to persuade the other Death Knights of the same. Well, that is no surprise. I may possess the memories of my past life, but that does not make me any less a monster. There is no way the Death Knights, who consider the subjugation of beings of darkness as a decree from God, would ever let me be. I, who once yearned to become a Death Knight, know all about them. The other knights are not merciless. It is just Senri, who is different. Is there a chance Senri would not tell her comrades about me? That is impossible. She is not a fool but simply too believing. Even if she were to hold her tongue, what would the knights make of it, when she returns without the body she set off to collect? When inquired by her comrades, I imagine she would tell them. And, for my sake, she would appeal to their hearts. Same as I did with her. I have no doubt, they will come to kill me. All of them will come to kill me. They will come for the hideous monster that took their princess for a ride for the sake of extending its own life. I do not believe humans will ever accept or approve of my existence. I am already a monster that lives in the shadows. A monster that feeds on raw meat, and if I manage to survive long, I suppose blood as well. My desire has not changed. I desire to live, that is all. I have more freedom than I did in my past life. Any further ambitions, I shall discover down the road. I left behind Rue's grave and headed towards the ruins of the mansion. My objective was to retrieve the machete that I could not bring with me when I fled earlier. There is some time left until Senri reaches town. Although I have my claws, a weapon would still be necessary. Regardless of whether I will actually use it, it is a sort of a memento of the Lord. A special item. Come to think of it, according to Senri, the king of the undead, is a necromancer who transforms into an undead. Perhaps the Lord had prepared the sunshade cloak and the shadow amulet for himself. I rooted around the rubble where the Lord's laboratory once stood, and found the machete after much difficulty. I also found a bag and some clothes while I was at it. By the time I was done, a veil of darkness had already shrouded the forest. The silver arrow was the only thing illuminating the world. I can see in the dark. My vision is clear. The night is my hour. Since I do not have a map, I have no particular destination in mind, but I should escape as far as possible. I know I am betraying Senri. However, I have no choice. I am not a believer like her. I slashed through the woods and quickly made it past the fence around the mansion. And when I was proceeding down the path directly opposite to that which Senri had taken, suddenly, I heard someone calling my name. End. Finally, the time has come. The vessel of the king of the undead. A gloomy voice that sounded almost as if it reverberated from the very depths of hell. I felt a chill run down my spine. I promptly took out the machete and checked the surrounding area. It was floating in midair. I bit my tongue to stop the welling fear. With the silver moon illuminating him from behind, there he was in midair, looking down at me with his same old face. Sylvan, damn. All the cliffhangers. I like the irony that End becomes a being totally opposed to a Death Knight, which is his dream occupation. If you think about it, it might mean that he had endless talent in the opposite spectrum. Like, you want to be a mage but you were born to be an OP warrior XD. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 23, The Apparition. Impossible. Horace Carmen met his demise at Senri's hands. After exhausting all possible hands, and putting up a resistance by creating an evil dragon, he disappeared rather easily into the light. And yet, it was beyond doubt Horace Carmen who was suspended in space. Pallid, his silhouette glowing ever so slightly, right from the staff that was supposed to have been reduced to ashes to the robe that disappeared along with him, it was Horace Carmen himself. However, anyone who knew him would be able to tell that his presence was unbelievably weak. I have never seen him float in the air for one. The Lord crossed his arms and put on airs as he spoke. His voice sounded fainter than usual, but I was able to hear it just fine. To think my body would perish. But the fragment of my soul that I had stowed away is certainly proving to be useful. He is dying. I regained my composure, fixed my grip on the machete and assessed the current situation. This must be the Lord's final card. He certainly looked like he was using all of his power in the battle against Senri. I do not know if he came back as a spirit or that is a part of his soul, but it is no more than a remnant of his original self. How cautious necromancers are. How terrifying that he was able to completely deceive the experienced Senri and the other Death Knights. Can I win? The problem is whether he still has control over me. Should that still remain, No, I should win. I calmly observed the Lord as I steeled my resolve. Why else did I make use of the Death Knights to bring about his destruction if not for this? I shall do it myself, I decided. I suppose fate wants me to put an end to this myself. Fine, so it shall be. I looked up at the Lord, eyes wide. The information that I heard about the king of the undead from Senri earlier filled my thoughts. The Lord's speech and conduct until now. He referred to me as a vessel of the king of the undead. Right. The vessel. Even an imbecile would be able to make sense of the current situation. If what Senri said was true, the Lord's objective is. Lord. You were all right. And I had implanted the last fragment of my soul in you. That was necessary for the ritual to succeed. It's fortunate that you managed to survive. It was in me. So, that is why he is still alive. Judging from his behavior, it did not look like the Lord suspected me. It would seem he did not listen to the conversation between me and Senri. Maybe he was asleep, gathering his strength until night fell. If so, I still have a chance. Wait a minute, then why did you try to use me against the battle with the Death Knights? You wouldn't like me dead, I should think. Looks like there's been a misunderstanding. I never intended to use you, the vessel of the king of the undead in the battle. That was unexpected. Now that I think about it, he had certainly never given me any such instructions. The very last order from him was for me to return to the hall, after which he might have intended to give me some sort of instructions that would help me conceal myself. Not that it matters. My decision remains unchanged. The Lord has to die for sure this time. I shall conduct the ritual. The birth of the king of the undead, there is something I'm concerned about. Things are going a little different from what I had in mind, but it can't be helped. I am but a remnant of my original self. Kekekek. The Lord daringly laughs even at this juncture. I breathed in deeply. I am afraid I only have one chance at this. In the dead of the night, audaciously suspended in air, the Lord arrogantly issued his command. End. Your body is a great masterpiece. My soul is the last piece of the puzzle. The moment my dearest wish is fulfilled, you will have become a king with overwhelming power beyond any of the beings of light. And, I will not allow any resistance on your part. Stop. I came to a stop upon the Lord's order. Horace Carmen's movements were slow. He has never used a spirit-type undead, so I have never seen a wraith, but if the description in the books were correct, I imagine it would look something like him. Horace emitted a pale blue light as he descended towards me. I wonder what would happen the moment he touches me. How terrifying. But I was not scared. Nor were my hands shaking. I will never let that happen. Horace got close as 1 meter away from me. He will enter my range of attack. I gripped the machete hard. He was not on his guard. It should be easy. I gathered all of my strength, riding on my past experiences, swung the machete towards his neck to deliver the final blow. There was no resistance. There was really no resistance. The momentum had me spin around once, after which I stumbled to a stop. The machete certainly passed through the neck. However, the Lord was still right there. The head that I was sure that I had severed was still connected to his body, and the Lord was stroking his neck with a disappointed look on his face. Have I become too weak? To think that my command didn't work, and that you would pretend that it did. I really can't let my guard down around you. My attack was strong. It was a blow that was capable of smashing a beast's skull into pieces and cutting through flesh and bone. I had already recovered from the damage I received from the silver arrow. I did not falter either. I swung the machete at the calm Lord, not stopping for breath. The Lord did not even bother to defend himself. I slashed diagonally, vertically, horizontally. I used any and all sorts of attacks. However, none of it had any effect. Almost as if I was attacking something that did not exist. The Lord's body scattered for a moment when attacked, but soon returned to its original form. It's pointless. Completely futile, and You have a good head. And you're daring and wary as well, however you don't possess enough knowledge. No attacks will work against me now. I attacked his face and it scattered, but I could still hear his voice. I could see no semblance of pain in his expression. Smart. Gutsy. Wary. But ignorant. He had hit the nail right in the head. I rushed headlong and recklessly attacked the Lord. There was no pause in my attacks as I have no need to breathe or feel fatigue. I realized that my attacks were not going through after the very first blow. The reason I keep at it is to buy some time to organize my thoughts. It is true that I am ignorant of many things, but I read the books on undead. The type of undead that has maximum resistance against physical attacks. Wraith. Even with no corporeal body, it can bring harm to humans, although it is only just made of soul. As I had first thought, the Lord right now must be something closer to a wraith. I found it rather surprising that physical attacks had no effect whatsoever. However, I am not done. I shall unearth the memories. Wraiths may have excellent resistance towards physical attacks, but since they do not possess a corporeal body, they are more susceptible to attacks of positive energy and magic than the other undead. The reason why the Lord used skeleton type and other undead with real bodies, but never spirit type undead in the battle against the Death Knights, must be because they would not pose much of a threat to them. I, on the other hand, cannot use magic, nor can I manipulate positive energy. Should I ask Senri for help? That is impossible. The town is too far away and the first-class knight is also there. I do not wish to die just yet. The continuous full-power attacks made my bones creak and my muscles ache. But that does not matter. I feel no fatigue and my regeneration power should be able to catch up with my speed. I slowly fell back as I dispersed the Lord, who wishes to control me even after dying. Stop your futile resistance, and accept your raison d'etre. He has to have his own way until the very end. We will never see eye to eye. It was already hopeless when I found out that he still has command over me. And he uses words like vessel, meaning it is highly likely I will lose control over my body. Come to think of it, maybe the reason why he did not try to let me acquire any knowledge might have been because it was unnecessary to do so. I am merely a vessel, what is inside the vessel is of no concern to him. What he needed was a sturdy vessel with limitless capabilities as he intended to take residence in it himself. Perhaps my instincts had sensed the Lord's objective and the truth behind the King of the Undead. There were several clues. As far as the Lord was concerned, my will was merely meaningless. I shall not surrender nonetheless. I could feel my survival instincts flare up. I felt no fear. Only wrath. I shall kill him. Come hell or high water. And make sure to completely wipe him out of existence. I shall make happen that which even a second-class knight was unable to accomplish. Horace Carmen. Your dearest wish will come to end right here and now. You will be killed by the vessel. Amongst the volley of blows and slashes the Lord still advanced towards me. Looks like my physical attacks cannot serve to buy me even an extra second. The only reason he has not already descended upon me is probably his curiosity as a necromancer, which makes him observe me instead. Gone mad from fear? No matter. I only need the vessel that shows rare compatibility with death energy. I am the strongest, the king of the undead. Even as I slashed through his eyes or his nose, the Lord observed me. I could still hear his voice despite slashing his neck. I slashed through every possible part of his body, but the Lord showed no signs of worry. It is true. He is the strongest. Cunning, arrogant, an unpardonable existence, a dark mage. He deserved to be killed by Senri. I have not been frantically attacking the Lord without any thought. Nor have I gone mad. Thinking is my forte. Pondering over things and enduring pain were the only things I was allowed in my previous life when I was sick in bed. Maybe the Lord had eventually gotten bored of observing me, for he swiftly swooped down on me. The moonlight illuminated his hideousness. I leapt to the side, evading him, and dropped the machete that I had been swinging with all my might. The Lord looked surprised. "Horace Carmen. Your weakness is, your short-sightedness." "What? That is the reason you were deceived by me. That is why you did not realize that Rue had made a deal with me. That is why you lost to Senri." To Horace Carmen, the world revolves around himself. Do you know where we are now? Did you really think I was simply retreating aimlessly? The gravestone engraved with Rue's name in big letters. The unearthed soil that had hardened. It is the grave of your slave. It is true that I have no means of using positive energy or magic. However, there is something that can harm an undead here. Something I had thrust into the grave in lieu of a cross. I firmly grabbed the arrow that was completely made of silver from shaft to head, and pulled it out. Intense jolts of pain shot out of the palm that had only just healed, and the sound of something melting echoed through the woods. Weapons made of silver work even on wraiths, as it is the universal weakness of the undead. And, although it is not capable of killing me, it would be quite damaging to a wraith with no physical body. He must have realized what I held in my hand. The Lord's eyes grew wide and he flew towards me like the wind. However, it was too late. He was certainly fast. I would not have been able to do much in my previous life, but it is not impossible to me now as a ghoul. The flying arrow hit the Lord, who rushed in head first, right between the eyebrows. The screams that he had not uttered even when he was attacked by Senri, echoed through the woods in the dead of the night. Is that what you thought would happen? The Lord remained the same. Neither did he vanish nor did he show any signs of anguish. With the holy arrow pierced halfway through his head, the Lord sounded as if he found me pitiful. Those bony hands drew closer and closer. The cloudy, dark eyes peered into mine. I had no way to stop him. I told you. You have no knowledge pertaining to magic. I'm not just a simple wraith. The source of my existence is in you. Unless that is destroyed, I am invincible. And wraith aren't impervious to all physical attacks. You should have realized the truth when the blood ruler had no effect. How pitiful. Well, rest easy. Your vessel will serve to become the greatest king of the undead ever. Die. To the words dripping with the desire to kill, the Lord frowned as if he had heard an absurd joke. I'm already dead. And, so are you. I never would have imagined that Horace Carmen ever had a funny bone in his body. Horace spirit slipped into me. My vision flickered and my consciousness was pervaded by something dark like a muddy stream. Sullivan, why are the chapters getting longer and longer? It has been 1.5x, 2x the initial length, for a while. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 24, The Apparition Part 2. My body, my consciousness, is being polluted by darkness. The body that is supposed to be impervious to pain, felt like it was being torn apart from the inside, like something was devouring me from within, and I felt tremendous pain all throughout my body. My screams resounded through the dark woods. And I came to a late realization that they were coming from me. Death is approaching rapidly. The tremendous pain that I had not felt for some time, unwillingly made me realize that nothing had changed from back when I was still a weakling. The silver arrow fell out of my hand. My palm still hurt from holding it, but that was the least of my concerns. Extreme nausea. Pain. Listlessness. My soul is tormented by all sorts of agony. I felt my feet being pulled, which created the illusion that I was being dragged down to the very depths of hell, to the realm of the dead. Your soul is steadily descending deeper into darkness. The words I once heard from Horace came to mind. Desperately thinking through the pain should give me at least a bit of relief. I cannot tell top from bottom, left from right. I almost collapsed but managed to cling onto a nearby tree. My heart that was frozen in place, is beating frantically. Heavy breathing. Memories and knowledge that are not mine flow into my mind. I felt so awful, that I bashed my head against the tree over and over. What, in hell in this? I feel nauseated. I am completely at a loss. The only thing I know is that if I lose focus, I will die. The tree breaks down. Blood starts pouring from my head. My knees give away and I fall to the ground, but I crawl on my hands and knees and grab on to another tree. I make use of anything to keep myself from going crazy. I recalled the days I spent sick in bed. I grew weaker as the pain gradually grew stronger. The unbearable pain did not allow me the luxury of sleep, a life in which every single movement led to more torment. I desperately clung on to life, as I was left with the loneliness that no doctor or mage or anybody could cure, and regret at not being to do anything but watch as I gradually wasted away. I am changing. My body, my soul is evolving. It is merging. Stronger, more fiendish, to one that would be more befitting of the title of the King of the Undead. It must be a part of the Lord's plan. I cannot make sense of what exactly he did to me since I lack the knowledge. The memories, the knowledge flowing into my mind, are not mine. I should never accept them. As I was helplessly tormented by the pain, a thought that is not mine flashes through my mind. That's absurd. Why can't I take over? Dark. Alone. I raised my head and my breath felt hot. Standing before me was the Lord. Unlike when he was a wraith earlier, his 2 feet were planted on the ground. I am not sure how, but I understood that it was not his real body nor his soul, but an illusion that my mind had created. It was not of my own volition. I overpower the pain with wrath and thirst to kill. I get to my feet and swing my arms. It was not a swift attack, nor did I have the luxury to extend my claws. However, it easily slashed through the illusion of the Lord. The illusion disappeared. What, a tenacious soul, are you still not willing to admit your defeat? My whole body feels hot, as if it was on fire. My head, brain and heart feel especially hot. I hear a voice from behind. I swiveled around, swinging my arms sideways. It was the illusion of the Lord that I had just dispersed. The illusion disappears. However, it appears anew again. Before I knew it, my field of vision was completely filled with countless illusions of the Lord. From top to bottom, in all directions. There were illusions standing, others with their lower half buried in the ground, and some others flew around freely. Empty pairs of eyes that were as cunning as a snake's were all looking at me. I lose myself to anger as I rush to attack them. Horus Carmen is invading my mind. The consciousness that poured into me was like a muddy stream, and it was so mighty that I felt if I were to drop my guard, I could get pulled down deep beneath. Impossibly. Your will is too strong. How dare you? You're just a soul that wasted away. Is it the noble blood? No. Posse, It's entirely impossible for you to fight me. No matter how many I dispersed them, the illusions showed no signs of disappearing completely. I frantically, with all my might, fought against the soul that was trying to swallow me whole. I shall survive. And get hold of true freedom. The abyss is too deep in this vessel. However. And this is an order. Stop resisting. The Lord's voice echoed through my brain, putting my soul through even more torment. End. Who is that? I claw at my chest. My heart is beating right out of it. It is not my imagination. My heart is beating. I am alive. I have a pulse. I am not a corpse anymore. I have transformed into something even more evil. I am in the process of being reborn into a monster whose existence cannot be forgiven, a being that has transcended even death. Ah, so this is the necromancer's aim, the end goal of the curse. Amidst the mind-numbing pain, I suddenly comprehended the long-cherished wish of the necromancer. The end goal of the necromancer's curse. Their objective, the king of the undead. It is immortality. It is not the same as continuing to exist even as a corpse. They continue to exist, as a living, breathing being. The perfect, undead, and immortal. Death is simply a rite of passage to them. Necromancers are experts capable of creating countless undead. It should be simple for them to become one themselves. However, they never choose that path. I remember what I heard from Senri. First-class necromancers are beings that have transformed their own selves into a special kind of undead. The illusions of the Lord had disappeared before I knew it. Instead, there was a huge mass of darkness before me. Another illusion. Horace Carmen's face popped up amidst the widespread dark haze. Attempting to devour me, to drown me in the depths of darkness. His voice echoes in my head. A voice filled with anger and confidence, this is the end. I shall take over that body of yours. I am superior. You shall live for eternity as the vessel of the king of the undead. So powerful. I do not know how long he has lived for, but even a fragment of the Lord's soul is mighty strong. It had firm, misdirected conviction in the power he had accumulated through the years. These turn of events, his loss to Senri must have been an unexpected outcome to him. He must have been forced to take this measure, so I wonder just what would have happened to me, if things had proceeded the way he had planned. The Lord flew high up into the air. He descended swiftly towards me, hiding from my view, the moon, the sky and even the whole world. My hand moved. I am not sure if it happened because of my animal instincts, or because of my heart that desperately clung on to life. My hand did not move towards the Lord, but my own mouth. It entered my mouth and slid it wide across. Pain was not a concern any longer. The Lord suspended in the dark looked dumbfounded. I smile wide through my slit mouth. I lose consciousness for a moment from the pain. It is I, who will become the king of the undead. I'm sorry but you're going to have to become my food. You are, the first human I shall devour. I jump into the darkness myself. The mouth that was slit open to the maximum bit into his neck. There was no taste. It was simply an illusion and not the real person. However, I heard terrific screams echo through my head, ah. Ah. I see. So this is what real terror sounds like. As I was immersed in strange admiration of it, the voice disappeared, leaving behind a still woods. My arms and legs lost their strength and my body fell to the ground. The pain that had tormented me so badly had disappeared entirely. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. A full moon shone in the night sky. I wonder if dawn will break soon. I accessed the current situation as I lay down on the ground, looking up at the sky, while a cool breeze caressed me. I did not sense any other presence in my mind. The Lord's soul that had tried to take possession of my body, the very thing that was monumental to his existence, was considered a foreign substance and devoured by me instead. I felt refreshed. I could not recall the memories and knowledge that were supposed to have merged into my consciousness. Maybe my instincts deemed them dangerous and repressed them. The Lord's experiences and memories are far richer and overpowering than that of mine. It would not be surprising if any attempt to recall them triggers something that could result in my consciousness being overwritten by his. It would be better if I do not force myself to recall them. Since I had regained my composure a little, I attempted to push myself to my feet but failed in my endeavor. I feel lost for a moment, but once again, I try to get to my feet using all my might, by holding on to a tree nearby. My arms and legs feel limp. I lose sense of my surroundings for a minute. Exhaustion that I had not felt in a long time, seeps into my body. Looks like I still have not dug myself out of the hole. I could sense my body and myself changing. I reckon the evolution process has begun. Maybe I had met the requirements when I absorbed the Lord's soul that had fallen into darkness, or the mechanism etched into me was the reason. I am no longer a ghoul. Neither am I a dark stalker that I was supposed to transition into. Because that results in the body turning dark in color, but my skin looked the same as before. I shall contemplate in detail later. I was completely drained out of my usually surplus energy. This situation is very similar to the pangs of hunger I felt when I first transitioned into a ghoul. I wipe off the blood dripping from my head and take deep breaths. Still too weak. Would I even be able to defeat the monsters in these woods in this state? Well, would I even be alive long enough to come across them in the first place? Well, I have no other choice. I devoured the Lord, my master. I made use of every possible weapon at my disposal to accomplish that. I have sacrificed a lot of things to get here. At present, I need to look for food and someplace to avoid the sunlight before dawn breaks. My weaknesses should have multiplied after transitioning from a ghoul. No matter what I have transformed into, I imagine being exposed to sunlight would be fatal. I had not realized it as I was in too much pain, but it would seem the battle with the Lord went on for a few hours. So there is not much longer before the sun rises. What an inconvenient body. However, that is also precisely why I feel alive. It is not a bad feeling. One step at a time, I moved my helpless body forward, feeling the hard ground beneath my feet. I proceeded carefully. And I recalled that I had dropped my machete. I should recover it. Given my now weakened state, the machete would make it a lot easier to hunt for food. I stopped intending to turn around. At that moment, I noticed something silver flash across. Ah! The sound of wind. A little later, I felt a tearing pain shoot up from my left leg and collapse to the ground. I bite down my teeth to stifle the pain and look down at my leg. There on my left knee was an arrow that was fine until a moment ago. It was silver in color. It had cleanly pierced through the flesh and bone. White smoke arose from the spot. I try to remove the arrow, but the fatigue makes my arms tremble, rendering me immobile. As I sat there thoroughly perplexed, I heard a familiar hoarse voice. Ah, great. So we did miss you, you monster. Shit, such a waste of time. Well, calm down. You are the one who deceived our princess, am I right? A lesser vampire, huh? So one of Horus' henchmen had escaped. Although I heard it was a ghoul. Senri still has a long way to go before she makes it to first class. Why? I asked, forcing myself to speak. The male knight I had come across in town the other day was standing a few feet in front of me. The same one who had suspected me of being an undead. He looked at me like I was trash as I lay pathetically on the ground. Why? Did you just ask me why? There's only one reason: we, the Death Knights, would make our move. To eliminate monsters. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 24, The Apparition Part 2. My body, my consciousness, is being polluted by darkness. The body that is supposed to be impervious to pain, felt like it was being torn apart from the inside, like something was devouring me from within, and I felt tremendous pain all throughout my body. My screams resounded through the dark woods. And I came to a late realization that they were coming from me. Death is approaching rapidly. The tremendous pain that I had not felt for some time, unwillingly made me realize that nothing had changed from back when I was still a weakling. The silver arrow fell out of my hand. My palm still hurt from holding it, but that was the least of my concerns. Extreme nausea. Pain. Listlessness. My soul is tormented by all sorts of agony. I felt my feet being pulled, which created the illusion that I was being dragged down to the very depths of hell, to the realm of the dead. Your soul is steadily descending deeper into darkness. The words I once heard from Horus came to mind. Desperately thinking through the pain should give me at least a bit of relief. I cannot tell top from bottom, left from right. I almost collapse but manage to cling onto a nearby tree. My heart that was frozen in place, is beating frantically. Heavy breathing. Memories and knowledge that are not mine flow into my mind. I felt so awful, that I bashed my head against the tree over and over. What, in hell in this? I feel nauseated. I am completely at a loss. The only thing I know is that if I lose focus, I will die. The tree breaks down. Blood starts pouring from my head. My knees give away and I fall to the ground, but I crawl on my hands and knees and grab on to another tree. I make use of anything to keep myself from going crazy. I recalled the days I spent sick in bed. I grew weaker as the pain gradually grew stronger. The unbearable pain did not allow me the luxury of sleep, a life in which every single movement led to more torment. I desperately clung on to life, as I was left with the loneliness that no doctor or mage or anybody could cure and regret at not being to do anything but watch as I gradually wasted away. I am changing. My body, my soul is evolving. It is merging. Stronger, more fiendish, to one that would be more befitting of the title of the King of the Undead. It must be a part of the Lord's plan. I cannot make sense of what exactly he did to me since I lack the knowledge. The memories, the knowledge flowing into my mind, are not mine. I should never accept them. As I was helplessly tormented by the pain, a thought that is not mine flashes through my mind. That's absurd. Why can't I take over? Dark. Alone. I raised my head and my breath felt hot. Standing before me, was the Lord. Unlike when he was a wraith earlier, his 2 feet were planted on the ground. I am not sure how, but I understood that it was not his real body nor his soul but an illusion that my mind had created. It was not of my own volition. I overpower the pain with wrath and thirst to kill. I get to my feet and swing my arms. It was not a swift attack nor did I have the luxury to extend my claws. However, it easily slashed through the illusion of the Lord. The illusion disappeared. What, a tenacious soul, are you still not willing to admit your defeat? My whole body feels hot, as if it was on fire. My head, brain and heart feel especially hot. I hear a voice from behind. I swiveled around, swinging my arms sideways. It was the illusion of the Lord that I had just dispersed. The illusion disappears. However, it appears anew again. Before I knew it, my field of vision was completely filled with countless illusions of the Lord. From top to bottom, in all directions. There were illusions standing, others with their lower half buried in the ground and some others flew around freely. Empty pairs of eyes that were as cunning as a snake's were all looking at me. I lose myself to anger as I rush to attack them. Horus Carmen is invading my mind. The consciousness that poured into me was like a muddy stream, and it was so mighty that I felt if I were to drop my guard, I could get pulled down deep beneath. I'm possibly. Your will is too strong. How dare you? You're just a soul that wasted away. Is it the noble blood? No. Possibly. It's entirely impossible for you to fight me. No matter how many I dispersed them, the illusions showed no signs of disappearing completely. I frantically, with all my might fought against the soul that was trying to swallow me whole. I shall survive. And get hold of true freedom. The abyss is too deep, in this vessel. However. And, this is an order. Stop resisting. The Lord's voice echoed through my brain, putting my soul through even more torment. End. Who is that? I claw at my chest. My heart is beating right out of it. It is not my imagination. My heart is beating. I am alive. I have a pulse. I am not a corpse anymore. I have transformed into something even more evil. I am in the process of being reborn into a monster whose existence cannot be forgiven, a being that has transcended even death. Ah, so this is the necromancer's aim, the end goal of the curse. Amidst the mind-numbing pain, I suddenly comprehended the long-cherished wish of the necromancer. The end goal of the necromancer's curse. Their objective, the king of the undead. It is immortality. It is not the same as continuing to exist even as a corpse. They continue to exist, as a living, breathing being. The perfect, undead, and immortal. Death is simply a rite of passage to them. Necromancers are experts capable of creating countless undead. It should be simple for them to become one themselves. However, they never choose that path. I remember what I heard from Senri. First-class necromancers are beings that have transformed their own selves into a special kind of undead. The illusions of the Lord had disappeared before I knew it. Instead, there was a huge mass of darkness before me. Another illusion. Horace Carmen's face popped up amidst the widespread dark haze. Attempting to devour me, to drown me in the depths of darkness. His voice echoes in my head. A voice filled with anger and confidence, this is the end. I shall take over that body of yours. I am superior. You shall live for eternity as the vessel of the king of the undead. So powerful. I do not know how long he has lived for, but even a fragment of the Lord's soul is mighty strong. It had firm, misdirected conviction in the power he had accumulated through the years. These turn of events, his loss to Senri must have been an unexpected outcome to him. He must have been forced to take this measure, so I wonder just what would have happened to me, if things had proceeded the way he had planned. The Lord flew high up into the air. He descended swiftly towards me, hiding from my view, the moon, the sky and even the whole world. My hand moved. I am not sure if it happened because of my animal instincts, or because of my heart that desperately clung on to life. My hand did not move towards the Lord, but my own mouth. It entered my mouth and slid it wide across. Pain was not a concern any longer. The Lord suspended in the dark looked dumbfounded. I smile wide through my slit mouth. I lose consciousness for a moment from the pain. It is I, who will become the king of the undead. I'm sorry but you're going to have to become my food. You are, the first human I shall devour. I jump into the darkness myself. The mouth that was slit open to the maximum bit into his neck. There was no taste. It was simply an illusion and not the real person. However, I heard terrific screams echo through my head, ah! Ah! I see. So this is what real terror sounds like. As I was immersed in strange admiration of it, the voice disappeared. Leaving behind a still woods. My arms and legs lost their strength and my body fell to the ground. The pain that had tormented me so badly had disappeared entirely. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. A full moon shone in the night sky. I wonder if dawn will break soon. I accessed the current situation as I lay down on the ground, looking up at the sky, while a cool breeze caressed me. I did not sense any other presence in my mind. The Lord's soul that had tried to take possession of my body, the very thing that was monumental to his existence, was considered a foreign substance and devoured by me instead. I felt refreshed. I could not recall the memories and knowledge that were supposed to have merged into my consciousness. Maybe my instincts deemed them dangerous and repressed them. The Lord's experiences and memories are far richer and overpowering than that of mine. It would not be surprising if any attempt to recall them triggers something that could result in my consciousness being overwritten by his. It would be better if I do not force myself to recall them. Since I had regained my composure a little, I attempted to push myself to my feet but failed in my endeavor. I feel lost for a moment, but once again, I try to get to my feet using all my might, by holding on to a tree nearby. My arms and legs feel limp. I lose sense of my surroundings for a minute. Exhaustion that I had not felt in a long time, seeps into my body. Looks like I still have not dug myself out of the hole. I could sense my body and myself changing. I reckon the evolution process has begun. Maybe I had met the requirements when I absorbed the Lord's soul that had fallen into darkness, or the mechanism etched into me was the reason. I am no longer a ghoul. Neither am I a dark stalker that I was supposed to transition into. Because that results in the body turning dark in color, but my skin looked the same as before. I shall contemplate in detail later. I was completely drained out of my usually surplus energy. This situation is very similar to the pangs of hunger I felt when I first transitioned into a ghoul. I wipe off the blood dripping from my head and take deep breaths. Still too weak. Would I even be able to defeat the monsters in these woods in this state? Well, would I even be alive long enough to come across them in the first place? Well, I have no other choice. I devoured the Lord, my master. I made use of every possible weapon at my disposal to accomplish that. I have sacrificed a lot of things to get here. At present, I need to look for food and someplace to avoid the sunlight before dawn breaks. My weaknesses should have multiplied after transitioning from a ghoul. No matter what I have transformed into, I imagine being exposed to sunlight would be fatal. I had not realized it as I was in too much pain, but it would seem the battle with the Lord went on for a few hours. So there is not much longer before the sun rises. What an inconvenient body. However, that is also precisely why I feel alive. It is not a bad feeling. One step at a time, I moved my helpless body forward, feeling the hard ground beneath my feet. I proceeded carefully. And I recalled that I had dropped my machete. I should recover it. Given my now weakened state, the machete would make it a lot easier to hunt for food. I stopped intending to turn around. At that moment, I noticed something silver flash across. Ah! The sound of wind. A little later, I felt a tearing pain shoot up from my left leg and collapse to the ground. I bite down my teeth to stifle the pain and look down at my leg. There on my left knee was an arrow that was fine until a moment ago. It was silver in color. It had cleanly pierced through the flesh and bone. White smoke arose from the spot. I try to remove the arrow, but the fatigue makes my arms tremble, rendering me immobile. As I sat there thoroughly perplexed, I heard a familiar hoarse voice. Ah, great. So we did miss you, you monster. Shit, such a waste of time. Well, calm down. You are the one who deceived our princess, am I right? A lesser vampire, huh? So one of Horus' henchmen had escaped. Although I heard it was a ghoul. Senri still has a long way to go before she makes it to first class. Why? I asked, forcing myself to speak. The male knight I had come across in town the other day was standing a few feet in front of me. The same one who had suspected me of being an undead. He looked at me like I was trash as I lay pathetically on the ground. Why? Did you just ask me why? There's only one reason: we, the Death Knights, would make our move. To eliminate monsters. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 25, The Merciless Grim Reaper. No. 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 This cannot be happening. I cannot get my body to move. The holy power from the silver arrow was eating away at my left leg. Even if I managed to get to my feet, I would not be able to run. In the dark, enveloped by holy power, the Death Knights quietly closed in on me. There were 4 of them. And they were all third-class knights. The Lord had said that they would pose no threat to a vampire. And including Senri, the Lord had held out against 5 of them for a few hours. That alone should be enough to prove how much of a monster he was. My heart that had finally started to beat, was ringing like the bells. I heard a voice glide towards me. Geez. I was really surprised. When that stubborn Senri left for the woods after insisting that she retrieve the corpse, only to return empty-handed. Senri is really strong, but at the same time a little too naive. She may seem cool-headed at a glance, but she's honest and wears her heart upon her sleeve. Hence she commits mistakes of this sort at times. And we take care of that. I let out a soft scream and quietly dragged myself, intending to put some distance. I need to buy time. I need to act like a weakling. There are no chances of winning. But I shall not give up. The entirely hopeless situation clears my head a little. I was almost there. If only I could replenish my power, dash. I opened my eyes wide, made my body tremble a little as I looked up at them. Up close, the third-class knights looked very much like grim reapers. Senri was nowhere to be found. Genuine third-class knights who were not as strong as Senri but without her faults. They were more than enough to kill me. Truly overwhelming and thorough. There is not much I can do, as I cannot tell for sure if I would be able to defeat one of them even if I were in perfect condition. Another silver arrow pierced my right leg. I did see it coming, but given my present state, where I can barely move my body, there was no way I could evade it. Well, one good leg would not really help get myself out of this predicament. It is all right. I do not need my legs. I need to get them to lower their guard. It felt like my legs were on fire that I screamed out loud. The kind of scream that would evoke sympathy in someone. However, the blonde female knight who had pierced me with arrows, unlike Senri, had terrifying cold eyes that looked in the least shaken. Every single thing has been completely unexpected. I wonder if I am perhaps cursed. Senri's appearance was unexpected. It was completely unexpected that the lord who was supposed to have fallen, made a reappearance and tried to take over my body. And finally, the Death Knights reaching here when it is still dark is, rather than unexpected, exceptionally fast of them. I had expected that they would find out about my lies to Senri. However, I had anticipated them to make their move at daybreak at the earliest. The night is the hour of the undead. That is the reason the Death Knights chose to attack the Lord during the day. So I was convinced that they would choose to come during the day this time as well. I was too naive. I should not have wasted time, collapsed on the ground. I should have crawled or even disposed of all my belongings to get out of this place. The four of them were still exhausted. Their clothes in tatters, the holy power enveloping them was not at its best either. Although not as powerful as Senri, they had more than enough power to put an end to me. Resistance is futile. The moment I try to attack them, they are certain to completely destroy me. The body that had finally become mine and the freedom that I had finally attained, are all meaningless. Think. You need to think. Think about your best course of action. The Death Knights spread out and surrounded me, as I lay face down on the ground. They were all alert. However, they did not view me as a powerful opponent. If they had, they would not have allowed me the time to grovel this way but instead killed me with an onslaught of attacks. I cannot give them more reason to attack. I will drag things out even a second longer. Even if it is futile to do so, it is the best possible option for me. The wound in my leg is slowly spreading out. I would have been better off staying a ghoul. The body that was strengthened by evolution is working against me now instead. I put on an obsequious expression and looked up at the male Death Knight who had me cornered. He was the one who had held suspicions that I was an undead, when we had met at Engi before. Senri had called him Neville, if I recall correctly. I desperately appealed to him. Ha, ha, I have retained my memories from my previous life. Ah, looks like it. I heard from Senri. Does sound unbelievable, but I heard you were making a grave. It would be one thing if you had robbed a grave, but I've never heard of a monster that makes a grave. I have never attacked humans either. And I don't plan to. Ha, so what? No weaknesses. The man in front of me is a perfect death knight. Cool-headed and the strongest, the very image of death knights I had in mind. He did not in the least waver. Instead I felt bloodlust directed at me. He is angry. I have no idea what I did, but I have provoked him somehow. As far as they are concerned, a monster that does not attack humans is still a monster. And that makes sense as protectors of this world. Senri, let me. How dare you, monster, say her name? He looked absolutely livid. He glared at me, lips quivering. The hand that gripped the mace had turned pale. The man near me, who had me cornered with the sword, the woman with the bow, and another man with a staff, everyone looked at me with anger. The atmosphere looked very likely to blow up at the slightest impetus. Did she sell me out? We wouldn't have to go through this if she could do that. She was protecting you till the very end. But our master isn't naive. Thank goodness. Those words gave me some relief. I had believed in her merciful nature. It is true that I had exploited it, but still, I had believed in her. Even if that belief may not have helped any, it would certainly feel awful to be betrayed by someone you trusted. I cannot think of anything that would get me out of this pinch. I have no weapons either. Neville's face that had closed in on mine, softened for a moment. And his empty left hand was outstretched, as if he was trying to help me up. I sympathize with your circumstances. To suddenly one day wake up a monster must have been too much of a nightmare. Am I right? The hand that he held out was clad in holy power. It looked so powerful that the moment I touched it, I could get purified in an instant. He had done it on purpose. Looking at me hesitating to take the hand, Neville sneered fiercely, and forcibly grabbed my left hand, hoisting me up. However, you bastard took advantage of Senri's weakness to deceive her. This is going to leave a scar in her heart forever. I'm not a big fan of that spoiled first-class knight, but even so, I am her senior. White smoke arose from my left hand. The intense pain made my body convulse and the spasms shook me hard. My backbone started creaking audibly. A monstrous shriek that I would never have considered mine, filled the woods. Holy power can be used as a protective shield as well. And that can deal direct damage to the undead. My free right arm trembled. Neville was very close, close enough that I could reach him if I were to extend my arm, but my arm would not move. Almost as if my strength was leaving my body from where I was held. Well, to be more precise, there was nothing leaving my body. But it was getting filled. The abyss that is my life essence, which would be abnormal in living things, was being filled with positive energy, and in conformance with the rules of the world, it was heading toward zero. This will leave a deep scar in her. She might be used to tragedies, but that doesn't mean she's fine with them. Senri will be reminded of you at every turn hereafter. And that might become a big chink in her armor someday. To hurt someone greatly protected by holy power, you are one terrible monster. Just, let me, live. I don't wish for anything else. That is what I truly felt. I only just wish to survive. I do not intend to bother any humans. I do not hold a grudge against them either. Nevertheless, everyone wants to kill me. My vision was growing dimmer. I looked up at Neville with a desperate look on my face, to which he declared. Who would let a monster live? You may seem harmless now, but you will kill humans someday. Besides, we are here on our master's orders. Tell me something. How did you know that Senri wasn't here? Asked the female knight as I lay on the brink of death. With a silver arrow pointed at me, she inquired the reason to kill me, almost as if to torment me. Do you know how our master replied to Senri's plea? He smiled and said, "All right, we'll let him go. Because Senri is too stubborn and we would never make any progress in an argument with her." But, Senri could tell that it was a lie. At the very least, she was worried it wouldn't be true. You see, our master is standing guard at the inn so that she doesn't try to leave. Not that it matters. Our master sent us to find you. And kill you for sure. Well, although we never thought we'd be sent over even before daybreak, but, oh well, this will be a good experience for Senri. She needs to go through ordeals of this sort to become a first-class knight. The woman with the bow, the man with the sword, both of them were my enemies with not a bit of weakness to exploit. And I am sure the same goes for the inconspicuous man in the back with the staff. Just what do they consider my life to be? How to make it out here alive? Senri will come to save me? That is out of the question. Even if she were to arrive, it would be after I had been killed. And if she were to make an appearance right now, Neville would kill me before she gets in the way. He showed that kind of resolve, the resolve that he would not mind even if Senri hated him for it. I did not feel any hunger but my throat felt awfully dry. A while ago, the man with the sword referred to me as a lesser vampire. If that is true, then what I need right now is blood. Far, simply too far. Even if I stretched my neck, I still would not be able to reach Neville, who was the closest to me. And I am not sure my fangs would be able to pierce through his skin, since he is clad in holy power. The swordsman carefully approached me and stripped me of my sunshade cloak. Upon finding the shadow amulet I had underneath, he snapped off the chain and clicked his tongue. So, this is the reason we weren't able to sense any negative energy from you. Horace Carmen's precious item, huh, damn it. If not for this, we wouldn't have let you pass by when we met in town. If not for that, the Lord would not have allowed me to go into town in the first place. I had already lost my bag somewhere during the struggle with the Lord. After examining the things I had on me, Neville roughly flung me to the ground. Would they perhaps allow me to live? The impossible hope that had sprouted in me for a moment was crushed to bits by the Death Knight's words. Now, all that's left is one thing. And that is to kill you. Whispered Neville to me, as I lay pitifully curled up on the ground, cradling my hurting self. The mace was aimed at me. A pair of silver eyes looked down upon me. Neville got close to my face and uttered. Apologize. I'll give you a peaceful death. So, this is a Death Knight. A Grim Reaper. They felt more real and severe than the ones that appeared in stories. They are my enemy. They are an enemy to anyone who is an enemy of mankind. And I am an enemy of mankind. I am sure they have families of their own. And people they hold dear to their heart. And no doubt those people would view them as kind and reliable. Even so, I do not wish to die. I don't want to die, that's all. I just don't wish to die. I wailed into the darkness. Even if such an act were to bring about a fresh new round of torture, it was a cry from my soul. Neville and the others did not look furious. They just simply looked at me, curled up like a caterpillar, as if I was something beyond hope. TCH. Are you insane? Too pitiful. Hard to think you're that Horace Carmen's underling when you're not trying to defend yourself even when it's come to this. Can't really fault Senri for finding you pitiful and letting you go. She has a soft spot for weaklings. Neville. Be sure to finish him off. Those were the master's orders. Goes without saying. I'm not like her. I am going to die. Get killed. There is no one to help me. So I was killed by a strange disease in my previous life, and when I thought I had finally gained a strong body, I am going to be killed by the Death Knights. Surrounded, unable to defend myself, stamped on by overwhelming power. Tears rolled down my eyes. Tears of blood. My vision blurring, I looked up at my enemies desperately. My body would not move. And the pain had robbed me of reason. A weakness. There has to be one. Probe to find one even if you are not sure of its existence. Never stop struggling till the very end. If you die, come back as a ghost. What's with those eyes? What's with that look in your eyes even in this situation? Fuck. Neville kicked me hard. With every kick, positive energy along with the impact poured into my body. I was not screaming anymore. I could feel the positive energy pushing my existence towards zero. Even in these circumstances, Neville's kicks were not aimless. He seemed used to them. I lay like a corpse, bones broken, muscles crushed. Neville lifted me up by the hair and forcefully raised my head. A very cruel pair of eyes peered into mine. Fine. As one last act of mercy, I shall allow you a moment to repent. Neville. You don't mean. To be purified by the Death Knights is salvation. I shall tell you all about it. What did you say your name was? Well, never mind. Do you know what the most painful death to an undead is? My body had no more strength left to even tremble. All I heard was Neville's ill-boding voice in my head. Suddenly, I felt a dull shock to my left shoulder. Before I realized it, Neville had thrust into the ground the sword he had held, reached out and raised something into the air. It was my left arm. He gripped it tightly and it was purged in an instant. My left arm turned to dust and disappeared. Fine. I will let you have that arm. The left arm that I could not even move that well anymore. Sunlight. Weaken the undead to the point that their regenerative powers won't help and slowly fill up their abyss with positive energy from the sunlight. It has them suffer continuously from unbearable pain. No matter how evil an undead, it would soon start grumbling. We call it the punishment under the sun. Due to its inhuman nature, we only ever use it to set an example though. Sunlight. Even with tolerance of sunlight as a ghoul, being exposed to sunlight for too long still felt like pinpricks on the skin. I wonder how much more damaging it would be to me now. With a fleeting consciousness, I croaked. Ah, how dreadful. I shall give you time to repent. To regret. Consider it punishment for deceiving Senri and for wanting to live even after death. It was anger. He felt angry towards me and he was trying to vent his anger on me. He was trying to punish me more than necessary. No matter what he uttered, the act felt emotional and more like a personal grudge. And it was the first thing I saw in Neville that I felt was unbecoming of a Death Knight. But, that is all right. That is just fine. I breathed faintly through my mouth. I would gladly welcome a slow death. I can bear with any amount of pain and disgrace. If I can live even a moment longer, if I can acquire a chance to make a getaway, the pain is nothing. Neville squinted at me, who lay defenseless, as I was desperately holding on to my sanity. Don't tell me, you still think you can survive? Dream on. I shall give you some time but you will not be left alone. Neville picked up my dismembered left hand and easily reduced it to dust as I looked on in a daze. The only thing we'll leave behind, is your head. That should be enough to repent, right? Oh, right. We'll leave your head, near the grave that you supposedly made. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. My body would not move. Well, naturally, as I had nothing below my head now. The Death Knights, particularly Neville, mercilessly took me apart. Deliberately without using the silver sword, he ripped off my arms, my legs and mangled up my body and purified it all except for my head. I have no idea why I am still alive. I have no power. I cannot regenerate either. Intense pain and numbing coldness that I felt at the back of my head, indicated that I was heading towards death. The woods at night are certainly peaceful. The Death Knights were long gone. Maybe this solitude is also part of the punishment. All I could see from where was placed on Rue's grave, were the ruins of the Lord's mansion. There is nothing that can be done. I cannot fight nor run away. All I was left with was pain and despair. Very much the same as it was at the end of my previous life. Ah, what a dreadful thought. As I was desperately trying to stay conscious, I suddenly heard a wispy voice. How pitiful. End. Sullivan, this chapter is a long, so I'm splitting them. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 26, Thirst for Life. So, you're still here. It was the Lord's voice. He was simply too tenacious that I would have laughed out loud if I could. Horace Carmen's illusion stood before me and scowled. Don't tell me, you came back, for my body. Sorry, but all that's left of it, is my head. Fool. I have no power to do that. Because you swallowed me. I'm no more than a remnant of my remnant now. Does a remnant of that remnant exist, then? And, you will die. Had you surrendered your body to me, this wouldn't have happened. However, that would have been the same as death. No different from now. Maybe he was speaking the truth about not having enough power, for he did not seem like he was trying to pull something. It would have been great if he could have helped me, but an illusion is not really all that useful. I suppose he would serve as a conversation partner. Even if he and his voice were no more than an illusion, it would still be all right. Why am I still alive? I don't even have a heart. A vampire's heart is its weakness if I recall correctly. Considering I am missing a heart, it is rather unnatural that I am still alive. Of course I feel really grateful for it. The Lord frowned and looked at me as if I was some unruly student. The reason vampires die after being stabbed with a stake to their heart is because of the curse. If they aren't stabbed, they don't die immediately. Ha, what's with that? What a weird creature. It lives against the rules of nature. It is simply too absurd that it can exist even after losing the better part of its body. If that is true, then it would mean that removing the heart would be akin to getting rid of their weakness. The Lord snorted at my response. However, there's no doubt that the heart is a vampire's source of power. If the heart is lost, so is most of their power. And the same goes for a lesser vampire like you. I never had any power, to begin with. I never attained any power. Even after I was reborn, I was still overwhelmingly weak. Amongst the people I came in contact with, the only ones who were weaker than me were Rue and the civilian Huck. But then again, I was much weaker than either of them when I was sick. The Lord paid no heed to my comment and simply continued his soliloquy. A lesser vampire is a stepping stone to becoming a vampire. The pupa, so to speak. You would possess almost none of the vampiric abilities or their weaknesses. So you wouldn't turn to dust as soon as you're exposed to sunlight. Glad to hear that. That only means you'll be tormented for a longer time. You're running low on power, you can't regenerate. You will have your soul devoured by the sun and experience a slow death. Your abyss is deep, probably a whole lot deeper than they think, but it is impossible for you to survive too long. There's only about an hour to dawn. Is there a way out of this? There is not much I can do. My mouth is the only thing I can move, and it is quite possible that I would not be able to move even that very soon. The Lord did not scowl even a little to a question from someone who had devoured him. He answered right away. None. There's nothing you can do as a lesser vampire that's slowly losing its power. I see, so this is the end. The illusion disappears. His words come crashing down on me. Then, this is going to be a battle of endurance with the sun. I shall fight the pain. Keep my head straight. I shall fight death. I shall only be doing what I had already done in my previous life. And with that, my final battle began, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The dark sky grew brighter and dim light shone upon me. At first, it felt like a sunburn. The pain started at the apex of my head and spread out and invaded my whole face, and changed into what felt like heat from fire. I thought I would be able to handle it when I received the punishment. I imagined that it would be much better than death. However, I soon realized I could not have been more wrong. Positive energy was slowly eating away at my body and my mind. With only my head left, I cannot even writhe in agony. I felt like I had been exposed to direct sunlight for several hours. The pain was slowly, bit by bit, killing me. It was trying to return me to a corpse. I opened my eyes wide and desperately fight the pain. My temper gradually got worse with every tick of the clock. I was assaulted with despair and intense dread that I did not feel even during my encounter with the Death Knights. My instincts were sounding alarms in my head at the invasion of its great enemy, the sun. Thus was my condition when the sun had not even fully risen yet. Well, it is rather strange that I am still alive. My abyss is being filled. It is going to return to zero. Into nothingness. Light and darkness are waging a war inside me. I shall bear with the pain as best as I can. The sunlight shining down on the grave slowly grew stronger. Suddenly a question popped into my head. The Lord mentioned that there was but an hour to dawn. But an hour has long since passed. Then how much longer will I live? How much longer will I be able to endure? How much longer will I be forced to bear with it? And, is there any meaning to this struggle? I finally understood why Neville, the Death Knights, had called this the most awful way for an undead to die. I had to remain highly alert at all times. This is torture. Constant pain and punishment under the sun that will continue for God knows how long. I can almost hear the sound of death's footsteps. The farther an undead is away from death, the more unbearable is this form of punishment. Owing to the fact that there is no real enemy in front of you, makes it hard to throw away the very last bit of hope. My mind will die before my body does. My throat felt terribly dry. The pain that felt like I was being burnt alive made tears run down my face. I took some frantic breaths and fought to remain conscious. It would really be the end the moment I accept death. I am well aware of that as someone who suffered through an illness for several years. In my previous life, seeing me in a weakened state, enduring the torturous pain, all the while clinging on to life, the doctors had called me a miracle. The pity they felt for me at first changed to amazement later. The doctors, my family and the mages, all believed that I would not last long. However, I survived. Well, although I did die eventually, I never gave up on life till the very end. I reprimand my faltering heart and raise my spirits. I shall not give up this time either. I have already died once. Died and revived miraculously with my memories intact. Like hell I will lose hope because something like this, to this pain or despair. I looked up with just my eyes, and fixed a death glare at the hateful sun. I am an undead. A vessel worthy of becoming the king of the undead, that Horace Carmen had set his sights on. This is not enough to kill me. I shall not scream. I can distract myself from the pain if I scream, but it will exhaust me. It was a trick that I had discovered during my previous life. I shall stay quiet, keep my mind alert, and fight against the pain that wishes to lower the curtain of darkness over my consciousness. There is no chance of victory. Nor do I have a plan. What I wish for, is a second miracle. I wonder how much time has passed. The sun rose higher in the sky and with it grew stronger the sunlight shining down on me. I seared the image into my eyes. Blinding. Painful. Dreadful. And, beautiful. It is impossible. I cannot win. The morning, the sun I had once loved, is trying to expel me from this world. I will perish. My soul will vanish. It hurts. I wonder what has become of my face that has been exposed to sunlight. The sunlight is so strong that I cannot see anymore. Only, everything felt hot like I was surrounded by hellfire. I do not wish to die. I screamed in my mind. I feel my consciousness slipping when my head is suddenly lifted up. At first, I imagined my soul was ascending into heaven. But I soon realized that I had been wrong. They say that a soul defiled by a necromancer will never go to heaven. The sunlight grew dimmer and the first thing that entered my line of sight was silver hair. And a familiar pair of deep purple eyes that looked surprised. My mouth opened. All I could utter were broken syllables. Say, n, re, dash. Can't, here, ah. My tongue was burned. I was lucky that my eyes were still functioning. I am at my limit. I cannot hold on anymore. Almost all of my abyss has been filled. I cannot bear even the dimmest ray of sunlight anymore. Amidst the vague sense of awareness, I pulled on the string connecting me to life. What do I do? What would help me? What do I need to do, to move this girl who possesses a weakness unbecoming of a Death Knight? I have no strength left in me. There are very few options left. There is no time to even talk. And thus, at that moment, I hurled my carefully chosen final word. The NK-U. The hands that carefully held my head trembled for a second. I instinctively realized that I had succeeded in my endeavor and felt relieved. Senri was clever but had a fragile heart. Stubborn, does her best in everything, wields immense power, and as Neville mentioned, she is the kind of person who would take to heart the passing of a random undead. They, Neville, should have killed me. Without letting anger cloud his judgment and punishing me, or giving me time to repent, he should have made sure to put an end to me. So, they are going to lose. Someone truly dear to them. I only felt her waver for a second. I sensed my head move again, and felt cool, silky hair caress my cheek. I could not see anymore. I could see nothing in front of me. Yet, the sensation of something smooth and soft touching my lips was not an illusion. The sweet smell that emanated from her blew away my pain and despair. My tongue that could not move before, moved on its own and took a taste. A wonderfully pleasant feeling shot through me, jolting me awake. The drained reserves of my energy were filled a tiny bit. My vision was restored. Thank you for the meal. I properly whispered my gratitude in her ear and sunk my fangs into her trembling nape. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 27, Singularity. Humph, is Senri yet to return? Yeah. For God's sake, what's even keeping her? That is just a monster. Neville looked at the clock, vexed. The clock showed that it was already time for the sun to set. Senri had left her room a little after dawn. The Death Knights had returned after having calculated the time it would take for the solar penalty to succeed. Upon seeing them, Senri had immediately surmised what had transpired and rushed off before she could even be stopped. Lufri frowned remembering how Senri looked ready to break into tears. The main objective of the Death Knights this time was the subjugation of the second-class necromancer, Horus Carmen, and that had already been accomplished. Which also meant the promotion of Senri Silvis to first class, but the present atmosphere did not really put them in a mood for celebration. Senri had the quality of naivety. It could be seen as kindness in an ordinary man, but it was something unnecessary to a Death Knight. The Death Knights who battle against the forces of darkness employ any and all measures to succeed in their missions. All of which may not always be righteous. They may need to resort to torture or even grant gruesome deaths to serve as a warning. They may need to kill humans who have chosen the side of darkness or even disregard the lives of hostages. There are also people who became knights solely due to the resentment they held towards dark beings. And all of that is accepted by society. Due to the existence of beings that a normal human is powerless against, beings that are said to get stronger by absorbing death energy, ones that possess abilities far surpassing the living, the undead, are the greatest enemy of mankind. This time, Ape had uttered a falsehood to Senri. After declaring that the harmless undead, Senri was supposed to have met would be allowed to exist, he had sent the other Death Knights to hunt it down. Nevertheless, Ape did not regret his actions whatsoever. He did feel bad about lying to Senri. And he also realized that it would hurt Senri. However, regret, he did not. since he had only done what was right as a Death Knight. Senri is precious. The power of her blessing only grows stronger with every passing day, and she has already surpassed her seniors in the blink of an eye. The only thing that is left to train is her mind. She is too mentally ill prepared to be a Death Knight. Hence this affair should serve as a big chance. Fortunately, she is smart. I am sure she will see reason if we talk things out. She only needs a bit of time to settle her emotions for now. Because there can never be an undead that is harmless. It is in their instincts to attack humans. They envy life. A ghoul feasts on human corpses, and a dark stalker preys on humans in the dark. A vampire feeds on the blood of humans. To the undead, humans are nothing more than livestock. The undead are a curse. The abominable necromancers cast a curse on them to make them that way. Hence the Death Knights cleanse their souls and bestow death upon them. But Master, is it even possible for something that died once to be reborn as an undead with its memories intact? I know that vampires are capable of making the people they feed on to become faithful to them, but that undead was certainly not acting on its instincts. It didn't try to attack us. The reason it didn't attack us is probably because Thelma shot through its leg at the very beginning. It's just a coincidence. Remember all the undead we've come across so far? Words can't get through to those things. Thundered Neville and clicked his tongue. Neville can be a bit of a ruffian, but he has the strongest will amongst them to fight against the undead. The Order needed people like him. Ape narrowed his eyes and without answering the question, replied in a gentle voice. Neville is right. Undead are meant to be extinguished. The existence of undead that holds the memories of its past life. That is a secret passed on only to the first-class knights even in the Order. Death is the final adieu. The reason why people are able to move on from the death of their loved ones, despite being overcome with sorrow, is because death is irreversible. Should the slightest possibility of overturning death were to become known, then the whole world would be thrown into chaos. Maybe even some of the Death Knights might try to revive their fallen comrades by making use of abominable necromancy. No matter how small that possibility is, it cannot be ignored that people tend to have this baseless thought that they are exceptions. That said, you should not have sentenced the undead to solar penalty. But instead granted it a quick and painless death. And Neville, that is your shortcoming. I have always been of the thought that solar penalty should not be used except in war. TCH. I should imagine that the others were less inclined from the look on their faces. They were all scowling at Neville. Solar penalty is no less than torture to the undead. Actions that inflict meaningless torment are in contradiction to the raison d'etre of the Order of Death Knights, which is the cleansing of sullied souls. Despite that, the reason why the Order allowed the method of punishment to be practiced, is because it brings some solace to the knights who hold resentment towards the undead. Strictly speaking, it should not be done. At the end of the day, the Death Knights are also human beings with feelings and emotions. However, Ape had more reason to reprimand Neville, and it was not only because what he had done was inhumane. He narrowed his eyes at Neville, thinking of his brash actions. I remember telling you to make sure to kill the undead. That's why I had all of you go, despite it being the middle of the night. Solar penalty means certain death. There's nothing a lesser vampire with only its head left can do, right, Master? It can't be saved, nor does it have any friends to help. If there was even the slightest indication otherwise, even I wouldn't have sentenced it to solar penalty. I also made sure to check that it couldn't regenerate. It had completely exhausted its power. Even if it hadn't, it would probably only last around 30 minutes. Well, it could feel like hours to the monster though. Master, Neville's right. It is true that his emotions got the better of him and solar penalty was not what we had originally planned, but that undead was so unsettling that Neville was forced to do it. Maybe she had recalled the events, for Thelma shuddered. Typically, the undead are instinctive creatures. And in accordance with those instincts, they attack the living. The sense of self that ghouls begin to sprout also places their naturally strong instincts above all else. However, the undead that possess memories from their past lives are different. It is unclear whether that is due to the peculiarity of the particular specimen or is the result of human memories coexisting with undead instincts. Nevertheless, undead that possess memories of their past lives came to be considered singular. There are not many undead that are reborn with their memories intact, so there have only been a handful of precedents. There are records of battle against such singular undead back in the headquarters. They are beings with the body of a monster and the mind of a human. They need to be culled while still weak. Even if that undead has not attacked any humans at this point in time, its existence can still never be forgiven. Neville. She's had enough time. Go and bring back Senri. We can't waste time in this town forever. Gah. The fact that she hasn't returned yet should mean she's still holding it against us. She can be really stubborn. Would I even be able to persuade her to return with me? I may have been the one to send you on this mission, but you were the one who chose solar penalty as the method of punishment. It is your responsibility to provide a proper explanation for doing so, Neville. It's all right, Senri is a strong girl. She can face any ordeal. She should understand where you're coming from if you have a proper talk with her. Upon Apei's recommendation, Senri will be promoted to first class. Should she become one, she will be permitted to access information about undead with memories. She will come to know of that threat as well. Although I wish she had not met that undead at this juncture in her life, such a wish was pointless anymore. See you later. I'll go get myself punched by the naive princess. Neville got to his feet, sighed and looked thoroughly displeased. And right at that very minute, as though divined, there was a small knock at the door. Everyone's attention turned to the door in unison. The presence behind the door felt strikingly similar to that of Senri's. Neville visibly relaxed a little. He looked around at his peers with an exaggerated eye roll and said, Senri. You sure took your time. How long are you planning to brood over it? The master was starting to worry. Wait, Neville. Apei had felt that something was off, but it was already too late when he tried to stop Neville. Neville unlocked the door and turned the knob. Ah, sorry for the trouble. Thanks. I thought I shouldn't enter uninvited. I wonder if that's because I'm still a vampire even though I'm only a lesser. The door creaked open a little. Neville's face that was relaxed looked momentarily befuddled before it turned taut. The slender silhouette sauntered into the room. The man who exuded the exact same aura as Senri, narrowed his deep crimson eyes and smiled thinly. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 28.1, Epilogue. There is no denying it. This is the best I have ever felt in all my life. It felt euphoric when I first feasted on a monster after having become a ghoul, but that was nothing compared to the moment her blood touched my lips. Well, I am sure that is also because Senri's blood is of the highest quality. I could finally understand why a vampire would risk death, only for a sip of a young maiden's blood. Vampires, as they are called, get stronger through blood. The same goes for the pupa, lesser vampires. Senri's blood permeated through my body and heart and helped regenerate it whole. The very same body that would have certainly perished had she arrived a few moments later. I can see it. The strong positive energy around the Death Knights. However, it did not fill me with hopelessness unlike the last time. I am now, including my past life, the strongest I have ever been. Lesser vampire is simply a stepping stone to becoming a full-fledged vampire and is said to be especially weak among the undead, not that I mind. My body did not look as malnourished as it did in my previous life either. My arms were rather muscled and I even had abs. Needless to say, I felt more powerful than ever. The undead body that was originally not supposed to go through any physical growth, is slowly changing. That is also by the necromancer's design, proof that the curse is progressing. All the Death Knights were gathered in the room. The man with the mace who condemned me to torture, Neville, stepped back looking aghast. He must have been under the impression that he was welcoming Senri. Why you are? How? They should have been utterly taken by surprise. However, their reactions were entirely abnormal. The blonde female knight, Velma, picked up her bow that had been leaning against the wall, and sent an arrow flying towards me in a flash. At the same time, Neville brandished his mace. I was calm nevertheless. Had I not been certain of my survival, a coward like me would never dare to enter the enemy's stronghold. The mace was closing in on me at high speed and the arrow was after my head. I could see their trajectory clearly after gaining the superhuman ability of kinetic vision upon becoming a lesser vampire. Certainly, the physical abilities of third-class knights are way better than an average soldier and their skills more refined, nevertheless, they are still only human. They possess physical abilities that far surpass a normal human by making use of positive energy, but they are still no match to me now, a genuine monster. I stepped to the front, and caught the mace before it crash-landed on me with my left hand and grabbed the arrow that was headed towards the center of my forehead with my right hand. Pain shot through my arm. Still, it did not feel as painful as the solar penalty. Vampires do not just feed on blood to replenish their energy. I fling the arrow to the floor. Grab onto the mace and snatch it off Neville's hands. The hands that were burning just a moment ago had already healed and the smoke had disappeared. I am, mostly made of Senri's blood from the neck down. Thanks to you purging all of my body except my head. The Death Knights were dumbfounded. Only the man as bright as the sun, Senri's master, Epei the Destroyer, looked unperturbed. He's strong. It was not my first time seeing him, but I have to admit, he is overwhelmingly strong. Epei's power far surpassed even Senri's, who is supposed to be a genius abundantly blessed by God. I have heard of Epei the Destroyer even in my previous life. He is one of the more popular first-class knights. There was even a famous play about how he conquered the castle of the Vampire King in no time and destroyed an army of several thousand undead with a single wave of his sword. Literally, a living hero. I was really surprised when I discovered that this man in front of me was that Epei the Destroyer who I was a die-hard fan of. But it made more sense now why I felt like Icarus flying too close to the sun. Epei the Destroyer sat with his brows knit and looked calm. So, what brings you here? Lesser vampire. And, did you say your name was? Revenge? Just because you got your body back, you thought you could take on a group of Death Knights? You're taking us too lightly. Obviously, that was not my intention in the least. Simply standing in front of this man was enough to set my heart thump frantically. Strong. Too strong. This man is truly a monster in the guise of a human. I regretted my decision to come to this place a little, but it was a necessary step in my plan. Do not let them overwhelm you. The disparity in our strengths is nothing new. I cannot lose in spirit for I am done the moment I do that. Of course this isn't about revenge. I bear no resentment. It's true that I thought I would surely die and also wondered what I had done to deserve all that, but even if I do possess memories from my previous life, I suppose it doesn't make me any less an undead. I don't fault you for what you did. I acted bold and put on a front as the third-class knights were all poised to attack, weapons at the ready. I know all about the Death Knights. You could even call me a fan. I was bedridden for most of my previous life, so reading about your heroic deeds gave me moral support. Let the fact that you tried to kill me be water under the bridge. Thanks to Neville's cruel punishment, Senri took pity on me. Seeing me on the brink of death, she willingly offered her neck. I had thought she was naive, but this is just absurd. Normally, it is not quite possible to drink the blood of a Death Knight who possesses an incredible amount of positive energy. The reason being, the positive energy around their person is a weapon against the undead and an armor to their own selves. So it is only possible when they offer their blood of their own volition. In other words, Senri had stripped off her armor and allowed him to feed on her. Epei's expression looked kind, but I could not get a read on him. Then, what was your purpose for coming here? Did you really think you could get out of here alive? Ah, Senri is alive, by the way. I accepted her kind offer and partook a little of her blood, but I'm not cruel enough to kill my lifesaver. I am not one of you, you see. I am still quite human, and of course, still have my morals. The third-class Death Knights all quivered and gaped at me. Epei, who had maintained a lordly, calm expression all along, stiffened a little. You mean to say, you managed to control your bloodlust? Oh, I very nearly thought I had ascended to heaven. It even made me forget that I was actually dying. I never imagined such pleasure existed in this world. That said, I am still human, I shall not let my urges control me. And the fact that I know of your names is further proof. Epei the Destroyer, Neville, Lufri, Thelma, and that inconspicuous guy back there is, Adrian. I asked Senri for your names. Thought it would help protect myself and negotiations would go smoother. Recalling the moment I fed on her blood made my breath hot. It was an experience that completely changed my view of life. Nevertheless, I could not become a true undead. The undead have a lot of enemies. I shall survive come hell or high water. Protect yourself. Let's hear your terms. Epei is thinking hard. About my true intentions. About how to save Senri, his disciple who was set to become a first-class knight. Epei must be thinking that I plan on keeping Senri hostage. However, he is wrong in that regard. I have no such intentions. The reason I put my life at risk to come here, was to settle things once and for all. I did not really wish to, but I realized I had to, since I found the outcome would be favorable to me. I was clad in a random robe I found in the ruins of the Lord's mansion. I retrieved a sword, still sheathed from inside of it. Their expressions began to shift. From rage to worry and lastly to grief. I placed the sword on the table and smiled calmly just like Epei had a while ago and uttered. Terms. You seem to be misunderstanding something. I'm not holding Senri hostage. I simply dropped by to return the sword. As it was a part of our promise, and I have a message from her. Sorry. I'll quit the order. Thank you for everything you've done for me, she said. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 28.2, Epilogue. Their faces registered surprise but soon turned stiff. There was no untruth in everything I had spoken so far and the message I had delivered. It is true that to an extent, I had swayed her will by inviting sympathy, but she had been the one to make the final decision. Senri Silvis may be a Death Knight, but there is one quality of hers that sets her apart from her peers. The Death Knights fight for justice and are archenemies of the dark forces, but Senri on the other hand, fights for the weak. Her naivety knows no bounds. That being the reason why she ended up taking pity on a pathetic, weak undead like me. I suppose it also could be considered kindness, but that deems her unsuitable to be a Death Knight. Senri made me a promise. That she will stay by my side and make sure that I won't be taken over by instincts of undead. And since she can't permit me to attack humans, she would periodically provide me with the blood I need instead. Senri really is a good girl, but she totally isn't suitable to be a Death Knight, don't you think? You, bastard. Neville turned bright red with fury and approached me. I did not lose any time to utter a warning. The Death Knights are a terrifying lot. They do not feel the need to justify any attack they make against dark forces. Oh, hang on. Don't attack me. If I die, Senri dies. Epei's expression turned grim. I got carried away by the feeling of invincibility and exhilaration that the blood gave me and declared loudly. You're wondering who would kill her? Why, her own self. We made a promise. If I were to be slain here or didn't return for a long time, Senri would slit her throat and die. I would never have come here if I had no assurance of my safety. That's nonsense. Lofri. Don't you all know it in your heart if Senri would actually do it or not, given how you've known her longer? Tread carefully, since Senri will not survive with only a head unlike me. It feels really good to be glared at. I may be a harmless and pitiful undead, but I am not stoic enough to not feel anything after they purged the better part of my body. I could feel their murderous intent. Naturally, there are chances that I might get killed in this place. Nevertheless, I had decided that Senri's word was gold and bet my life on it. Strong, beautiful, young, virgin's blood. Not to mention a former Death Knight. There cannot be a better outcome than being able to feed on such a person, and regularly at that. Just a bit more blood than necessary granted me so much power. If I am able to feed on her blood regularly, then my living conditions would drastically improve. Vampires have the dreadful ability of making lesser vampires and followers of the targets they feed on. Although I do not possess the ability, since I am only a lesser vampire, I would not make her my follower. The reason being, I will not be able to feed on her if I turn her into a vampire as well. Ape moved from his seat for the first time since I entered the room. He got up to his feet and spoke calmly. That's absurd. If she's going to live such a life, if her life is only going to amount to being a vampire's livestock, then killing her would be an act of mercy. Oh, that's true. I can't deny that. I am no longer human. My dark irises have turned blood red and I appear translucent in the mirror. The cross and garlic will soon become my weaknesses, and I would not be able to enter someone's room uninvited. Nor would I be able to cross running water. I whispered enticements. But think about it. No matter how naive she is, do you really think she would be happy to be my blood source forever? What the hell are you talking about? Senri is just a little lost now. That's all. And there's no doubt that Neville and you people are the ones who pushed her to this state. Having his name called out brought a change in Neville's expression. Senri is naive. She sympathizes with the weak. Although the above are true, there is no way she would simply offer her neck to a vampire when she has been fighting those creatures for a long time. Neville tormenting me was the reason for all of this to happen. It further weakened me, who was already pitiful and weak to begin with. Failure to stop them forced Senri to feel obligated to make amends. Which resulted in her offering her blood to me. None of that which happened were by my design, but it all ended up being very favorable to me. I even consider my near death as good fortune. Frankly, Senri was planning on returning the sword herself at first. However, I stopped her. I decided to risk my life and come here to return the sword instead. Good grief, she really is too gullible. Had she came over herself, Senri would have been placed under house arrest and she would have regained her senses. Well, even if she was not restrained, I doubt this status quo could be maintained indefinitely. She may be extremely kind, but she is no idiot, nor does she lack common sense. She is a woman of righteousness. And there is no changing that I am an evil creature. It makes sense that the two will clash. The connection between us is very strained. I assume a slightly earnest expression and turn to Ape. Senri is strong. Monstrously so, to be honest. I would be no match to her even after receiving a bit of her blood. She isn't a captured princess. Should I become dangerous, Senri would not hesitate to kill me. So that's why, we should let you go. If you were to kill me now, Senri would not hesitate to kill herself. She's in a very unstable condition right now. What she needs now, is some time to collect herself. Nevertheless, I shall not let that happen. I am an undead that simply wants to survive. I dare say I am not the kind of king of the undead the Lord envisioned. I will not make enemies of the righteous. That is, as long as they do not try to kill me. Ape laughed scornfully. His eyes popped as he stared down on me. The sharp look in his eyes made it hard to believe it was coming from an old man. The pressure I felt emanate from his person was extremely terrifying to someone who had gambled his all. My heart was shaken. However, I did not show it on my face. His teeth bared, Pei uttered quietly. How dare you look down on the order? You think we are naive enough to let you off when that was all you brought to the table? And, you appear to be mistaken. Senri has lost the battle. She bears the responsibility of her own death and not anyone else. Our duty is to kill repulsive living dead like you. I laughed upon hearing those words. I see Pei the Destroyer is not such a tough opponent after all. I shall survive. I shall do anything to that end. Be it using force, words or luck. If you could make that choice, Senri wouldn't have become that naive. I'm well aware of the Order of Death Knights because I'm a fan of them. Although you're merciless to your enemies, you're soft on your fellow knights. And you would never make the wrong choice. Had you wished to kill me, I would already be dead. Let me ask you once more, do you really intend to have your precious princess die along with a single, harmless lesser vampire like me? Ha ha ha, her death would be meaningless. I did say that both of us would die together, but our end destination was never the same. Pei sunk into silence, but a smile lingered upon his face. The other knights searched their master's face while their own looked grim. I got ready to make a move. I do not know much about Pei's abilities, but it is after dark now, the hour of the undead. If things do not go as intended and they do attack me, I might be able to escape. The previous stage to becoming a lesser vampire, Dark Stalker, is said to possess the ability to disappear into darkness. Nevertheless, since I absorbed Lord's soul, I skipped that stage entirely and hence cannot utilize that skill. I might be able to use it given practice, but it is rather impossible right now anyway. However, Pei is not aware of that. They are weighing their options. They are weighing my threat against Senri's worth. The Death Knights would never make the wrong choice. The room was quiet except for the clock ticking. The silence was broken abruptly. Pei looked deep in thought and sunk back into his chair. His disciples sighed deeply. It may have been naivety that made them give me the most wretched death, but this proved that Pei and his disciples were still only human. They are in a position to show concern for others. But the same cannot be said for me. Oh, I almost forgot. I had to ask one more thing of you. I need you to return the shadow amulet and sunshade cloak you snatched from me. They are Horus keepsakes. And they belong to me. Plus, you people can't bear to have your princess sleep outdoors either, right? Lufri, could you get them? Sure. I did not think they would actually return them. Things seem to be proceeding well. Lufri opened a safe and retrieved a familiar-looking cloak and amulet from the recesses of the room and handed them over to Pei. Pei placed the cloak on the table and picked up the shadow amulet with the black gem, capable of concealing negative energy. He held it out in front of my expectant eyes and uttered quietly. "End. I shall fall for your smooth talk and let you off this time. Not because I trust you but because I believe in Senri." The gem in the amulet cracked a little. And before I could object, the amulet was crushed to bits. Pei dusted off what was left of the amulet from his hands and smiled thinly. "Disappear from my view while I'm still barely containing myself. Tell Senri that we will surely come for her. TCH, you monster." I felt elation bubbling inside me. I will be killed if I do not leave this place quickly. Pei's words made that very clear. I reckon I pushed them too much, but I managed to buy some time. I turned my back to them. Almost at the same time, a silver arrow whizzed past my cheek. I did not sense it coming. Nor did I hear a sound. I had not let down my guard either. Flesh began to burn where the arrow had grazed me. Accompanied by a thud, Senri's sword that I had just returned, stuck out the door. The pain made my heart beat stronger. And, return that, to Senri. That sword isn't trivial enough for a proxy to return. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. As I left the inn, fear crept into my legs, late as it may be. I broke into a run to avoid being swallowed by it. The agility that I gained after becoming a lesser vampire, enabled me to run as swift as the wind, and I was out of Engie in the blink of an eye. I am a coward. I dreaded death all my previous life, and I dread getting killed now. If there is one thing that is different from before, it is that I can do something about it now. I have the strength and means to fight back. I have a good, strong body. I have a future. I finally stopped running after I entered the woods. Under the moonlight, a cool breeze caressed my cheek. No one had chased after me. But by no means did that mean I had gained their approval. I have already become an unpardonable existence, the world's enemy, the king of the undead. But that is just fine. I shall not shy away from making use of anything to attain my goal. I shall sacrifice anyone or anything to that end. Be it kindness, emotions, joy, or anything ever. Nothing matters as long as I can attain freedom. I shall resign myself to the fate of becoming the world's most terrifying monster. Senri should be waiting. We need to discuss our route of escape. It is important to focus on what lies ahead. I composed myself, felt happy for having survived and walked further into the woods, humming a song. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 29, Prologue, Freedom. The moon was high in the sky. Cold wind danced around the trees and caressed my face. The strength of an undead created by necromancers is governed by the cycles of the moon. Meaning, depending on whether the moon is waxing or waning, their power grows stronger or weaker. That might be the reason why we, the undead, are referred to as being of darkness or night. I would surmise that the curse is designed in such a way. And I, as a lesser vampire, am no exception. I get much stronger during the full moon and far weaker during the new moon. Well, the one that weakens us undead the most comes around every day, the day, during which the sun shines bright. However, the ones that chase us to the ends of the world, factor in time of the day and the cycle of the moon when in pursuit of us. The reason Ape let me off is not because of my ingeniousness, but his indulgence. It is not me that he was indulging but Senri. I suppose a talent like hers is hard to come by even in the Order of Death Knights, that is only composed of the elite. If I remember correctly, only a select few are capable of becoming first-class knights. Not to mention, it is probably even more uncommon for someone Senri's age to have the qualities to become one. That is the reason, the Death Knights chose to trust her rather than kill the monster. Well, the Death Knights are not the only ones that target vampires. For instance, there are unaffiliated necromancers who try to tame a vampire with a collar. Also, as unbelievable as it may sound, there are vampire hunters who specialize in hunting vampires. Even ordinary soldiers or mercenaries would join forces to hunt me down if they were to ever find out that I am a pseudo-vampire. I need to carefully plan my next course of action. Vampires are incredibly strong with several powerful special abilities but at the same time, possess a lot of weaknesses. The most common ones being the sun, garlic and the cross. Vampires cannot cross running water nor can they enter a house uninvited. They are not reflected in mirrors and a wooden stake to the heart can kill them. Not to mention, things like silver or holy water that are dreadful to any average evil entity, are also a vampire's weakness. However, I am still a lesser vampire. Although my weaknesses are a lot fewer compared to a true vampire, it would still be too premature to head for a town. I had realized that the reason Ape the Destroyer broke the Shadow Amulet to pieces, was not because he was carried away by his emotions, but because its existence would render them unable to pursue me. It was a declaration of war. It was a display of their iron will, that meant even if they let me go this once they would kill me for sure. The Death Knights track undead by their negative energy. I am not aware of how exactly it works, but considering the Death Knights are capable of doing so, it would not be too far-fetched to conclude that the other knights and vampire hunters may also have the same ability. Now that there is no amulet, even if I were to blend into the crowd and live a peaceful life as a sort of night owl that dislikes mornings, it is quite possible that the Death Knights would find/attack me. I dare say that a device like that is rare. I searched through the ruins of the Lord's castle but was unable to find anything alike. And it is now impossible to find out how the Lord managed to acquire it. It has been 10 days since I ran away with Senri. We have been steadily making progress through the woods. There have been no signs of any vestiges of the Lord since that day. Perhaps he is gone for good. The moon was reflected in the lake. I peered into it and was greeted by my translucent reflection. I am free now. Completely free. Although there are people on my tail, my choices are endless now. And no one to block my path. The reality of that felt very burdensome. I was bedridden for most of my previous life. Once resurrected, I was under the Lord's protection. The fact that my choices were endless meant that the weight of responsibility of my actions lies on me. The reality of that hit hard. How should I live my life? How should I defend myself? How do I protect? How do I escape? However, that unease still brought me solace. Even if I had to face hardships, I would never want to hand over the reins of my freedom to the Lord. A big, dark lizard slithered through the trees. The beasts here seemed to be of a different kind than the ones in the vicinity of the Lord's mansion. A pair of ferocious gold eyes stared fixedly at me. Its mouth slightly ajar, I could see rows of small teeth. However, the lizard is not aware of the truth. That I am a demon, far stronger than the average beast, with inhuman strength and a dark being that can survive decapitation. The nails on my fingers began to transform and taper into sharp claws. It was the ability I had gained upon becoming a ghoul, Sharp Claw. Although it is no more than an extension of my nails, it is sharp and strong enough to use in place of a knife. I waved my hand and laughed. I'll present it to Senri. Anything to make her produce even one more drop of blood. While I pondered about Senri and how she was slowly coming to her senses, I leapt upon the lizard in front of me like the true beast I am. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 30, Discord. The Death Knights are guardians of mankind and enemies to evil beings. They may be few in number, but it is made up of the cream of the crop. They learn combat techniques and ways to ward off evil in their headquarters, and upon completion of the course, they are assigned to the corresponding units. Senri is naive. However, that is certainly not all she is. If naive were all she was, Ape would not have let me go. She is educated in methods of purging evil, has real-life experience battling monsters, and holds the knowledge derived from those experiences. Demon is the word that would be used to describe an evil being with intelligence. In all the stories I have come across, they were portrayed as beings with immense strength, who were cruel and haughty in nature and at times used sweet words to deceive the Death Knights. Yes, much like how I deceived Senri. I am still very much human at heart. I cannot state that with much confidence, as all I could do in my past life was bear with the pain, but I do not feel as if my mindset has changed. However, given time, Senri is sure to start doubting me. No, maybe she already does. The reason Senri saved me was simply because I was in a perilous state. Only because I was really on the brink of death, she lent her neck to a lesser vampire semi-impulsively. I had not uttered any lies during the negotiations with Ape. They were my true feelings. Senri is a Death Knight. I should never forget that fact. I do not intend to harm humans. However, the world would still come for my head in the name of justice, and I fully intend to fight back. Vampires are strong. Although their weaknesses cannot be disregarded, even lesser vampires are much stronger than the average human. Senri had promised me her blood. Nevertheless, I do not have the slightest inkling how long that self-sacrificing attitude of hers will continue for. I had not realized it since I was surrounded by strong people, but I am no longer what is generally considered weak. If I were her, I would never have made the choice to offer my neck to a monster. There is no doubt that with all her knowledge of the dark forces, she would hold a great deal of aversion to such an option. At that time, she simply felt compelled to make that choice, that was all. I needed to gain her trust. She is my lifesaver, my enemy and the shield that protects me. The battle between Ape and I had started ever since our first encounter in town. If I fail to gain her trust, the Death Knights win. And if I manage to win her over, I could live a little longer. The odds of the battle are not in my favor. If I wish to lead a tranquil life, I can never afford to lose her. Not just her blood, but I lack too much common knowledge regarding the world to lead a proper life. When I was a ghoul, I satiated my hunger by partaking the raw meat of monsters. If I had stayed a ghoul, I could have lived a life without ever hurting any humans. However, vampires are different. Vampires cannot exist without partaking the blood of humans. In fact, I tried drinking the blood of wild beasts several times since then, and found it unable to satiate my hunger, or did I feel the euphoria that Senri's blood gave me. The reason is the curse. Vampires need to make livestock of humans in order to exist. They cannot live a quiet life deep in the woods. Vampires only need a small quantity of blood at regular intervals, but I doubt there are any willing humans, generous enough to permit that. Hence, it is inevitable for vampires to attack humans and for the latter to detest the former. I lugged the lizard, whose head I had chopped off, drained the blood and proceeded deep into the woods. Senri was waiting in a clearing a few miles away from the watering hole. I could hear the sound of twigs crackling. The crimson bonfire dispelled the darkness ever so slightly and illuminated the silver, holy night. And, what's that? It's for you. We don't have salt or pepper, but it's better you eat some meat. I see. Thanks. A faint smile lingered on her face. In these past 10 days we have spent on the run, Senri has grown a little haggard. She is a human being. The glow around her was still bright, but it was undeniably, fatigue etched on her face. It is probably mental fatigue resulting from this indefinite life on the run that had started without any preparations whatsoever, and the fact that she has to stay by me, a vampire. Intrinsically, she is different from an undead like me. I, as a vampire, have a hell of a sturdy body. Ingesting garlic would upset my stomach, but I could even eat rotten meat and not have anything happen to me. I can go for a longer period of time without taking any sustenance. I do not feel any fatigue no matter how much I run, and my sense of pain is rather weak as well. Even if I were to get hurt, my regeneration ability would heal me completely. Although I do not possess the special characteristics of a vampire, my body is very much close to one. However, that is not the case with Senri. She may be much stronger than the average human due to the enormous amount of positive energy she possesses, and may also be trained, but at her core, she is but a frail, human being. She would grow weaker without intaking food at regular intervals, and there is a limit to how many nights she can go without sleep. Fatigue would build up and make her mind dull. And her intake needs to be nutritious, or the quality of her blood would drop. She is stunningly beautiful. However, her beauty and strength are not eternal. I was sitting some distance away from Senri, and yet, I could still smell the same intoxicating scent of hers. The scent of blood and flesh. A simple taste of her blood underneath that pristine, white skin could make my body and soul tremble. Just being near her made my breathing heavy and set my mouth drooling. No matter how much I try to hold myself in check, it is not something that can be controlled. It is also proof that I am a demon. I tore my mind away from such thoughts and skillfully wielded my sharp nails to slice up the lizard. I removed the skin, the innards, and the bones. My hands had become soaked with blood before I knew it. I threaded the meat through the skewers made of branches and placed them against the fire. Senri was nibbling on a fruit, one she did not seem to find particularly delicious. On my way to throw away the innards, I found a watering hole to wash the blood off my hands. The abilities of a lesser vampire are amazing. Not just night vision but all the other senses are sharper than the average human and the range might also be wider. Although I can see in the dark, peering into the bonfire does not leave me blinded. Although my sense of taste is sharp, I would have no trouble eating rotten meat. And the same goes for my sense of smell, hearing and touch. However, those only serve to represent the distance between me and Senri, a distance that I can never close. I returned to Senri's side and examined her face. "Senri, aren't you having a hard time?" "Not a problem." There is no way that is true. However, she does not let any discomfort show on her face. She indifferently accepted the skewer I offered and nibbled on the bland lizard meat. A daily life that consisted of simply traversing the woods and insipid food. A life with no joy. I am aware that, the poor cannot afford any manners. It still does not sit well with me to let my lifesaver lead such a life. We need to leave the woods soon, or the quality of her blood will deteriorate. The thought that suddenly crossed my mind made me laugh at myself. It is not a very human thought. I am using Senri but I was sure that I was not just thinking of my lifesaver as food. A troubling inclination. Senri has weakened considerably. Before long, she would grow weaker and end up growing weaker than me. If I do not rein in myself, I might end up making a tragic decision when that time comes. That will be the moment of reckoning. If that moment were to come before I win her over, I am sure to die. Senri was growing weaker due to malnutrition, stress and fatigue. However, the positive energy around her person had not dulled in the least. If anything, it had grown stronger. It is certainly marvelous. I had been under the impression that positive energy, she calls it blessing, represented one's life force. However, I seem to have been mistaken. She had such an enormous amount of energy that she would have plenty left over even after killing me. I could never even imagine challenging her with that ridiculous amount of energy. Maybe she had noticed something in my gaze, for Senri's voice sounded a bit more somber than usual. "I, really, am fine. You should just think about yourself. And I wish I could walk under the sun. Don't push yourself. You're not at fault. I am part of the reason why we have yet to leave the woods. As a vampire, I cannot walk under the sun. Although I would not turn to dust the moment I am exposed to sunlight, since I am still a lesser vampire, we still needed to sleep in a place where the sunlight could not seep through. Not to mention, it was the time of the year when the days were longer. Senri has been forced to keep up with my pace, and that has further contributed to her lack of rest. The time I spend sleeping in a hole in the ground, she protects me from up above, under the strong sunlight. I am aware that the death knights may chase me down to these woods, and hence it was unsuitable to linger here, but we still needed to make a base somewhere. Seeing my non-responsiveness, Senri looked up at me. Deep purple eyes quietly peered at me. I made up my mind and steeled my resolve. Her fingers trembled ever so lightly, as she undid her collar and exposed a pale, flawless, delicious-looking nape. There were no wounds left whatsoever from when I drank her blood 10 days ago. My resolve weakened. Senri whispered inquiringly. "And, are you hungry?" The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 31, Bloodlust. "I can't take this anymore, Master. We need to bring back Senri this instant." "Calm down, Neville. Your impetuousness is one of your faults." Neville grit his teeth as Ape frowned admonishingly. 10 days since Senri has been gone. The Death Knights were still in the town of Engi. The atmosphere was terrible. Senri was by no means a social person, but she was adored for her strength and natural disposition. Now all of that was in the hands of a vampire, and the reason it came to this was because they failed to kill him, which led to Senri choosing to give herself over to the vampire. There is a limit to how much even Death Knights, who have seen their fair share tragedies, can bear. The one who looked worse for wear was Neville, who had chosen to punish End with solar penalty. The look in his eyes that had naturally been terrible had become as dangerous as that of a wounded beast. Dark circles had formed under his eyes, probably because he had been unable to sleep, tortured by nightmares, and he did not look composed in the least. The other third-class knights looked a bit better, but all of them looked at Epée gloomily. Lufri and the rest were still third-class knights. They had plenty of training and battle experience, but were still inexperienced in the war against dark forces. It would be their first time experiencing the abduction of one of their peers. Lufri, the unofficial leader of the third-class knights, declared. "Master, I agree with Neville. That vampire is still in the pupil stage, but it can't be trusted. Horace Carmen is the one who created it. I don't think it's wise to do nothing at this juncture other than simply just forward a report. Shouldn't we at least give chase before the footprints left by the negative energy of the vampire disappear?" "That's right. Master, give me the order. I will single-handedly rescue Senri if I have to." Neville banged his fists on the table and glared at Epée. Neville may only be a third-class knight, but by no means could he be considered weak. A full-fledged vampire aside, Neville is skilled enough to take care of a single lesser vampire all by himself. However, Epée joined his hands together and stared fixedly at Lufri. "Lufri, it's important to be patient. Senri is just a little lost now. Waiting is part of my strategy. Be but master. Senri isn't that strong mentally. At this rate, that vampire will win the battle. Devour her. Are those your fears? Lufri, did you really think Senri is that weak?" "That's..." Lufri faltered as if he had recalled their experiences together on the battlefield. There was no mistake that Senri could be naive, but she was a whole lot stronger than that. She tended to reach for ideals, but we have fought many crafty demons to the bitter end. I hate to agree with him, but as that end said, she simply needs time to gather her thoughts. It would be too premature for us to make a move yet. But master, wouldn't we be playing right into that vampire's hands if we do that? Not to mention, he can't really be trusted. Unusually enough, Lufri looked fired up. Senri is somewhat of a troublesome sister to Lufri, who has been Epée's subordinate long since before Senri had joined them. Epée looked fondly at his disciple who cared for his peers and smiled serenely as usual. Rest at ease. Simply in terms of strength, Senri is very close to a first-class knight. End can never overpower Senri. Even if he were to attack her in her sleep, Senri's blessing should easily be able to turn him to dust. The main problem is her intention. It wouldn't be wise for us to make a move until she has come to her senses. Of course, we can't wait indefinitely, but if we were to try to rescue her now, she might just as well protect End from us. It would be very difficult to get past her and get our hands on the vampire. Senri is a kind and sensitive person. However, she does not tend to drag her feet. She is just simply too kind. If she continues to fight alongside the Death Knights in the future, she is bound to run into such monsters. This encounter with a monster that has memories of its past life could be considered a trial of sorts for her. And, a vampire born out of unfortunate circumstances. It is simply too pitiful to be reborn as an undead after his passing. I recall him stressing that he simply wanted to survive, but his soul is no longer pure. The body is strung along by the soul. End must have felt confident of being able to convince Senri. However, he is simply too ignorant of several details. It is true that End is quite a powerful vampire. Not his actual strength but his will. It is rather unheard of for a lesser vampire to possess marked sentience and human senses. He was capable of controlling his bloodlust and stopped himself from taking the life of his first victim. That said, he may have gotten himself killed had he tried to harm her, and this bit of news took even Epée by surprise. However, Epée brought his hands together, smiled self-deprecatingly and whispered. End. The bloodlust of a vampire is not something you can easily keep a lid on forever. You will soon turn into a demon that Senri needs to defeat. You are already a monster. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. My breathing quickened. I only had to extend my arm and stoop forward to reach Senri's neck. I wonder why I could feel the delicious, warm blood gushing under that porcelain white skin. I could hear her heartbeat and the sound of the blood coursing through her veins if I listened carefully. Senri had taken down the shield of blessing that always surrounded her. There was nothing that stood between me and her anymore. Push her to the ground, pin her struggling body beneath you, sink your fangs into that neck and suck out her blood. My vampire impulses whispered temptations. It was tantalizing beyond measure. My fingers and body were trembling, allured by her sweet blood. It tugged at my heart painfully. I was doing my utmost to hold back my arms that longed to reach out and my body that was ready to fling itself onto her. My eyes were fixed on her nape while I tried to divert my attention elsewhere. Vampires are undead that attack humans and feed on them. They particularly prefer the blood of young, pure humans of the opposite sex, and they do not fear to resort to anything to that end. And once they sink their fangs in their victim's neck, they seldom stop before draining every single drop of their blood. In the book about vampires in the Lord's library, I came across the term called bloodlust. Vampires feed on humans out of impulse. The demon sustains itself and grows stronger through the act. The bloodlust is said to be so strong that even clever vampires that conceal themselves in a human village could semi-impulsively attack humans at the risk of exposing themselves. It has been 10 days since I first fed on Senri. I have since then abstained from drinking any blood. The book from the Lord's library had been written by a human being, and as such there were no specific details, but after partaking of her top-grade blood once, I feel like I understand the reason for and how strong bloodlust can be. The experience was otherworldly. That is not an analogy. My whole body and my soul were taken over by intense pleasure, that even if I were to have died at that instant, I would have done so with a smile on my face. It was almost a miracle that I stopped short of killing her. Perhaps my reason hanging by a thread stopped me, or it was because I understood Senri's noble intentions. Had it been a stranger who I felt no obligation towards, I am not sure I would have been able to stop. I felt a dull pain emanating from my palm. That is when I realized that I had clenched my fist so tightly that my nails had dug into my palm. I reckon my eyes are blood red now. When I was a fleshman, I was but an empty shell. I felt neither pain nor fatigue or even had an appetite. An urge is simply proof that one is alive. Had I not possessed memories from my past life, I would have been nothing more than a puppet. After becoming a ghoul, I gained an appetite and sense of pain. And now, as a lesser vampire, I can sleep. Then, what about the rest of the desires? The 3 primitive desires of mankind would be food, sleep and sex. Do vampires have sexual urges? The answer would probably be, yes. And this is just my hypothesis, but if I am right, a vampire's sexual urge and appetite are united as one. According to the book, everyone who had their blood taken by vampires all stated that they had felt intense sexual pleasure instead of pain. The other senses suppressed by intense pleasure, they pass away in a state of bliss. I imagine the vampires also feel something similar to that. Although I do not have a scale of measure since I had no sexual experiences in my past life, it would not be too strange for it to be true considering full-fledged vampires are capable of turning their victims into fellow vampires through the act of blood-sucking. The bliss, that rewrote my entire view of life, must have been due to the synergy of 2 desires being fulfilled at the same time. I am nearly at the end of my tether. The only things barely holding me back are the small voice of reason and my survival instinct that is stronger than the 3 desires. I dare say once I give into the bloodlust, I would not feel the hesitation I now feel next time. That could mean danger for my life. Not that I am hesitant about quitting playing human at his juncture, but if that would lead to my death then I would rather not. I should be able to hold on. I shall not kill Senri even if I drink her blood next time. But that could also give rise to suspicion. What I need the most from Senri, is not her blood, but her heart. I need, not transient feelings of pity but true friendship. Senri's blood is top grade. Owing to that, I have been able to sustain myself for 10 days without drinking any blood. However, that does not mean I did not feel the urge to feast upon her. I just held back. I diverted my mind from brooding on my thirst by only thinking about escaping the people who could be pursuing us. Had Apei had sent people after us, it would have made Senri's heart lean towards me. However, there were no signs of that happening. Despite him seething with anger when we separated ways. He has seen through the true nature of my battle. He is convinced that he only has to sit and watch me fall. Wait for the weakling in me to die. He is right. Senri is kind. Kind enough for a monster to seek through the gap in her defenses and try to devour her the moment she lets her guard down. In the past 10 days, Senri showed me nothing but an amiable expression. And even now, she is not trying to entrap me by exposing her neck but out of genuine care for me. However, that is precisely why I should put my life on the line and face her righteousness head-on. Do not underestimate me. Death Knight. End. I did not realize how it happened but Senri was close and looking up at me with her purple pair of eyes. I was lost for words. Both my hands gripped her shoulders and her bare neck lay open before me. For a moment, I thought Senri had closed the distance between us but no. I seemed to be the one who moved closer. Despite not having been able to bathe owing to us being on the run for the past 10 days, Senri still smelled heavenly. Her hair, skin, blood and flesh, and everything, exuded a sweet smell that was so enticing. My head felt hot. I felt intense dizziness and nausea. My hands on her shoulders would not budge an inch just as if I had been ordered by the Lord. My ignorant heart was beating like crazy. It kept willing me to drink the first-grade blood in front of me. Even when I try to draw my hands back, they simply twitch but do not move. Senri shot me a quizzical look and inclined her head even more, exposing the veins on her clear, pale neck. My body moved on its own. The hands on her shoulders slid to her back and pulled her small body in for an embrace. My head moved and closed in on her nape. I could feel her warm blood and soft flesh with my whole body. I shivered, body and soul in bliss. The canines that had grown out and become sharp when I transformed into a lesser vampire pierced into her skin. At that moment, I willed my whole body to stop moving. My head felt really hot. Dark red liquid marred her flawless skin. Blood. Not Senri's but mine. Tears of blood from my eyes drew lines on her pale skin. It looked immoral. I took care not to put any strength into my arms so as to not crush her to death, took deep breaths and whispered in her ear. I can, hold on, a little longer. Senri, I can, still, fight it. I wish, to live as, a human for some more time. Please, don't, tempt me. I will drink her blood without fail. Even if I can bear with it now, there will come a day when I will not be able to anymore. There are no vampires that can survive without drinking blood, and I will not hesitate to drink any amount of blood I need in order to survive. However, now, is not that time yet. Senri patted my back awkwardly. That made my bloodlust calm down a little. I felt something lukewarm on my neck. Tears. Unlike my own, these were tears from someone who genuinely cared about me. Senri spoke with a quivering voice. I am sorry. And I did something horrible. I'll never do it again. But when you really can't bear with it anymore, I want you to tell me without hesitation. I heard when vampires deny themselves blood for too long, they could go mad. Oh. At that time. I swallowed hard and made a firm decision. I shall drink her blood in the best of circumstances. Feed her well and make her healthy again. Have her recover from fatigue by making her sleep good hours. Have her take a bath to make that soft skin shine. And finally, atop a clean, white bed, I shall have her strip, pin down her naked body under me and sink my fangs into her pale skin. The act of drinking blood is not as simple as partaking a meal to a vampire. I felt strangely convinced of that. I am certain to attain more power than ever if I were to drink the holy blood of someone who I have an emotional bond with. The moment I finally accomplish that without getting purged is when I will have completely won her over. I rested my cheek on Senri's neck and scowled at the dark. I need to gain a human ally. Just like how the Lord had Huck, someone to deliver supplies and prepare living quarters, an ally who would help me live a life away from the human world. Although it is a risky venture, in order to lead a peaceful life, I am in need of such an ally. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 32, Bloodlust, Part 2. My strength that was already on the decline, just plummeted. The pace at which I grew weaker was much faster than I had anticipated. Perhaps my body has completely exhausted all of Senri's blood. Vampires have physical abilities that far surpass mankind. So I have no problem trekking through the woods all night, but if I were to get caught in a full-fledged battle, then the difference in my strength between now and before would become very apparent. If I were to go head-to-head against myself right after I had drunk Senri's blood, I would be beaten down in an instant. I speak less. I am in a constant daze. I feel crazy hungry. My food intake is more than enough. However, it looks like food cannot completely replace blood. Bloodlust is similar to hunger and at the same time it is not. My body grows hot, and I feel lightheaded. As if my very soul was on fire, my head turns toward Senri's every move. Since then, Senri has not made any overt invitations. However, the soft glow of her silver hair, flawless pale skin, somewhat somber purple eyes, have grown insanely dear to me. If the act of feeding satisfies both food and sexual urges of a vampire, then what I feel toward Senri must be a mixture of both. In fiction and non-fiction alike, there is no such thing as a good vampire. Thirst that cannot be satiated by ingesting meat, drinking water or animal blood, the gradually depreciating strength are a few things that make a vampire a truly fearsome monster. It is truly a curse. The feeling of impending doom was unendurable even for me, who had once experienced it before. Senri would have shared a bit of her blood with me had I asked. However, it was partly stubbornness on my part that stopped me. I have no idea what I need to do to gain her whole trust. All I can do is delay the inevitable. First, I stopped conversing with her. I only spoke when necessary and fought against the unquenchable thirst by completely immersing myself in my thoughts. Solitude was nothing new to me. I had plenty to mull over. How am I going to live my life hereafter? How can I earn Senri's trust? How to quickly become stronger in order to fight against my enemies? How to make use of the ability of concealing myself in the darkness, which I cannot yet use since I skipped over the stage of Dark Stalker and evolved into a lesser vampire instead. How long do I have before I evolve into the next stage? How to gain a human ally? Vampires cannot cross running water. It would not kill them, but their body would grow weak and they would not be able to use any of their special abilities. Consequently, vampires can seldom be found on islands, and most developed cities have a moat built around them. I need to give some serious thought as to where I need to settle while the effects are still mild for me as a lesser vampire. It is rather difficult to find a human ally who could help us live among humans. I have no allies. However, I cannot trust any of Senri's allies either. There are only two people who could help, two viable options. The first option, the corpse carrier Huck who served the Lord. The Lord, who happened to be much more fearsome than a teeny lesser vampire like me. Perhaps, he would be willing to help me. I have met him a couple of times. And he is probably my best bet. However, Huck illegally trades undead, which would put him on Senri's hit list, and even if we get past that, Huck is a businessman. The Lord compensated him handsomely and hence he procured the items the Lord wanted, but I cannot give him anything that would outweigh the risk the job would entail. And the biggest problem to begin with would be, I have no idea where to locate him. He may be in the town of Enji, but I cannot just waltz in there. There are also chances that he could already be detained. The second option would be, my family from my previous life. Though small, my family is nobility of a lower rank. Owing to that, I was able to get regular treatments despite having been stricken with a strange illness. So, they should have enough wealth to support an undead and a death knight at least. The problem is, I have no idea how my family viewed the bedridden me. Thoroughly absorbed in my never-ending thoughts, I mechanically moved my feet forward. The only legacy of the Lord that was not seized by the Death Knights since it was buried under all the debris, the black machete blood ruler, proved to be useful. The profoundly heavy machete easily smashed the skulls of the carnivorous beasts that tried to attack us, all with bare minimum of movements. If I do not make use of any special abilities, I can control the rate at which my strength declines a little. At times, monsters that I carelessly missed would try to take a bite out of us, but Senri was even more skilled with the sword than me. So we faced little trouble. Finally, after 2 weeks, we safely made it through the dense, thick woods. And that was also when my thirst reached its peak, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Frustration, hunger and thirst turn me into a monster. My body does not feel like my own. What welcomed us after making it out of the woods, was an empty meadow as far as the eye could see. I shook my head in an effort to clear away frenzied thoughts and squinted to get a good look. Compared to the woods, there was nothing that could shield me from sunlight. I had prayed that something would change once we made it out, but it does not look like things are getting any better. The moon was 3/4 full in the sky and waning. It was one of the reasons I have been able to endure my thirst. A vampire is at its peak during the full moon. It usually hunts for prey during the night of the full moon. The increase in power results in heightened emotions, which in turn probably makes their bloodlust stronger. I am at a loss. I have no idea what to do. Looking at the empty, sprawling meadow made me feel small and insignificant. Keep this up and, you will die, and. Out of nowhere, the vestige of the vestige started spouting drivel. I was not in the least surprised by the shadow that suddenly popped up. I was in no shape or form for such emotions. I had not realized when it had appeared, but I saw the Lord looking down at me with an exasperated expression. Given that Senri who was behind me has not reacted in any way, it is most very likely a hallucination. You have almost completely exhausted your power. I'm surprised you've been able to endure until now. Shut up. Your struggle is pointless. You are a demon, you need to drink blood to survive. I see you still haven't realized why I had placed a female slave by your side. And, are you okay? It is not that I want to starve myself. The reason why I am doing all this is because I am weak. Even after everything we have been through, I still do not completely trust Senri. To be more precise, I do not trust the part of myself that trusts her. I needed to be cautious and careful. Perhaps not making a move until the situation gets critical is one of my bad habits. The more blood they drink, the stronger vampires become. And, that woman's blood is of the finest quality. If you succeed at drinking every last drop of it, you are certain to reach the peak as a lesser vampire. Be it flee or fight back, you can do whatever you want. After which you can lay low someplace and drink the blood of some pitiful soul passing by. There will be very few, who will be able to harm you. Certainly, that would be the most practical solution. Although there is the question of whether Senri would allow such a reckless act on my part, depending on how I go about, there are chances that I could succeed. However, I would only evolve into a vampire and the situation would be much the same as it is now. And vampires are destined to be killed someday. To survive with this body that has a lot of enemies, I need to plan well. I suppose if the Lord had taken over my body, he would be able to pull it off. The Lord has both knowledge, experience and not to mention, necromancy. I reckon he has connections as well. I, on the other hand, do not have any of that. Vessel with an admirable spirit. He lived through solar penalty, resists bloodlust and even when half dead, he still resists me. The Lord looked down at me distrustfully, whispering empty praises. His form and voice were very clear for a hallucination. And, don't resist me. My soul is within you. Let me take over. And I easily will get you through this pinch. The devil whispered temptations. Is this really a hallucination or does Horace Carman's soul still remain inside me? Either way, my answer is the same. Get lost. I can survive by myself. Alone if I have to. And, you look awful, we should return to the woods for now. The sun is going to be up soon. We should come back, tomorrow. Ah. I know. Ah. I know that. You don't need to tell me. I answered reflexively, without thought. The Lord's illusion had disappeared before I knew it. Lead by hand, I reprimanded my staggering body as I followed along. I'm sorry. I can't let you be out in the open for now. Senri's unexpected apology barely reached my ears. However, who gives a damn? I was in no shape to appreciate anything. Her silver hair swayed as she walked. Warm, pale fingers made of flesh and blood were holding my arm. I remember seeing a watering hole near the edge of the woods. I suppose she is taking me there. My eyes probably glow red now. And, devour her. You have already had her blood once. You don't have any other choice. A monster like you has no future without enemies. I hear his voice echo in my head although I did not see him. I clutched at my head. But, my thirst showed no signs of abating. It is useless. I am at my limit. At this rate, I will end up killing her. I breathed in and voluntarily sunk my fangs into the flesh before me. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 33, Bloodlust, Part 3. The sharp fangs pierced the skin and sunk into the flesh. My parched mouth started salivating and the taste of blood spread throughout. The frustration I felt at the depths of my heart dies down if only just a little. My vision clears up. Senri does not seem to have realized what I am up to. I take care not to let Senri notice my actions and bite harder. My fangs sunk into my left arm and my own blood slowly flowed into my mouth. I felt a dull throb but it was nothing compared to bloodlust I had felt a while ago. My backup plan to resist bloodlust is to drink my own. The pain brings back my sanity. Even ingesting my own blood seems to help with the illusion of assuaging my thirst. Although it does not really go away. I discovered this trick when I separated from Senri one night in order to hunt for food. A beast suddenly attacked and wounded me and that is when the realization happened. The wound itself healed right away, but when I licked the blood off my arm, though nowhere as potent as Senri's, it was able to calm down my bloodlust a little. I remember reading that vampires are only capable of drinking the blood of humans. However, it seems even another vampire's blood is capable of assuaging thirst, though not all that effective. It goes without saying that it is no more than a stopgap measure. Nothing can change the fact that I am almost at the end of my tether, however, I will take what I can get for now. I kept an eye on Senri, as I ingested blood that was terribly bitter unlike hers. Well, considering how I could survive after having my head lopped off, this may be a bit of a contradiction, but I should be able to survive even if my body was drained of all blood. My body does not require blood as a substance. Otherwise, it would make no sense why I cannot make do with animal blood. Now that I had calmed down, my brain began to work again. Oh right, how about I go find Rue's body? I can drink the blood off her corpse. I do feel bad about it, but it should be fine if I give her a proper burial once again. I am sure Rue would not hold it against me either. I still have strength left in my legs. Would I be able to get there if I left Senri behind and ran at full speed? Although I am not confident I can make it back in time, it should not be impossible. I reckon my thirst is too strong now because I am near Senri, who is basically prey of the finest quality. There is a possibility that my thirst will die down a little if I am alone. Senri came to a stop near Bumbling Brook. I take my arm out of my mouth before she turns around. The minute I stop drinking my own blood, my head becomes all heated up, but I bear with it. My blood clots almost immediately, so I do not need to worry about her noticing anything amiss with my arm. We had split up duties between us. Senri, who had excellent survival skills, took care of keeping the fire while I, who only had a tough body to boast about, went in search of food. I will bite into my arm once I separate from Senri. I should be able to bear with my thirst if I drink my fill of water. I need to be careful not to cross running water though. I got to my feet when I felt a light tug on my arm. I'm still good. It's soon going to be morning, I need to gather food and dig a hole. It is at times like this that one needs to maintain their calm. I need blood immediately. I did not look into her eyes before I shook off her hand, dashed out of there and away from Senri. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. My breathing was ragged. I felt like something was squeezing my heart. Although Senri's blood is of the finest quality and it brought me the kind of pleasure that could never be replaced by anything, bitter-tasting blood is not all that bad either. I sat down on the ground, and screwed my fangs into my right arm. A vampire's fangs are made in such a way so as to facilitate the process of sucking blood. I focus on gulping down the bitter, cold fluid that flowed into my mouth. Feeding on Senri brought me pleasure, but this does not. The victim is not supposed to feel any pain during the act, but I do feel a dull throb. I do not give a damn about the pain. I need to control my bloodlust. Unfortunately, there was not a lot of blood in the right arm as compared to the left arm, although the blood flowed out more easily. My skin that was pale to begin with, had turned even paler and looked drained of all blood. It was not surprising as it was not the first time I had bit into them. The blood I take in does not go right back into circulation. The Lord's illusion levitated in the air and looked at me expressionlessly. Almost like a grim reaper. However, I completely disregarded it and thrust my tongue into the wound. The feeling of cold flesh. As ironic as it may sound, the monstrous and repulsive act of devouring my own body brought back some of my humanity. Such thoughts crossed my mind, but none of that matters anymore. I need to survive even a second longer. I need to think of something before I turn into a complete monster. For instance, oh, right. If I recall correctly, beasts resembling monkeys dwell in this forest. How about I drink their blood? There are chances that blood from a species closest to humans could quench my thirst. Suddenly, I heard Senri's voice from close quarters. I panicked and turned to the direction of her voice. Right there she was, a few feet away from me, looking at me through those purple eyes. I had not even noticed her get so close. I tried to open my mouth to speak, and that is when I realized that my fangs were still sunk into my right arm. My meal was interrupted. A strange annoyance stirred in me. However, I was still capable of discerning that as a monster's thought. She caught me in the act. No humans would ever gnaw at their own arm. My mind gears started turning. It is all right. It should still be fine. I still have not harmed Senri. Senri tries to approach me, but I raise my left arm that was still fine to stop her. I'm all right. I haven't gone mad. My own blood is capable of quenching my thirst a little. Oh right. It completely slipped my mind. I realized why Senri had come here. I left in search of food. However, I do not know how long I was sitting here totally absorbed in drinking blood. I made her worry. The world started spinning. The delicious scent was closing in. The scent made my bitter blood seem delicious. A dying monster was reflected in her eyes. Senri whispered, don't push yourself. I'm not. I'm still good. Oh right. Hear this. I thought of something that would help. I looked up at my arms. There were a number of bite marks left on them. A wound of this caliber would heal right away before, but even after observing them for some time, they showed no signs of healing. I suppose my body no longer has the strength for that. Well, the wounds are not exactly fatal, they would not kill me. I took deep breaths to calm down my quivering body. My mouth felt heavy and unlike my own as I tried to speak. I was thinking of digging up Rue's grave. It hasn't been too long since she passed and it won't bring trouble to anyone. I'm sure Rue would forgive me for it. Oh, that's right. The Lord had a lot of corpses in the cellar. I could use those. I had totally forgotten about them. The mansion has already been reduced to rubble, but I wonder if they have rotten. I could not linger there for a long time since the Death Knights could be after me, but that place might have been my safe haven for all I know. Senri looked close to tears. Her voice shook. Vampires suck out life energy through the blood. That's why, blood from corpses won't do and a blood transfusion would have no effect either. I didn't know that. I had not expected that. I am at a loss. I have lost the only hope I had held on to break the deadlock. I wish I had known that before. The vestiges of the Lord are useless. He has only popped up twice and both times he failed to give me any useful information. Since he is an illusion, I cannot drink his blood either. I know a lot about vampires too. The Death Knights are still investigating about the weaknesses of vampires. They know you better than you know yourself. She is right. Any information I possess is what I got from the books in the Lord's library. Not to mention, the books only held basic information and I had not read deep into the vampire lore. It is cold. My body is as cold as a corpse. I have no idea what to do. Do you intend to kill me? Senri said nothing. I am sure she has realized that I am at the end of my tether. I can no longer hide it. I do not know what will happen to me from here on out, but I am certain she does. Well, I still might be able to endure it, but eventually there will come a time when I would not be able to. All I want is to survive. To live the continuation of my life from before when I was bedridden. I don't resent humans. I'm not an evil vampire. I just get this irresistible urge to drink blood at times, and like I said before, I have never attacked humans either. Not including you sharing your blood with me when I was but a head. I guess there is no helping it. The Death Knights are originally an enemy of the undead. I would not hold it against her. However, struggle against my fate I must. Even if my opponent is someone who once saved my life before, I need to fight back if they come for my head. Every second felt like an eternity. Reassurance. To win her over, I need to reassure her. I promise. I will never leave these woods. I don't need the salvation death would give me. No. It is of no use. There is no way I can win her over with words. It would take nothing but a mere touch for her to kill me. My head felt hot and I had a hard time collecting my thoughts. What would I even accomplish by killing her? Words spilled out desperately. Maybe a miracle will happen again. I mean, it has already happened twice, of course, that is if you let me go. Right. It may be good to borrow the wisdom of the vestige of the vestige of the vestige. I do not intend to hand over the reins of my body to the Lord, but I doubt he would want me completely gone. Our objective should be the same. I can still run. However, it is rather impossible to escape the Senri's holy light that brought down that gigantic dragon. Ape has keen insight. The silver sword he asked me to return to Senri made sure that she was still a member of the Order of Death Knights. I could not afford to not return it to her when I considered the possibility that she might find out about it later. I could not try to flee either. Because I had no idea how wide her range of detecting undead was. I never had a path to choose since the very beginning. The dawn is almost upon us. Even if she were to let me off now, I doubt I would have the time to dig a hole. I cannot think of a way to break out of this deadlock. I am tired. Even thinking exhausts me. I smiled sadly. At that moment, I felt something cold touch my cheeks. It was Senri's hand. I had not noticed her make any move as my senses were not working the way they should. My head feels foggy and my eyes cloudy. I cannot smell anything. My instincts were on fire and trying to override reason. However, even if I were to turn into a monster, Senri's blessing can easily reduce me to zero. I steeled my heart when Senri's lips parted. End. I want you to rely on me more. Trust me. I did not expect her to say that. I blanked out for a minute. Her right hand was on my cheek. Her thumb entered my mouth and brushed against my fangs. You did your best. I'm sorry, but I did realize what was happening. I also knew you were drinking your own blood, but I couldn't bring myself to call out to you. My fangs pierced the ball of her finger and warm blood filled my mouth. The impact of it jolted me awake. Her wounded finger brushed against my tongue. Maybe it hurt, for Senri's face twitched. However, Senri brushed it off and continued to speak. Just the same as when we conversed in front of Rue's grave before, I could sense the compassion behind her cold voice. However, unlike then, Senri is now aware of my monstrous nature and that I am not a vampire who would not even harm a fly. I took advantage of Apei's weakness to escape from him. In addition, I have hunted several beasts until now. Someone who could hunt a beast could very well hunt man. After taking all of that into consideration, she is still going to take my side. Did I get that right? A person's real nature manifests itself on the verge of death. I heard you loud and clear. I will help you. I won't kill you. Could you tell me more about yourself? We have a lot to talk about. If we do that, I'm sure everything will be just fine. Senri, you do. Tell me more about yourself. I asked her like a moron as I licked the blood off her finger. In response to my question, Senri's eyes widened and a faint smile adorned her lips. I will. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 34, On the Move. The Death Knights are capable of sensing the negative energy emitted by the undead. The range can be increased if we focus, but it's usually not very wide nor is the accuracy very high. That's why, if we keep a low profile and don't stay put in one place, there is a good chance we won't get caught. Another day came to an end. As usual, I unearthed myself from the ground, greeted Senri, who was waiting for me, and exchanged information as we prepared to leave. The knowledge I gleaned from Senri was priceless. The books in the Lord's library were written by humans and had no information regarding the abilities of Death Knights. I suppose it is not common knowledge. The Lord might have been privy to it, but he did not bother to share with me. You need to know your enemy in order to protect yourself. And I was dangerously ignorant. Maybe we should have conversed this way from the very beginning. Now, with the bloodlust having calmed down after receiving a bit of Senri's blood, I realized just how close I came to being consumed by madness. Had I been sane, I would never have told Senri that I was going to rob Rue's grave, and I would have known that it was not a distance I could cover on foot and make it back before the sun rose. Unbeknownst to myself, I had gradually lost my mind. Senri's kindness saved me, but I was in a really precarious situation. So, how wide is the range exactly? Senri gave the question some thought before shaking her head. I'm not sure. If one focuses, they should be able to cover a medium-sized town, probably. It's mandatory for the Death Knights to check a town for the presence of undead before entering and after leaving it, and 3 times a day, during the morning, afternoon and night. What about your master? Master is special. He could detect the presence of undead from NG to where we are now if he put his mind to it. It was almost incredible. We are quite far from the town of NG. We have been walking through the night for at least 20 days now. Although we may have not made a lot of progress since we were not in the best of conditions, the distance between us and NG is not as simple as the size of one of 2 towns. As I was left dumbfounded at his ridiculous strength, Senri spoke softly. Rest easy. Normally, no one does that. The wider the range, the more the power of blessing consumed. And as the range increases, so are your chances of detecting other undead you aren't looking for and become unable to discern the one you want. Other undead, are there a lot of those? Yeah. There are those artificially created by necromancers and ones that are created by nature. She sounded the same, but somehow, it felt more free than usual. Senri is on my side. She is trying to understand me. At the very least, there is no doubt that we have gotten a little closer. A vampire and a death knight. Although there is no changing the fact that we are still on opposing sides, she does not look like someone who could pull off an act convincingly. She teaches me ways to live a secure life. I do not think I need to worry about her suddenly attacking me. That is, as long as I do not become the enemy of mankind. Then, I guess we better head for a town. We need to get some essentials. I didn't bring anything with me since I hurried to your side, although these clothes don't get filthy easily, I still need a change of clothes. Senri has been in the same set of clothes the whole time we have been together. She seems to be taking baths when I am not with her, so her clothes look fairly clean. However, we are too poorly equipped for a long life on the run. My belongings are what I scavenged from the ruins of the Lord's castle, so it is nowhere near enough. My cloak was already in tatters. Although my body can regenerate, I cannot say the same for my clothes. I need a watch as well. Later, if possible, I want to take in the sights of the town. Well, I suppose that would be too greedy. The Death Knights are few in number. We are always understaffed and we move in groups. Not to mention, we have our fair share of enemies. You'd be hard-pressed to find us, in small towns. What about vampire hunters? The Death Knights cannot be the only enemies of the undead. Senri's face clouded over. After I stared at her fixedly, she answered hesitantly. They can be found anywhere. But they basically don't make a move unless they receive a commission. Since stray vampires won't really bring them any money. I see. I suppose vampires are no more than game to them. Rather formidable game that does not yield any meat upon death as vampires turn to dust. To be more precise, the relationship between a vampire and vampire hunter is one that of a bounty and bounty hunter. Putting aside whether or not I would want to befriend them, I find them a whole lot easier to understand than Senri, who is driven by compassion. I could see the pity on Senri's face. I wonder if that was because she worried that I might be taken aback by the revelation. It was needless worrying on her part. I am well aware that I am no longer human. I am not going to be shocked all over again upon hearing how I am perceived. That's a relief. Yeah. I had resigned myself to never getting an ally. Senri becoming my ally has been a godsend. I could feel the power surging within me. The bite marks on my arm were no more. The heat that had smoldered in the recesses of my mind had disappeared without a trace, and so had the Lord, who had loomed over me like the Grim Reaper. It almost felt like I had been reborn. We are going to leave the woods behind and venture past the meadows. Before that, I have something I need to propose to Senri. I turned toward Senri, who was gathering her things and draping mud over the remains of the bonfire. It is all right. I must believe in her. That is the best possible course of action for me. I took a deep breath and looked into her purple eyes. Senri, there may be people after us, so I think it's better to move as fast as possible. Could you suppress your power of blessing and get on my back? Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I could accelerate to unbelievable speeds with a just single thrust. The wind pushed against my whole body, but I still levitated a few dozen meters above ground. There is no doubt that I am faster than a horse-drawn carriage now. There were no obstacles in my path, in the meadows that stretched as far as the eye could see. I noticed a pack of strange black beasts and glowing eyes, but I simply moved past them. A pair of supple arms were wrapped around my neck and held on to me tightly. I could feel Senri's heartbeat, as she was practically stuck to me. That brought me back to earth a little. Her soft body pressed against my back and her warm breath tickled my ear. The sweet fragrance of her blood. It made my body tremble with desire. She is something like a living, breathing fruit to a vampire. If any vampire were to see me now, it would be so envious that it would not be able to control its bloodlust. Senri suppressed her power of blessing so as to not cause me harm and clung on to me as she continued to speak. Vampires have far surpassed humans in their physical abilities and endurance. They don't feel much fatigue either. Vampires are said to be the first stage of the ultimate kind of undead a necromancer envisions. Will I eventually become one too? You would have to kill thousands of people. Well, never mind then. I am not interested in power, which is not true. However, if that would lead to making more enemies, then I would rather not bother. Even as a vampire, I have far better physical abilities than humans and a near-immortal body. I do not desire for more. If I could be allowed to live a life safely in hiding, I would not mind continuing to live as a lesser vampire than transform into a vampire that is more powerful but has just as many weaknesses as strengths. I could even go out in the sun for a short time. The Death Knights have been conducting research on vampires for a very long time. A vampire that is unable to quench its thirst, will end up drinking its own blood, eventually lose its mind, rip out its own heart, and die. But normally, vampires can't control their bloodlust till it gets to that point. They would choose to drink human blood rather than drink their own any day. All the more true, if there were a human nearby. That is the curse. And, you're probably the only vampire to have resisted the urge for that long. How dreadful. But it does not matter anymore. The situation will not repeat itself. Even if I attempt something like that, Senri would give up her blood before I lose my mind. Not to mention, I would be unable to resist from giving into her allure in a state of near insanity. The surrounding scenery shifted at a dizzying pace. I made sure to not let any impact reach Senri as I moved my arms and legs. Suddenly, I heard Senri mutter something unsettling. Maybe Master would try to help you too, if he knew about this. That is impossible. Impossible, Senri. I reined in my emotions and gulped down the words that wished to escape my mouth. Ape the Destroyer, is a Death Knight through and through. Unlike Senri, he is not naive and has lived through countless tragedies and created many legends till date. Senri should know him better than me. He is 100% on the side of humans. And the fact that I have a human mind, would in no way loosen his grip on the sword. Also, there is something only Ape is aware of. That I am not as harmless to humans as Senri believes me to be. I, who possess a human mind, memories, emotions, capable of suppressing my urges when necessary and let reason govern my actions, could possibly be more dangerous than an average undead. If Ape were to learn that Senri's mind cannot be changed, then he might try to kill me even at the cost of making an enemy out of her. And his conduct would only be proper as a Death Knight. I cannot just stand around and watch Senri lean back towards Ape's sentiments. However, wise as she is, I am sure she is aware that Ape would never go easy on me. I changed the topic of conversation. Come to think of it, it was written in Horus Notes that it feels good when a vampire feeds on someone. Is that true? Well, I'd be glad if it at least doesn't hurt. How did it feel when I drank from your fingers? Did that also feel good? Senri stayed silent for a minute, and seeing me patiently await an answer, she spoke in a trembling voice with what looked like resignation. Just, a little. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Finally, I spotted a path. It was not exactly a proper path, but rather one made by carriages passing through. I reckon we would reach a village or town if we follow it. I made sure to keep track of the direction, so there should be no worry of us ending up back in Enji. Senri, who was getting accustomed to being carried on my back, cried out. And, look! A light! Far off in the distance, a little further from the beaten path, a light could be seen. A bonfire. Straining my eyes, I could make out several carriages in the vicinity of the fire. I wonder if they are merchants. As I thought, we should not be too far away from a town. Naturally, as a pair of suspicious people who can leap through the night air, we cannot join the merchant group, and we also needed to find a watering hole before the day broke out. But something troubled me. About a mile away from the merchants were a pack of black beasts that resembled panthers. It was clear that they were looking in the direction of the carriages. There were several people guarding the carriages. Even if the pack were to attack, they should be able to fight them off. Any beast that needs a pack to survive, should not be that strong. However. Do you mind a detour? Go ahead. Senri's arms tightened around me. It may be a little too obvious, but I need to score more points with her. Even if it ends up being a miscalculation on my part, I stand to lose nothing by adding on to reasons for why I should be allowed to live. There is also the chance that their pelts could go for a good sum. I smiled and turned towards the direction of the pack. Sylvan, the sexual tension is real. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 35, Lesser Vampire. Vampire. It happens to be one of the most well-known among the undead, also referred to as the King of the Night. A genuine monster that possesses a number of special abilities that enable it to take on an entire army all by itself. Although I am still only a lesser vampire, I possess considerable strength. A human who possesses the same physical attributes as I would probably be referred to as a hero. I landed on all fours. I could sense several pairs of eyes focus on me. The wind caressed my cheeks, and the smell of earth, grass and prey, tickled my nose. Reveling in a strong urge to destroy coupled with the feeling of invincibility, I licked my lips. I can see them. The moonlight was very faint, but I could clearly make out black beasts crouching among the tall grass with their eyes on me. However, the same goes for them as well. They were quietly watching me, who had plopped down all of a sudden. Unflinching and calm. There were 10 of them. They were twice as big as the night wolves that the Lord had kept. I was never the overconfident type, but I did not feel like I would lose. I do not possess any of the special abilities of a vampire. The difference between a lesser vampire and a vampire is that the lesser vampire possesses the physique of a vampire while possessing none of the special abilities associated with the latter. As the name implies, it is truly lesser than a vampire. However, I was completely fine with that. I had inhuman strength and absurdly strong regenerative powers and a body that does not know the meaning of fatigue or pain. The Death Knights, including Lufri, all carry weapons made of holy silver that are fatal against the dark forces. Even in stories I have read, the Death Knights were always armed with such weapons. They exploit the weaknesses of dark forces, find strength in numbers, and aim to prolong the battle until sunrise. In other words, even the Death Knights blessed with a tremendous amount of positive energy may find themselves in a tough spot, if they do not aim for the weak spots of an undead that has been through several stages of evolution. The Death Knights will band together and relentlessly chase after me. Necromancers are the menace of mankind. The vestige of the Lord had said that only a few people are capable of defeating me in the world. I felt Senri's arm around my neck loosen its grip. I touched her arm to stop her. Don't get down. This should be a breeze. I have no battle skills. However, a monster has no need for that. Senri's blood from last night is blazing inside me. All I needed was control. Just as how a rogue horse is reined in, I need something to stop my mind from being strung along by my body. Or I will end up becoming a monster like the vampires in Tales. It took everything to stop my instincts kicking in and extending my talons. I pulled out the blood ruler. It was a calculated move on my part. Putting aside the fact that I did want to score more points with her, Senri is experienced in combat. I wanted to show her my fighting style just once. I hunted mostly by myself in the woods and it usually all ended with a single strike. So this is the first time for someone to see me fight up close. I calm my heart and squint in the direction of the beasts. Maybe they mean to warn, for they took a step forward. However, they lose to me in levels of monstrosity. Kill. I will kill these beasts and prove that I am harmless. And I will have her tell me their weaknesses. I will have her tell me what I need to do when the Death Knights or vampire hunters come after me. The black beasts lunge at me. Their supposedly quick movements appear slowed down to my superior visual acuity. I shift stances and swing the machete. The dark, heavy machete easily slices through the forelegs and lops off the head. The sensation of slicing through the flesh appeals to the monster in me and is reflected in the form of unparalleled bliss. I push it down into the farthest recesses of my mind and swing around to a stop. I kick at the beast that leaps at my side. The sensation of having kicked something hard spreads through my leg as the beast yelps and rolls over several times and plops down limp. Its claws had slashed through my leg, however, by the time my leg got back to the ground, it had healed completely. I do not need to stop to take a breath. Immediately, I lunged at the beast that was the closest to me. Fear flashes across the cold eyes of the beast. I swing my machete at its head with all my might. The beast falls down limp. It felt fantastic. The joy derived from an able body adds on top of the satiation of my violent urges being fulfilled. I stopped there for a moment and brought my focus back to Senri, who was still on my back, and composed myself. It felt a bit different from bloodlust, but a dangerous sensation all the same. I felt this irresistible urge to feed on Senri. I was aware that I was swaying at the precipice. It naturally feels good to act as your emotions dictate. However, that will not help me survive. I felt several feet kick the ground in the blind spot behind me. There should be 5 beasts remaining. And they did not seem to be in the mood to retreat. They were the footsteps of beasts that wanted to avenge its fallen brethren by devouring the demon that killed them. And they sounded ready to lunge. Simple wild animals might have fled after having lost 3 of their pack. However, judging from their fighting spirit, they seem to be a type of monster. If my death is what they wish for, then I must respond in kind. I swung around to protect Senri from the line of fire. It was close to impossible for me to lose. The only thing I need to be concerned about is not to get drunk on the pleasure of the kill and destroy them without getting my clothes filthy. I can swing around my machete thrice in the time it takes for the beast to slash at me once. Be it the tempered, massive body that nature has bestowed on them, or their fur and bones, none of it poses a threat to my body that has been strengthened thanks to Senri's blood and this curse upon me. I do not even need to think about a battle plan. I lopped off its head, slashing through the skull, and used the talons on my left hand to shred the flesh apart. I toyed with the beasts that quickly wanted to surround me by moving even faster than them and killing them effortlessly. The blood that spattered from their bodies brought me indescribable pleasure. I guess I might not need to ask Senri for their weaknesses after all. As the thought flashed across my mind, Senri exclaimed. And I had completely let down my guard. I had totally not realized it. I intended to maintain my composure, but I may have ended up losing control of myself. Light blinded my eyes. It was a flaming arrow. Countless bright, flaming arrows scattering sparks of fire flew towards us from all directions. It was offensive magic. They were moving incredibly fast, and I would not be able to dodge them in time. They were all clearly aimed at me. I quickly tore Senri off my back and tossed her to the ground. Almost soon after which multiple flaming arrows pierced my whole body. I did not feel any pain. The light grew bigger and blinded my eyes. The flames licked at my body and the impact pushed me backward. My whole life up to this point flashes through my eyes. The past life in which I was bedridden. The resuscitation from an evil curse. The days in which I acted like the Lord's puppet, my resultant rebellion and crushing defeat. The deal with Ru, the battle between the Death Knights and the Lord. The grave I built for Ru. The conversation I had with Senri then. The time I was reduced to nothing but a head, after which I fed on her blood. The world grew quiet and was soon consumed by darkness. I blinked in a daze. Absent-mindedly, I checked the condition of my body. There was no pain. I do not feel any heat either. My robes were scorched and had several holes everywhere, leaving me exposed. I brushed a finger over where the holes were. No pain. No wounds. End. Oh right, vampires are. It was a late revelation. What a fool I am. A vampire's body is very resistant to all kinds of magic. The countless flaming arrows that had me prepared for death could only push me back a few steps. Looks like those flying lanterns made me leap to the wrong conclusion. Senri rushed over. Her eyes showed concern. It appears all the arrows found the target in me as Senri looked unscathed. Thank goodness. I'm fine, not a scratch. I turned around in the direction where the arrows came from. Before I had realized it, around 10 silhouettes had us surrounded. Seeing as how they were armed lightly, they must be the guards I spotted earlier. 2 of them were men, who brandished a staff. They must be the ones who shot the flaming arrows at me. However, they looked dumbfounded now. The magic was plenty powerful. Well, since I was unhurt, I am not sure exactly how powerful it was, but I dare say it could have reduced those black beasts from earlier to dust. They may certainly be more in number, but none of them were clad in positive energy like the Death Knights. They were just ordinary mercenaries. Simple mercenaries, who were not trained to take on vampires. Given how they were all trembling in fear and rooted to their spots, they do not seem to be much of a threat. They were obviously far inferior to Lufri, Neville, and need I say, Senri. The only concern is the fact that, despite my superior senses, I had become completely immersed in the hunt that I had not realized them approach. The monster's instincts in me that had not been satiated after hunting the beasts, constantly whispered to kill the humans in front of me. End. Senri's voice trembled. However, she need not worry. I put a smile on my face as I called out to the people surrounding us. Hang on. Sorry if you got the wrong idea. But I am a human being. What? I cannot blame them to have taken the preemptive after finding a single entity massacring all the beasts in a dark spot. I wish they had called out to me instead, but there are plenty of monsters with a human appearance. Well, considering both of us are uninjured, I shall be magnanimous and forgive them. I should forgive them. I need not be swayed by my instincts. Maybe I am a really nice person. Just kidding. The thought made me laugh. Ha ha ha. Sorry, but we're in a hurry. We shall take off then. Ah. It would be nice if we could talk it over and have them compensate us for any harm caused, but unfortunately, I am an undead. I might slip up and end up exposing my identity if we converse for too long. I gathered some precious metals from the ruins of the Lord's mansion, so I should have no problem with obtaining the currency in use. I did not wait to hear their reply, as I quickly grabbed Senri and took off at full speed. I did not sense any of them attack us, but I felt totally exhilarated. Offensive magic does not work on me. I had forgotten about that. Vampires have strong resistance to all kinds of magic. Mind control magic nor offensive magic work on them. Furthermore, the resistance seems to be much stronger than I had imagined. This bit of news certainly bodes well for me who put survival above everything else. The offensive magic performed by mages is a kind of weapon in itself. Compared to a swordsman, the AoE and strength of a mage's attack is much more powerful. Mages are considered elite and are favorably received in any country. In war, the military strength of an army could greatly vary depending upon the number and power of the mages affiliated to it. The fact that magic has no effect on me really changes things. I cannot deny the possibility that the mages who attacked me earlier were simply weak, so I cannot let down my guard just yet, but I feel like the list of potential enemies suddenly went down. If magic really has no effect on me, it opens up more options to defend myself in a critical situation. I am glad I stumbled upon this bit of development at this juncture. In the blink of an eye, I was out of their range. I continued to run at full speed, and when I was sure that I had completely lost them, I lowered Senri to the ground. Senri looked a little unsteady on her feet but quickly regained composure and looked up at me. She brushed a hand against the holes in my clothes that the flaming arrows had scorched open. "And, are you okay?" "Totally fine. I'm not hurt in the least." I didn't retaliate either. "Senri, offensive magic doesn't work on vampires." "I know. But only to a degree, they aren't completely immune to it. I can become stronger. There are still a lot of challenges to tackle, but the results were not bad. I am this strong when I have not been taught any combat styles from anyone. I can become even stronger if Senri teaches me." "That is right. I might, even become able to use magic. I am the vessel the Lord chose to transfer his soul into. I cannot imagine that he as a mage would choose a vessel that had no natural propensity towards magic. I had never even dreamed of it in my past life. But if I become capable of wielding soul transfer magic like the Lord, then my chances of survival will greatly increase." As I stood exhilarated at the thought, Senri let out an exasperated sigh, "Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I have given them plenty of time." Ape stood by the window and squinted as he looked down at the town bathed in sunlight. The hustle and bustle of carriages going back and forth. People lead a peaceful life in this place. And that should be protected by the Death Knights. I have waited long enough for End, who still had some humanity in him, to lose to the monster's bloodlust. I gave Senri plenty of time to rethink her decision. However, she has not returned yet. "Your time is up. Senri." I don't know how he did it, but how dare you, End. His tone appeared calm, but one could see the dangerous glint deep in his eyes. Senri Silvis is a rare talent as a Death Knight. Even Ape, who is one of the strongest Death Knights, would consider it a great achievement for Senri to have reached the first class when she is only 17 years old. Had Ape been of the same age as Senri, he may have felt envious of her blinding talent. She is sure to eventually surpass him in strength. The Death Knights are few in number. She needs to be brought back at any cost. It cannot be too late, there should still be a chance. Even after all that happened, Ape did not consider the possibility that Senri may have already been killed. For the Death Knights, who learn the art of manipulating positive energy, it is second nature to always have a protective shield around their bodies. Ape did not think that End could get past that barrier. However, if Senri is hopelessly under his spell, then I must give her a painless death. That will be my final act of mercy as her master. All the third-class disciples looked sharp. They no longer continued to look haggard as they did soon after Senri had taken off. They are in the best of conditions. The Death Knights are accustomed to disasters. They do not let personal feelings get in the way of their duty. Even Neville, who had been impacted the most from Senri being snatched away, had already completely recovered. Perhaps he had picked up on the change in Ape, for Neville walked over for a quick confirmation. Master, we're going after them, right? Neville, do you think you could take on Senri? There is a chance we will have to. That's. Neville's expression changed and he trailed off. Third-class knights lose to second-class knights in almost every regard. Above all else, Senri is endowed with a monstrously huge amount of blessing even among the second class. Power of blessing or positive energy is fundamental to a Death Knight. It is used to purge the dark forces and is also used to fortify their bodies. At times, it can even be transformed to be used as destructive power. Not to mention, it can be used to magnify the range of detection as well. That absolute quantity is one of the biggest talents of Death Knights. Purging, which is one of their forte, will have no effect on Senri, as she is human. There is a huge difference in strength between a first and second class knight, and the same goes for the difference between a second and third class knight. But if it's you, Master. Yes. But, there is someone more apartment. Lufri blinked at his master's calm words. Ape still had not given up on rescuing Senri. No way can she be abandoned and the opponent is a mere lesser vampire. She is a precious talent, who is capable of bringing about the end of something of the highest rank, like a Dracula that could terrorize the world or even the king of the undead. End is keeping her shackled. Then, all we need to do is destroy him. Killing him is simple. But if they were to corner and kill him as was the norm, it would sour their relationship with Senri. If so, someone who is not one of us needs to kill him. It is true that End is a singular type of undead, but at his current level, there are any number of people capable of killing him. I've been waiting. You may enter. The door opened. Neville's brows furrowed at the figure that stepped into the room. Lufri's eyes grew wide and Thelma's face grew grim. The one who had come into view was a huge man, clad in a black coat with his head far receding into the hood of his coat. His arms were bandaged and almost no part of his skin was exposed. He wore a big leather belt which held a sword in a brown scabbard. A huge silver cross swayed from his neck and it only added to his overall strangeness. He was accompanied by a black dog that was big enough for a human to ride. Its intelligent, gold eyes looked around at the Death Knights and growled quietly. The man looked as ominous as an undead. If the man was in fact human, then there is only one possible explanation. Vampire hunter, you've got to be kidding me, master. Are you trying to pit scum against another scum? The man clad in the black coat chuckled at Neville's stifled annoyance. Sullivan, due to the delay, I'll be posting the whole chapter. This chapter is longer than usual. The next one as well. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 36, Training. You don't need it. The sky looked empty save for the twinkling stars. It is the new moon today and also the day when the dark forces are at their weakest. We never came across any humans after that one instance and our journey proceeded smoothly. We should reach town within a few days as we were making our way through a well-trodden path. It would be difficult to do any hands-on training once we reach town. After all, I cannot go around displaying my vampiric powers in public. Near the oasis. We were around the bonfire and I had asked Senri to teach me her combat skills. She carefully considered my request for some time before she answered as such. I frowned at her in spite of myself, which got her flustered, and she expanded in a hurry. Don't take me wrong, it's not that I don't want to teach you. We are just too different. Human techniques are only applicable to humans. It won't necessarily be of any use to you. But, our appearances are the same. Won't the application of the techniques be the same as well? Well, maybe for now. But soon it won't be so. There was a grim look in her eyes. Her smile is rather pretty, but as strange as it may be, her somber expression was rather alluring as well. We, the Death Knights, learn footwork and breath control. Firstly, parry and evasion techniques are drilled into us. Because we can't afford to let ourselves receive a blow from a powerful vampire. I see, that does make sense. My power increases with the amount of negative energy, which in turn increases the more blood I consume. There are limitations placed on the growth of a human body. Our bodies may appear similar, but if it is true that disparity between our physical abilities exist, although not completely useless, those skills would assume low priority. When wounds heal in a second, receiving a blow would not really be a big deal. Our physical abilities can be enhanced with the power of blessing, but that power is exhaustible. Whereas a vampire's power isn't. Be it stamina or physical ability, we, the Death Knights, are always at a disadvantage. It didn't look that way to me. Neville and Luffy looked incredibly strong. As I was saying, we always aim to wrap things up quickly. We take the preemptive and strike first and we never fight head-on. That is pretty much the same as what I had imagined the differences between vampires and the Death Knights to be. They always hunted down the monsters in the stories. It was never a fair and square battle like a duel. I understand that Senri's combat techniques would not be suitable for me. However, it still is not enough reason for me to not learn about them. A true vampire fights like a beast. They aren't governed by human principles. I'm sure you'll understand what I mean, when you evolve into a vampire. After saying her piece, Senri gently brushed the dust off her clothes and got to her feet. Her long, slender figure wrapped in white clothing went well with her silver hair, and along with the silver sword casually strung on her hip, she looked like the personification of a holy knight from stories. She is not on the taller side nor is she of the nominal weight, but even in the battered state resulting from long travel, there was no hiding her gracefulness. She was enticing enough to make me want to sink my fangs into her neck this instant. Senri gracefully removed the sword from its sheath. It was a beautiful sword made of holy silver. It may seem decorative at a glance, but I have personally seen her wield it and send many a beast to hell. She pointed the sword at me and uttered from the other side of the sword. That said, I'll serve as your training partner for a short while. It's true that your concerns are not unfounded. If you learn how the Death Knights fight, then your chances of survival would indeed become better. I would expect no less from her. She seems to have read my thoughts. I got up to my feet as well. I was not born with a good constitution, but after evolving, I was almost twice as big as Senri. My hand moved towards the machete on my hip, but hesitated. Seeing which, Senri smiled. Go ahead. I don't mind. Don't hold back. Come at me with all you've got. You can't hurt me as you are now. This is simply training. I won't use any skills that unleash positive energy. Looks like there is still a considerable difference in strength between us. I suppose I need not worry since she gave me the go-ahead after having seen me fight. I unsheathed the heavy blood ruler and imitated her stance. The imminent taste of battle in the air lit a fire in me. Let me think. I have Herculean strength. I could probably cleave a rock in two if I used my full strength. I cannot imagine that it would be something a human being can withstand, but I suppose it should be fine if I curb my power in the event that something happens, I think. My arm would probably break if I stop a swing at full power, but I can heal, so it should not be a problem. Senri looked calm in front of the monster holding a black machete that looked like it could devour light itself. I widened my stance and focused on her. Here I go. Come at me. I should first test her out. I pushed myself forward, kicking the earth beneath my feet, and took a downward diagonal slash at her. Senri had mentioned that they evade and fend off attacks. Then all I need to do is put enough strength into the attack to render her unable to evade it. She is strong. A whole lot stronger than me, but I feel like she is not taking me seriously. Their strong power of blessing is what makes the Death Knights formidable. I still have not thought of a way to deal with their attacks that unleash positive energy, but I should be able to deal with the rest. Maybe she did not wish to hurt me, for Senri had not put on her protective shield of blessing. Senri simply took a step backward to evade the machete that had split air. The swing was quite fast, but she had completely read my move. So she need not even bother to parry an attack of this degree. I quickly returned the machete to its original place, full of admiration for her, as Senri called out to me in an almost reproachful tone. "End. I remember telling you to use your full strength." I understand that you're being kind. However, there's no point to this whole thing if you hold back. You say that, yet, you are not displaying your whole potential either. We are using real weapons to train. If by some miraculous chance, I end up killing Senri, how would I live my life from that point forward? She is right that I had not put my all into the attack just now. I remember the very first time I hunted the beasts in the woods upon the Lord's orders. If I put my mind to it, I can swing the machete with enough force to rip off my arms. Not even the tenacious body of a vampire can withstand that blow. If a human were to fend off that blow with their sword, they might get cut in half along with the weapon. Seeing me hesitate, Senri sighed deeply. As I stood perplexed, Senri gently pulled down her collar to expose a pale neck. "Fine. And, if you beat me, I'll let you drink my blood." My eyes were fixed on her pale, almost translucent neck. My usually faint heartbeat grew stronger. My breath quickly grew ragged and the heat in my head grew stronger. I have never bit down on her neck ever since that first time in the woods. It was just that once. It was rather pleasant to drink from her finger. However, nothing compares to the feeling of burying my face in her neck and drinking her blood directly from its source. The sensation of her hair brushing against my face, the feeling of her soft flesh against my lips, all of that is firmly imprinted in my mind. She had asked me not to endure my thirst, but her blood is too precious. I imagine her body does not produce blood that fast either. Considering the fatigue resulting from long travel, I could not ask to drink her blood whenever I wanted. That's an absurd proposition. We are just training. In response to my words, Senri ran a suggestive finger along her neck. It was a bewitching gesture. You want to, don't you? Vampires, irrespective of age, all tend to prefer to feed from the neck. After capturing their prey, they pin them down and take their time to drain the blood. And, your eyes have turned red. What a wonderful proposition. Of course my eyes are red. If I were given the option, then I naturally would want to sink my fangs into her neck. Even under the best of circumstances, there is no vampire that would not waver upon being tempted by a prey of finest quality. I licked my lips. I feel like she has me in the palm of her hand and that made me grip the machete harder. Isn't Senri looking down on me too much? I focused, took deep breaths and calmed myself. Don't tell me you've grown accustomed to the feeling. Senri simply smiled at my provocation. Maybe. And, come at me. I will have you regret tempting someone as harmless as me. I shall pin you down, nip your neck and take my time to relish the taste of your blood. I let the bloodlust take control over my body as I kicked the ground hard and lunged at Senri at the speed of a cannonball, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. She is fast. No. I suppose it is more skill than speed. The machete that I swung with all my might was greeted with air. Senri is right in front of me. She is at a distance where I could touch her if I extended my arm and yet none of my attacks reach her. You're strong, just as vampires would be, it's been a while since I last fought. Her whispering voice grated my ears. The sweet smell emanating from her hair tickled my nose. It willed me to attack her. I let my urges control my movements but it almost felt like I was fighting an illusion. She did not move around much and yet evaded me gracefully. For a moment, I was taken in by the illusion that she was dancing around. The disparity is too great. So this is a second-class death knight. Although I had witnessed the battle between her and the Lord from afar, coming face to face with her strength made me realize the weight of that title. I did not lose hope. It only fired me up. Senri's eyes were following and reading the movements of the dangerous machete that even I have little control over. I have her within reach. Yet, I simply cannot reach her. I remember the Lord mentioning that an undead would need to be a vampire at the minimum to be able to fight against a death knight. Vampires have a strong special ability. They can transform into a wolf, bat, or even fog. I don't know all the details, but indeed I lack power. I am not really sure if I have better physical abilities and endurance, considering how I am being toyed with. I heard clear sounds at times. They were the sounds of my machete clashing with Senri's sword. However, there was no other response. The two weapons came in contact only for an instant. I reckon she fends off my attack in that instant. What a terrifying skill. The urge to destroy whispered me to put more strength into my attacks. Whispering that I trample down on her. I refused to listen to it and retreated a step. Even if I keep this up, none of my attacks will land on her. She is still completely in control. Think. The only thing I have that an average vampire does not, is the ability to control the bloodlust to an extent. Senri's eyes opened wide. I made up my mind in an instant. I smiled and stomped hard on the ground. This is it. This is something only a vampire can do. The ground shook. Her stance was broken. I did not miss that sliver of an opportunity and swung the machete diagonally downward with all my might. A high-pitched metallic clang echoed through the air. I felt strong impact on my hands for the first time. My eyes widened at the unexpected scene unfolding in front of me. Senri parried my attack by placing both her hands on her sword. Despite me using my entire strength as a vampire, the two blades were caught in a struggle. Our eyes met over the crossed blades. I continued to put my strength into the machete as I glared at Senri, when she uttered. "And, you're strong." I was caught by surprise. "Didn't you say that vampires are generally stronger? I'm using the power of blessing to enhance my physical abilities now." Now. Meaning, that she had not until now. Well, who cares about that? I never imagined I would lose to Senri in pure brute strength. Who cares? You're using one hand, while I'm using both of mine. Upon hearing that, I almost reflexively tried to grab Senri with my free left hand. As if she had expected it, she suddenly sprung back and put a distance of a few meters between us. The machete lost its opposition and I was sent hurtling through the air. Senri quietly watched the whole thing pass. Senri was not even a little out of breath. If this were a real fight, I would have died 100 times over. What a horrible disgrace. To vent my anger, I need to drink her blood no matter how. I cannot call myself a vampire if I fail to reach for what was offered. I am sure I was glaring at her. However, she received my glare with nary a fear, sheathed her sword and tilted her head to one side. "Wanna play tag?" "Sure." I flung the machete aside and kicked off the ground. My body shot across the air like a cannonball. However, Senri was already a few 10 meters ahead of me. Her speed felt incredible even to me who possessed inhuman physical abilities. Upon closer inspection, I could sense the power of blessing on both her feet. I see, so, it is also possible to enhance the abilities of just one part of the body. They probably conserved power by controlling its application. Nevertheless, I should have the upper hand in stamina. Senri said so herself. I stretched my arms forward in an attempt to catch her, and I chased after her like a beast. Senri almost glided out of the way. I forgot everything as I chased her around the oasis. The wind brushed past my cheeks. A beast that had come to wet its throat, yelped. However, no matter how much I tried, I could not close the distance between us. Are we competing in terms of speed now? Damn it, if it only was not the new moon today, I would be able to increase my speed even further. Senri had mentioned that she would be weaker on the stamina side, but she showed no signs of slowing down. I squinted my eyes to find that she was not really running. Her fluid movements barely required her to move her legs. I am sure that puts a strain on her body. I do not feel fatigue, nor do I breathe, so I will never run out of breath. But despite everything, Senri looked perfectly fine. I have no idea how she was doing it, but I wonder if that again has something to do with the power of blessing. She promised she would not unleash any positive energy. How long can she continue to use that skill? Although I feel no fatigue, I have a time limit. Dawn. There is also the possibility that I run out of power I get from Senri's blood. This will not do. I cannot win against her using normal means. I jumped up several meters in the air. I landed hard and started running on all fours. Even I was surprised by my behavior. My vampiric instincts insisted I do so. Logically speaking, my speed should decrease on all fours. However, incredibly enough, I was closing in on Senri. She turned around and stopped short, surprised. Has she accepted defeat? I pushed my body forward by kicking at the ground, trying to pin Senri to the ground, when she shot up in the air. Huh. That as a metaphor. She really flew up into the sky. Not like how I leapt into air, but she was actually levitating. The power of blessing had gathered at her back to make a set of bright wings. Anything goes, huh? That's possible. Unleashing positive energy means converting the power of blessing into destructive power. Wings of light does not require me to do that. How unfair. How is that not unleashing energy? As I glared at her, Senri's voice reached me from above. True vampires can fly as well. Shit. She does not want me to feed on her that much. What is the harm if it only makes her feel good? Nevertheless, I still have not given up. I cannot morph into a bat, so I can't fly as yet. Desperate, I ran towards her and jumped off the ground. I was propelled into the air, with Senri almost within my reach. But no matter how great my physical abilities are, I still cannot move midair as one would expect. As I shot up towards Senri, who was still a hair's breadth away, she placed a hand over her mouth and spoke as if she was appalled. Wow, do you really want my blood that much? I can still go on. Just a little longer. Senri swooped down from above. Traveling at a tremendous speed, she landed hard enough to set the ground reverberating. Looks like those wings of light can do more than just fly. However, she must have exhausted a lot of power. Upon closer look, the wings almost looked like they were on fire and burning energy. Not to mention, if it did not take up a lot of energy, she could have easily made use of them to fly to the nearest town. Pulled by gravity, I landed hard on my knees. Senri is within grasp. Just one more step and I should be able to reach her. I got on all fours and lunged towards Senri. And? Suddenly I lost all my strength. Water enveloped my body. That is when I realized that Senri had been standing over the oasis surface. I rushed to extricate myself out of the water. However, my body felt weak as it did in my previous life just before I fell sick. I finally got to my feet to see Senri heave a sigh of relief. Please, calm down. Senri, this is rather unfair. Running water is one of the weaknesses of vampires. I was not told that it would be included in the training. I never had a chance to win to begin with. This is unfair. She has to offer her neck as penalty. No worries. I will only take a bit of blood. As I relayed my objections even as I was unsteady on my feet, Senri uttered ruthlessly. Yes. The Death Knights don't play fair and square. But that's... I lost all strength and flopped back into the water. It is true that I had lost my calm. This may just be perfect to cool off, but... I was sinking into the water like a deadweight when Senri got closer and looked down at me. As much as I wanted to grab her ankle and say, "Gotcha," my body would not cooperate. I looked at her with resentment in my eyes, while Senri put on a serious expression. That's the end of training. And, let me tell you something. If you ever happen to run into the Death Knights, don't think about fighting and just run away as fast as you can. Don't hesitate to flee even if I were to get caught. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 37, Tranquil. I feel like our relationship has changed a little. Although I still cannot let my guard down, it was a good change. She has started cracking jokes and also shares her knowledge with me. We train together as well. If this were all a ruse, I would stop being able to trust in people. As long as I keep strictly to the straight and narrow, I am sure she would continue to stay by my side. I realized several things over the course of our journey. The cycle of bloodlust and the amount of blood I needed to intake. My response to the difference in strength between a Death Knight and me and my weaknesses. My thirst for violence and how to quell it. These are things I need to know in order to survive in this world. Senri was knowledgeable in matters regarding the Death Knights and ways to kill vampires, but was unaware of how a vampire could survive longer in this world. I slowly came to understand things about myself, one by one. Also, I was beginning to understand Senri. She may appear too serious, but she also smiles and cracks jokes. Appears stubborn but is also flexible. Kind but also broad-minded. And she has her equal share of weaknesses too. Not to mention, she likes to tempt me at times. She is a very complex person. However, her standing, strength, knowledge and her finest blood, make her the perfect travel companion. It may have been my greatest fortune that it was Senri who was sent to dispose of the Lord. I need to make the best use of this fortune. While she is still by my side, I need to determine my next course of action. And thus, without any further incident, we safely reached town. It was a mid-sized town much like Enji. The outer walls were not too high, there was a river nearby and a lot of people were lined up at the gate even at sunset. Merchants, who came on horses and their carts, were having their goods examined. The travelers, as long as they were not suspicious, were allowed to pass through. Even in Enji, you do not need any papers to get you into town. The outer wall is probably more of a safety measure against beasts. Well, I do possess the papers the Lord had prepared for me. As we stood in line awaiting our turn, Senri whispered to me. "And, watch your step." There was a small ditch outside of the gate. Water slowly tricked down it. It was clearly a measure taken against vampires. If it ran around the entirety of town, then even a true vampire would not be able to transform into a bat and try to get into town. Had I stepped into it carelessly, I would have lost all my strength and collapsed to the ground. This kind of thing frightens me. There is no doubt that I would have been caught if I was not warned by Senri. In this world, invisible to the human eye, there are undead countermeasures set up everywhere. However, I should be able to overcome such a small ditch as long as I am prepared. Is this common? Yeah. It's properly maintained in bigger cities. Enji had it too, but maybe it was out of order, the water wasn't flowing. Enji is near the Lord's base. If the Lord really intended to assume control over my body, then it would not be too strange if he had taken measures against the vampire countermeasures. Vampires possess several other weaknesses besides running water. I need to be careful. A gatekeeper armed with a spear, looked on at the travelers passing the gate, with a bored look on his face. I reckon he is checking for any strange behavior on part of the travelers crossing the running water. Senri casually moved closer and squeezed my hand. I squeezed back her slightly cold fingers. And so, I crossed the running water in a single breath and succeeded in making it into the town of Semezra, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. We walked the streets of the town as the dusk light shone upon us and quickly found a place to stay. The rooms were acceptable except for the fact that the curtains were on the thin side. We got 2 single rooms and gathered in my room to discuss future strategies. Senri's eyes looked as cold as ever. There's a chance that people may come after us in a town of this size. We need to leave quickly. That could be said of any place. And, are you, in a bad mood? A little. But no need to worry. I understand what needs to be done. Samezra was about the same size as Enji. The population and hustle and bustle around town seemed similar as well. There was only one thing that made it distinctly different from Enji. Likely due to the presence of a big river nearby, the town had several aqueducts running the length of it. I could step over a ditch, but I would not be able to cross a long bridge by myself. It might be possible if I push my limits, but I would be unsteady on my feet for an extended period of time and as such run the risk of exposing myself. It is said that vampires lose most if not all of their abilities when atop water. Losing the special abilities would only be natural, but they also lose all strength and probably their regenerative capabilities as well. Although in my case, I do not possess any of the special abilities of a vampire, I would not be able to use the abilities I learned before as a ghoul, such as Sharp Claw and Sharp Fang. I would be so weakened that even an ordinary human would easily be able to kill me. Of course, I could cross any bridge with Senri by my side, but I would be no more than deadweight in that situation. Don't pity me. I'm well aware that I'm a fugitive. I'm just being selfish. I just wanted to take in the sights and walk around town and maybe try some of the food. Since I'd never done it before. Senri's eyes grew wide. You do not need to look at me like that, I know full well that it is a very childish wish. Even when I tagged along with Rue, I did not get to take a look around town. In my previous life, I had become unable to walk since I was 10 years old. I had almost never walked around town by myself or tried the food from stalls in the vicinity. So, I may have gotten my hopes up a little, but it looks like a place of human settlement is far more difficult for me to live in than I expected. It is said that most vampires choose not to settle down in human towns, but the ruins of old castles or underground labyrinths. I had considered that to be almost animalistic in nature, but I see it now. If all human settlements are this hard on vampires, then it makes complete sense. To make matters worse, the curtains were too flimsy. It is likely that sunlight would seep into the room even if I shut them well. Which means, even with the rare opportunity of a bed in front of me, I still cannot sleep on it. I would have to make use of the closet in the room to hide from sunlight during the day. Well, although my body would not particularly ache if I sleep in the closet, I still wish I did not have to. Senri sighed and her eyes were kind as she looked at me. Tell me if you want something, I'll get it for you. Something I want. There is a lot of that. I need a change of clothes. I want to have some good food and I want Senri's blood too. Also, we could not possibly buy anything that would add to our load and we will be leaving here soon. Books on magic, if you can find them. As for money, we can exchange the gold and silver I picked up from the Lord's manor. What kind of magic? Any kind. Oh, something that would help us on the run. Maybe I will happen upon something. I did not get to read any books on magic in my previous life as one would expect, and the ones in Lord's manor were too complex to make sense of. Senri looked lost in thought at my vague request for a moment, after which she nodded. Got it. I'll just use my own discretion then. Anything else? I know I have no right to say this, but be careful. I'm sure people are after you as well and not just me. Senri looked dazed for an instant at my word of caution, but soon smiled at me. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. A manor that was burned to the ground with nothing but ashes left behind. Silhouettes of a human and animal fell upon the simple grave nearby. One of which belonged to a man in the prime of his life, who was clad in a long, dark cloak. He was a man of large build with his head sunk deep into the hood of his cloak, and he carried 3 long swords. There was a stench of blood on him. His appearance added a strange intimidating air to him. Alba. The other silhouette belonged to a black dog. It was at least 2 meters long and 1 meter tall. With glossy fur and strong, supple limbs, it had beauty particular to animals. It had a sharp, golden pair of eyes, and one could certainly see the intelligence behind them. The dog, called Alba, sniffed at the grave with his large snout, soon raised its head and directed its gaze deep into the woods. So, they decided to leave the woods, just as I'd expected. I see they aren't stupid enough to try and face off against the destroyer. Alba looked at his master as if he fully understood his musing. The man looked at his dog and smiled wide. Yeah, you're right. They wouldn't go to NG. However, they would need supplies. The only path that they could have taken after leaving the woods would lead them to Samezra. But that town is not very vampire-friendly. Don't worry, Alba. A lesser vampire that has lost its master and a naive Death Knight who's still a child should pose no problem at all. I guess we should at least do some work, that's worth the compensation. His murky, black eyes peered into the dark and his zealous voice echoed through the empty woods. And the man and his dog quietly dissolved into the darkness. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 38, Tranquil Part 2. There are a few methods employed while tracking undead. Armed with that knowledge, we will only need to outsmart those. The morning arrived in Samezra and Senri had changed into something much simpler than the same set of clothes she had on all along. She examined the map spread out in front of her and spoke solemnly. Although her actions meant that she was using her knowledge of tracking undead to help the target itself, Senri did not falter. However, there was something else that had me more curious. Senri, why are you wearing glasses? Disguise. It's fake though, my hair and eye color stand out too much, you see. Senri had on brown-framed glasses and a very solemn pair of purple eyes peered at me from behind the thin lens. Maybe because the glasses were of good quality, there was hardly any change in her appearance from before. Moreover, you cannot really hide your hair and eye color by simply donning on a pair of glasses in the first place. Although, it does suit her. I am not sure if she is being serious. I want to feed on her. Granted that we cannot really go around wearing a thick, hooded robe all the time as it would invite suspicion, I do not think the Death Knights really know what a disguise is. Senri had bought a grey cloak for my use. I would have preferred black, but it seems that is exactly what a vampire would prefer as well, and grey also serves as camouflage in the area we are going to be passing. As an outsider who knows nothing about the area, I can do nothing but comply. Senri displayed the route we would take to get us past the river near Samezra. It was a path I could not have taken alone. The river ran rapid and it was a few meters deep and a thick, stone bridge had been built over it. I gulped lightly as Senri nervously looked for my approval. Do you trust me? We have been in the same boat for quite some time now. I truly am grateful to you. This world is simply too harsh for a single, ignorant vampire to survive all by oneself. When Senri first offered me her blood, I had the choice of running away on my own. Considering how much she was discomposed then, she may not have chased after me. However, I am really glad I made the decision to negotiate with Ape and chose to bring Senri to my side. I was not even aware that only human blood was capable of satiating a vampire's thirst then. Right now, I am choosing the path best suited for my survival. It's okay. I consider this also to be the duty of a Death Knight. Senri replied with her eyes cast down. However, her voice displayed slight undertones of gentleness and melancholy. Senri is still undecided. As smart as she is, I am sure she is well aware that, no matter how well we get along or no matter how much of a good person I am right now, the moment I cause harm to a human, I would become a monster that cannot be allowed to live. If Senri was no longer by my side, I would have to look for someone else to feed on. Time is irrelevant to me now. So there will eventually come a time when I take the wrong turn. That is why, I need to keep deceiving her using any and all means. She has nothing really to gain from helping me. I should not think that any pleasure derived from my feeding on her could really be taken into account. I wish there was some other way I could survive without having to ingest blood. How are we going to get across? On my back. I can just about barely cross running water since I am a lesser vampire. I imagine it would be very difficult for a true vampire. However, it is probably impossible to cross such a long bridge in a condition where I could collapse any minute. I could hold on to Senri, but she is shorter than me. It may look unnatural. Not to mention, we have our things to carry as well. Senri shook her head at my question. Nah. I will carry you and fly. It shouldn't be conspicuous if we take off at the foot of the bridge, and considering the size of the river, we should be able to manage. It was a pretty wild idea. However, I reckon Ape and the others would have never imagined Senri to be so willing to help. Things are going good. I squinted at her nape and replied humorously. If your intention is to drop me in the water while we're airborne, I'd like you to let me drink my fill first. Don't worry. Even if you do fall, considering you don't really need to breathe and the currents in the river, you should eventually wash up on the bank, probably. I guess a sinker belongs under the sea. Since I can't really gather any strength, I should not be able to gouge out my heart myself. What a horrifying image. I have no problem showering or entering a bath, but I am completely put out of commission over running water. Truly what strange creatures vampires are. Senri's eyes widened and she clasped her hands together. Oh, that's a very good idea. I never thought of it since the Death Knights make sure to kill the undead, but it might be the best way to confine them alive. Please don't. It's not particularly painful to stay underwater, but that doesn't make it any better. Then stop being absurd. Here you are, I'll give you some food. That irked me. Senri uttered hesitantly and offered a finger that was as soft and smooth as an ice fish. The cycle of bloodlust comes around once every 10 days. I could probably hold off twice that if I bore with it, but any longer than that and I would lose my abilities and eventually my sanity. My thirst is satiated and the cycle is reset once I take Senri's blood. And the amount of blood necessary for that to happen is not that much, I should think. Even when bloodlust had taken over me, I was able to regain myself after ingesting just a few drops of her blood from her finger. The only time I needed a lot of blood was the very first time I drank from her neck, as I had to regenerate most of my body. I have been wanting to feed from her neck for the longest time, but it does not look like she has made up her mind yet. I gratefully accepted that which was offered, caressed her soft finger and guided it into my mouth. Senri's eyebrows raised ever so slightly. It is nothing but pleasant to have her finger stroke my tongue. I slurped on her finger as I bit down hard with my canine tooth. There is no pain associated with the act of feeding. Probably feels like a mosquito bite at most. I reckon the pleasure associated with the act is to facilitate the whole process. According to folklore, a person who has once experienced the pleasure would voluntarily offer their necks the second time. However, that did not happen with Senri, which only goes to show how tenacious she is. The delicious blood melted away my anger. The pleasant feeling that spread through my brain made me puff out hot breaths. Although it does feel like I am missing a little something, I cannot really put into words the sensation of ingesting blood. It looked to me like Senri's eyes had grown a little gentler and her cheeks somewhat red. I examined her face as I carefully sucked on her finger. I ran a finger along the back of her hand and extended my arm to invade hers. When her silky smooth skin came in contact with mine, I felt like I gained more energy than usual. If all I needed was blood, then ingesting it from anywhere should feel the same. However, I clearly gained more energy when I fed from her neck. Considering what Senri mentioned about vampires taking their own sweet time with their victims as they slowly drain them of all blood, there may be a direct link between the satisfaction obtained from the act of feeding and the amount of energy gained. I just gave into the pleasure and closed my eyes as I sucked on her finger. At the same time, my fingers reached Senri's elbow. When I extended my arm even further, Senri suddenly withdrew her hand from my mouth. She cradled her fingers still glistening with saliva and lightly slapped away my arm that held her own. A bite mark was left behind on her pale finger, but it did not bleed. And that mark should soon disappear as well. We're done here. You've had enough, haven't you? I did not answer her as I reveled in the aftertaste of her blood. Of course, I have not had enough. However, I had more than enough to keep my bloodlust in check. The feeling of dissatisfaction only just adds spice to the whole thing. I am not weak enough to lose to urges of this level. With my enhanced hearing abilities, I could hear Senri's usually calm heart beat a little faster than normal. She thoroughly wiped her fingers and awkwardly pushed her glasses up her nose. Almost as if she was trying to revert the mood back to how it was before. Once we get past the river, we should head towards the north. There's a small town in that direction. There is a bigger town towards the east, but we are least likely to bump into the Death Knights in a smaller town. Got it. I'll follow your instructions. Senri's words brought on a temporary peace of mind. I think the Death Knights could pop up even in a smaller town and they might already expect us to select the option of crossing the bridge. However, voicing those concerns is of no use now. After staying the night in the inn and shower later, Senri had changed into cleaner clothes and shined beautifully. We cannot live like nomads forever. Either way, as long as we are alive, there will come a time when we will run into our enemies. I had already steeled my resolve to sweep aside any sparks that threatened me when I laid plans to defeat the Lord. Blood is making me stronger. I am heading towards the next stage of evolution. I realize that my existence is rapidly degenerating further and further. And the rate at which that is happening is probably much faster than Senri thinks. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. We left the town behind and headed towards the bridge. It was made of stone and a few meters wide, enough for a carriage to pass through. The day was almost at an end, and there was nearly no one waiting to cross the firm, huge structure. However, maybe as a countermeasure against monsters that could attack at night, the bridge was illuminated by light from a tower erected on it. Senri was fully equipped. A plain, brown overcoat with a sling that a poor traveler pulling a horse or carriage might lug around unwillingly. She looked very different from when she had on the white Death Knight attire. The fake glasses, though meaningless, did give her a very different air coupled with the rest of the ensemble. I did not carry anything. Because it takes all of my strength just to make it past the bridge. We avoided human eyes as we sneaked towards the foot of the bridge. The wings of light are made of the power of blessing. Be careful not to touch them. I don't think I will have the energy to do that. It really does feel awful over running water. As I stood there with my face stiff, Senri softly hugged me from behind. Maybe if I had been human, I would have yearned for her in a situation such as this, but unfortunately all that came to me was the smell of her blood. Please, for the love of God, do not trigger my thirst. I'll carry you and fly across. You don't need to worry about anything. Sure. I'll leave it all up you. Senri lifted me by the armpits and carried me in her arms. She then gathered her strength and kicked off from the ground. I could feel all strength escape my body. I entrusted my whole being to Senri. Reflected in the dark surface of the river, were the crescent moon and a translucent me. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 39, Under the Radar. Just as Senri had said, our destination was a much smaller town than Samezra or Enji. Stone buildings and mud roads. Be it the number of carriages or people, both were a lot fewer than Samezra. It was a dimly lit, idyllic little town. And as one would expect, there was a pit in front of the gate and water was flowing through it, but maybe because it was not properly maintained, the water was almost stagnant. So it did not affect me as much and I could cross it without a hitch. This is a nice town. There are not too many mercenaries around and it is not too deserted that we cannot conceal our presence. A customary glance around tells me that the shops sell all the bare necessities. Provided we do not have a tail on us, staying here for a while might not be too bad. Ah, if only the shadow amulet had not been destroyed. I could have kicked back and relaxed. My eyes promptly locked in on a food stall when I felt Senri tug on my arm. Senri was able to rest on my back on the way over. Maybe she was tired since we traveled without taking a break, for she did not look very good. Although I suppose leaving the woods without much of a preparation was the main reason. She was trying to hide her fatigue, but I could tell from her smell. All I have done is cause her trouble. She even had to gather all the necessities in Samezra. Although I did want to help, there were not many shops open at night. Senri, you should get some rest. They shouldn't be able to find us since we've made it this far, right? And, I need you to get your act together. I can't rest otherwise. You've been spacing out a bit recently. Senri sounded a little reproving. That was pretty harsh. I thought back upon my recent conduct. She is right. Maybe I have let my guard down a little too much. Ah. I'm sorry. I mean, this is the first time I met someone I didn't need to be so wary around. I see. What about Rue? It was a little different with Rue. Because she was not exactly strong. Even if by any chance Rue had survived, I doubt I would have been able to relax around her. Although it would give me more freedom to do what I wanted, she would have been lacking as a partner. I stopped myself from being distracted by everything and ran to catch up with Senri. She looked so unbelievably small from behind. Let's stay in this town for a while. If we stay holed up in an inn, no one should be able to find out about us, right? As long as the Death Knights don't pay a visit, that is. But don't worry, I'll do my best to look after you. I'd only be returning the favor. Also, I like keeping active. Senri hesitated. But I am sure she realized that she was not in the best of condition. It would spell trouble for the both of us if she were to fall ill. I am fully aware that humans are not all that sturdy. She is dainty. She has trained her body well, but she still feels very tender in my arms. I do not think she would be able to fight against the forces of darkness if not for her strong power of blessing. I have been the one to rely on her until now, but I think it is time we changed roles. Either way, rest was much needed. Senri sighed lightly and a troubled smile shone on her face. I get it. But will you behave? I know. Just what do you think of me? I may not sound convincing, but even I would not leave behind Senri and take off by myself to look around town. No matter how fascinating the town looked, prudence must be maintained. That is how I have managed to stay alive until now, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. Same as we did in Samezra, we looked for a moderate inn in town. And we got the same single bed, 2 rooms. The gems I had picked up haphazardly from the Lord's mansion could be exchanged for quite a good sum, so we should be able to live on it for some time. Since the night had already fallen, Senri got ready to go to bed. I dare say the primary reasons for her feeling unwell is sleep deprivation and the destruction of her natural bodily rhythm. Humans are beings that work during the day and require a good amount of sleep to function well. Senri was on guard when I slept during the day, and also mostly awake during the night when I awake. It was only natural that even a Death Knight would feel unwell under such circumstances. From now on, I should have her sleep more at night, though it would make me feel lonely. Although being taken care of was nothing new to me, the feeling of taking care of someone was entirely different. Humming a tune, I brought Senri's supper to her room. The innkeeper said nothing, but I wonder what they thought of us asking for separate rooms although we arrived together. I doubt we look like travelers or peddlers or mercenaries for that sake. I reached her room and stopped in front of the door. Vampires cannot enter a room unless invited. It happens to be one of the strangest parts of the curse. True vampires cannot invade others' homes. I could probably do it if I pushed myself, but it would not feel very pleasant. I do not know what the exact rules are, but it is rather meticulous. As far as shops or places of stay are concerned, I would be able to enter them, because as a customer I would be invited inside, but I would not be able to enter a shop after working hours are over. In the case of inns with a lot of rooms, I would have no problem entering the lobby or dining area, but I would not be able to enter any guest rooms. I reckon I would need the permission of the person staying in the room for me to be able to enter. Owing to the curse, vampires cannot sneak into someone's home and try to drink their blood. Even if other modes of entry like an open window or a chimney were present, and a chaste maiden lay defenseless on a bed in the middle of the room, they still would not be able to enter, no matter what. In that sense, vampires are very fair monsters. Well, at present, I do not really have plans to lie in wait and attack someone at their home, so it does not really count as my weakness, but sometime in the future it could serve to be a big hindrance in my path. Putting that aside for now, I found a way to make the most out of the curse. With the food tray in my hand, I stared fixedly at the thin, wooden door. I had not knocked yet, but I still felt fine. And that made me happy. I do not have the key. In other words, it meant that Senri did not consider me a trespasser and that she accepted me. It was also proof of her trust. If Senri and I were on opposing sides, she would not permit my entry into the room, so I would feel incredibly awful owing to the curse. So at the very least, this was more than enough proof that we were on the same side at present. If I had been able to transform into mist, then I could enter through the keyhole and not get censured for doing so. Oh, how wonderful it feels to be accepted. I needed confirmation, and it was also one of the reasons I booked 2 rooms this time as well. As I stood engrossed in thought, I heard the key turn and the door swung open. Just out of bath, she had on casual clothes without the glasses and looked at me quizzically with her eyebrows raised. "What are you doing simply standing in front of the door, without so much as a knock?" Well, I was about to do just that. Never mind. Someone might question you for lurking around in the corridor. Come in. Senri sighed as she explicitly invited me into the room. Skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I decided to catch up on some reading alone during the time Senri rested in her room. I had a lot of things I needed and wanted to do. I could not possibly leave the inn to hunt at night like I used to before when I lived in the Lord's mansion, but I still need to get stronger somehow. I could not pass the time gazing at Senri sleeping for her sake. I reckon the natural aura around undead who are originally enemies to her, does not really let her mind rest. A single wall separating us might not make much of a difference, but it should still be better than nothing. And it was also to stop myself from being tempted to drink her blood as I watched her sleep. My reading material consisted of the book on Undead that I picked up from the Lord's mansion and the book on non-elemental magic that Senri had bought for me in Samezra. I was not aware that magic performed by mages was divided by elements. The 5 important elements being fire, water, wood, metal, and earth. Humans are born with an affinity to one of them, and it determines the type of magic that they can wield. Someone with affinity to fire would not be able to use magic related to water and vice versa. Although extremely rare, there are gifted people born with strong affinity to multiple elements. People with affinities become mages. I suppose the one who shot fire arrows at me was mage with fire attribute. If so, what exactly was non-elemental magic? Non-elemental magic is magic for those pitiful souls who possess mana but do not possess an affinity to any element. All living, breathing creatures possess mana, but it seems most every being does not possess affinities to elements. Such people are capable of wielding any magic irrespective of element, but the result would still be far weaker than a mage who has an affinity. The result of research to increase the power of such people was the birth of non-elemental magic. There are almost no offense-type spells in non-elemental magic. It was focused more on convenient use of magic, like for example, to make a small fire, make a cold breeze blow on a hot day, extract water from air, or make mud balls out of earth. I have mana, vampires are known to possess an incredible amount of mana, but possess no attribute. The crystal Senri had brought to identify my element simply glowed colorless, which also showed that I would not be able to rely on magic to improve my fighting capabilities. Senri's face had turned grim upon discovery, but it was not her fault, and despite being non-elemental, magic was still magic. I was not able to wield magic even in my previous life, and it is not really my aim to become a mage. The only reason I am learning is because I find it fun to learn new things. It was in good humor that I had asked Senri to get me a book on non-elemental magic and decided to study it. Thankfully, as a lesser vampire, I possess more mana than the average person. I have plenty of time to practice. If I become capable of performing at least a few spells, I can make Senri's life on the road a bit easier. Incidentally, Senri cannot use any magic, it would seem. She mentioned something about healing magic not strictly falling under the magic category since it is done through the power of blessing. And, there was one thing Senri failed to mention. There were no details of it in the book, and I doubt it would be covered in any commercially available grimoires, but it is likely that necromancy is also a type of non-elemental magic. Senri is not aware of this, but I am a vessel of the king of the undead. Before, I heard her say that the king of the undead was an undead capable of performing necromancy. If that is true, then I could be capable of performing the abominable art, considering I was able to control the mighty lord. The book was no manual. However, all of the Lord's knowledge was within me. It was simply sealed deep within, and there should certainly be a way to gain access to it. It goes without saying that I cannot proudly display my use of necromancy in front of Senri. I had best keep this to myself. Any kind of power would go towards prolonging my life. I very much like the life I am living now. Senri would regularly permit me a bit of her blood, make jokes at times as we travel the world together. Although it comes with its fair share of difficulties, they were nothing too great that could not be overcome. It was almost perfect. She might even let me feed from her neck in the future. However, I am not all that optimistic enough to believe that we would be able to continue to live this way forever. I chanted the spell as dictated in the book and struggled to bring out the mana within me. Small sparks of fire fluttered around my index finger. Seeing that, I smiled, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones. I received a letter from an unknown sender on the third day of our stay in town. We had done absolutely nothing to draw attention towards ourselves. Etched on the letter, as if to torment me, was the mark of a cross, which happened to be a vampire's weakness. The Undead King of the Palace of Darkness, Chapter 40, Negotiation Part 1. The night wore on and the town soon became deserted. I stepped out of the inn alone. Hardly any people could be seen out and about since it was a fairly rural town. Even so, I moved furtively as I headed towards the location mentioned in the letter. A half-moon shone in the sky. I suppose it is neither good nor bad in terms of phases of the moon. Nevertheless, my body is brimming with power. I might even be more powerful than the time I first encountered Ape. I felt so euphoric that I even started humming a tune. Senri let me have her blood. Though I had fed on her just a few days ago, I drank a bit more than usual this time around. It may have been a little too pushy on my part, but I truly needed more strength to deal with this matter. I did not need more blood in order to quench my thirst but to gather necessary strength. The power I gained and the pleasure I felt was still no match to when I drank from her finger. The location mentioned in the letter was a large tavern. Despite it being nighttime, the tavern was teeming with customers. I suppose this was chosen as the meeting place to make me let my guard down even just a little. Also implying that I need not worry about being attacked as we would be in front of all these common folk. The letter bearing the crucifix that ostentatiously dripped with hostility was surprisingly looking to make a deal with me. It was not from the Death Knights, but from a vampire hunter who had been commissioned by them. I had expected that people would be after us, but I never imagined that they had already caught up with us. I had thought we had quite a lead over our pursuers. However did they catch up with us, and what can we do to outrun them from this point forward? There were instructions in the letter for me to come alone, and the condition for negotiation was a night crystal which can be used to conceal negative energy. I finished the letter and after much deliberation, I decided to take a gamble. They already had us by our necks the moment our location was exposed. Well, I do not think they would come for my head the instant they see me. Had they wanted to kill me, they would have done so when we were on the road. Above all else, I really am in need of a night crystal. I heard from Senri that it is rather difficult to obtain one. It is a good thing the opponent is a vampire hunter. The Death Knights would never turn a blind eye to an undead, but it is possible to negotiate with a vampire hunter who merely hunts vampires for the bounty. I do not know what they would want in return, but I can imagine what it could be. I walked through the blinding lights, entered the tavern and looked for them. I did not have to look for long. The vampire hunters were dressed in such a way that it made them stand out even amongst the crowd. A large man clad in black from head to toe and a similarly dressed girl. A large crucifix hung from his neck. It was so overt that it made me want to laugh. The crucifix is my weakness. It is not powerful enough to turn me to dust the moment I get closer to it. And as a lesser vampire, it does not have that much of an effect on me. I steeled my resolve and walked towards their table. They peered at me, the man's cloudy, black eyes and the girl's eyes that reminded me of a beast. They were humans. I could not sense any energy radiating from them as it was the case with the Death Knights. I had heard that vampire hunters were people who hunt vampires despite only possessing a normal human body. I see. I applaud them for their courage. Even as a lesser vampire, I cannot imagine ever going after a vampire, and yet they try to achieve that with their frail human bodies. This could get dangerous. It has been some time since I was overcome by such an intense bloodlust. I quelled my heart and put on a smile. I have a bad feeling about them. I imagine they would make a similar impression on normal humans as well. Everyone's eyes have been fixed on them for quite a while. "Are you End?" said the girl, quivering with anger. She had black hair and black eyes. She looked younger than Senri but much more intimidating. She gave off the impression of a wounded animal. I wonder if she has something against me. "Glad to meet you. You even went to all this trouble for my sake. Take a seat. We didn't come here to fight. Simply trying to keep up our end of the deal." The man narrowed his eyes and shot a reproachful look at his partner. He appeared to be smart. However, the glint in those cloudy eyes was not something that would be directed at a human being. I did as asked and took a cautious seat across them. "I see you came alone as promised. I trust you haven't told her anything." I merely answered in good faith. "Moreover, Senri is a little exhausted from the trip, you see." The eyebrows of the man of indiscernible age twitched and he murmured, "Matches with the information we received," and nodded. "Looks like they investigated us." Well, I had assumed as much given how they even knew which rooms we were staying in. I am brimming with power. Everything is happening as I had imagined. She is Albertus. I am what people would call a keeper. Keeper. What exactly do you keep? The man who called himself a keeper said nothing and simply smiled. He withdrew a single sheet of paper from his cloak. He whipped out a pen and his hands glided across the table. After he was done, he got straight to the point without even bothering to order any food. "There is only one demand in the commission I received. I need you to return Ape's princess, who you managed to deceive." "And, what do you offer in return?" The keeper's smile grew wider and he whispered. "Absolute freedom. That is what you will get in return. You will be given a night crystal that will allow you to conceal negative energy and, the Death Knights will never pursue you. I am, merely a mediator sent to negotiate since it would be against their principles to let an undead live after coming across one. It's not a bad deal, is it? I see, so that is how they are going to play it."